Alright, welcome to the GDQ Halloween Spooktacular. I'm your host, Dices. I usually run speedruns from the crypt every other Wednesday. We had one last week, we'll have one not this week, but next week. We do a lot of fun, spooky games here, and I hope that you're all having a wonderful day. I hope you're all doing well out there. As you can see, we're in costume. I'm the king himself. Thank you. Thank you very much for all that. And tonight, we're going to be having a lot of spooky Halloween games. A lot of tricks, a lot of treats just for you. And I hope that you're all having a wonderful night so far, or day. Coming up first on our games list and all the spooky games, we're going to put a little faith in not only ourselves, but our runners for tonight. Our first game is going to be Faith Chapter 2, featuring Venata. So Venata, go ahead and take it away.
Thank you very much, Excises. I'm Venata. I do a lot of speedruns. I'm an Irish speedrunner. And what I'm going to be doing today is Faith Chapter 2, as previously mentioned. It is a Satanic Panic-inspired horror game, pixel, and it has a Atari 2600 feel and also has modern touches as well. So what I'm going to do is say that I'm going to go into begin. We're going to start a new game, and we'll go through it as we go through it. So in 3, 2, 1, and go. So we first start off the prologue as Father Garcia. Father Garcia we also saw in the previous game. It is a continuation in the trilogy. It is also heavily going to involve that, but nevertheless, anyone who wants to go into Faith, you can safely go into Faith Chapter 2. Merely that I would recommend going into Faith Chapter 1 first. So as stated, it is inspired by the Satanic Panic of the 80s, so there's going to be a lot of wonderful Halloween aesthetics in this game. This is also the prologue where we also meet Michael. Michael was in Faith Chapter 1 as well. However, not much of a background was given to him. This one kind of gives us a little more of an insight into what happened to him, how he came to be the individual that we saw in Faith Chapter 1. We just have to actually use our crucifix as we have done so in Faith Chapter 1. A lot of the tricks and whatnot we continue in this game as well. So as we can see, Michael has actually escaped. We were trying to exorcise the demons from him. Unfortunately, it did not work, and we just have to see what actually became of him. So as we can see, he has turned into this monstrous entity. It was originally thought that he was just a child suffering from rickets, but nevertheless, Father Garcia was under the impression that he was possessed by demons. Of course, demonic possession is all over the place in this game, but we'll get to it as we get to it. So, as we can see, it's 2 a.m. We need to keep that in mind for later on during the actual run. It also comes into part as part of a puzzle. And 2 a.m. in general, this is a continuation, as said, from Faith Chapter 1, but it involves a cult. And the cult is seemingly very active around the 2 a.m. period, and as we can see, we are now entering the cemetery. A cemetery at the moment we have to do... Okay, so we're... long story short, we are trying to attempt the initiation ending. So what that means is we have to do 3 kind of rites in order to obtain that ending. So what we're going to be doing is we have to play the game kind of as intended, but there are a few skips involved. Many of them, or actually all of them, we use in Faith Chapter 1. And it involves this. We raise our crucifix up in like that, and we go into escape. We hit escape again, so we exit the menu, and our powers is still active, and we're able to move around absolutely perfectly without any hindrance. However, this is our first little trial, actually exorcising many individuals in this game. So obviously our first trial is trying to actually exorcise these 3 spirits that are now in the cemetery. There are a few puzzles in the game. This is one of the first ones, and it's generally just follow the directions of the statues, which we have seen in the previous screen. This one kind of loops around a little bit, but we get around that, and we get to meet our next demon in just a few moments. So we're going to continue on with that same little glitch. It is able we are able to actually just move around and obviously move quicker. So we get a little glimpse of our demon pal over here. And we get a nice little greeting. However, with this game, it is intensely RNG based. So what we are going to be seeing is a lot of demons just appearing left, right, bottom, center, wherever. And it is going to be... It's alright. Sometimes we can actually get a longer time than we had hoped for, but in general, we kind of work with it. The timing for this is going to be very quick now, because this is the last demon that we have to exorcise in this area. And I'm sure, as you would have noticed in the crypt, there were 4 skulls on the wall. That is representative of the amount of, kind of things that we have to give up. The word escapes me at the moment, but we have to give up 3 things in order to actually get forward to get that key that was being very taunting in the mirror, saying, hey, we have this, but you have to do this first in order to obtain it. So this is what we have to do first, and then later on, there is one more little thing that we have to do, but we'll get to it when we get to it. There's a nice little skip here, where we just raise our crucifix, and we hear that sound that we're actually injuring the demon there. That happens during cutscenes, which is absolutely fantastic in this. So we were able to take that demon out relatively quickly so that we can head back to the crypt where we initially saw the 3 little entities escape the bodies that were in here. However, they are now gone. And this is the last sacrifice. We have to give up our eye in order to obtain the key. So, as previously mentioned, we do have to do kind of a couple of rites to obtain the ending in which we want, which is ending 3, initiation. This is the first part. It's in the README file in the actual download folder for the game, where it's just like, hey, go back to the pentagram. It's a little, like, meta thing that is involved with this. It's even in Fate Chapter 1, just README notes contain little things that help you achieve these secret little endings. This is the longest one that is actually in the Faith Chapter 2 categories in total. So we're going to make a spooky little pentagram here. And we hear just a Monday morning operator, and we have to be very, very careful here. This demon is about to come up anywhere. There we go. But we also have to make sure in this screen that we actually take care of him relatively quickly. Because if we don't, and because he can jump out anywhere at us, he can potentially crash the game.
Oh.
So, furthermore, when we exercise that guy 3 times and he drops the note, we need to make sure that he drops the note before we continue on to the next screen. Because otherwise he kind of respawns and continues following us. And he will follow you until you actually do murder him outright. So now that we've taken care of him, thankfully we don't actually have to worry about it. And we can continue on with our merry, wonderful little day. So, as far as skips go in the game, there's the crucifix skip, and then there's also the skip that we use in Fate Chapter 1, which involves going through different corners. It helps us skip areas in the map and brings us further to our destination. So, for anyone who has actually played Faith Chapter 1, you will have noticed that one of the main characters was Amy Martin, and Amy Martin was represented by the color purple. There was a little individual there who was also purple. So, I'm sure you can put 2 and 2 together. We can take a little break here, and we get a little bit of exposition for Fate Chapter 1, where we are essentially just being told John Priest, which is our protagonist, I'm just going to call him that. John Priest unfortunately could not actually bring himself to exorcise Amy successfully. There were many implications involved where she was injured, and as John just said, we couldn't save her. So there is going to be a very specific request from the individual we were talking to. And her name is Mother Miriam Bell. She is in with the cult, naturally, because red text means spooky evilness. So, Mother Miriam Bell is involved in the hierarchy of the cult. She ran this whole area, which was basically inclusive of many orphans. After what happened to Amy Martin happened, she actually got, let's just say the parents disappeared. But however, the two siblings, which was her brother, Jason and Nate, I believe, they unfortunately had to go into the orphanage, which was here, very nearby to the actual area where the exorcism took place. So I suspect that this is actually Mother Miriam Bell, and she is located in the wonderful room that is only lit with one candle. So we need to... Yeah. Unfortunately, the enemies can actually just spawn wherever the heck they want, even on top of the character sometimes. It's an unfortunate thing that can happen, but nevertheless, we are brought back to a relatively easy checkpoint, and we can continue about our merry day. So we just need to hunt out for that one little room that has one candle actually just lit. So if we're lucky, we'll be able to get that again, and we can go forth with actually trying to exorcise the demon of Miriam Bell. Sometimes we do have a little trouble with it, where it just takes a little while to spawn. Sometimes... Yeah, there we go. It's usually in, like, these rooms in particular.
Is it RNG based on where you would find the candle?
Where do you find the candle? That's where she's going to be located. However, it is completely random which room that one little candle spawns in. And we got very lucky there, actually. But Mother Miriam Bell, even in Tales, when there was... she calls us a heretic, and we're just... Yeah, whatever. But Mother Miriam Bell was initially in this area taking care of the orphans, including either Nate or Jason. It's unclear which of the siblings is actually here. But we take one of them anyway, and unfortunately, because we couldn't save Amy Martin, what we're doing here is essentially finishing off the job. We're going to be taking one of her last surviving sibling and taking over to this confession booth. Mother Bell was like, hey, just give me the child, that's your penance. So we're gonna go in here. And we're gonna fight this demon. Now, for anyone who has actually played Faith Chapter 1, you will know that there's actually a little secret area involved with a mirror in the house. And in with that mirror, this demon is actually there as well. It's a nice little kind of Easter egg. And yeah, she can be a little bit tricky now and then, because the enemies can just spawn absolutely anywhere. It's very RNG based. But nevertheless, we are actually doing quite well. Almost. So that's phase 1. There's like 3 phases in total for this actual boss battle. But after that, we just kind of pick up a note and we go about what we have to do next. Of course, this is just for the specific initiation ending. In other endings, you do not have to do this whatsoever, and it is ultimately a shorter run. However, I really enjoyed this actual ending. So this is the note that is dropped. We just leave, and then we just, poof, we're magicked outside the confession booth. It's like nothing ever happened whatsoever. So, as we could see earlier, there was this staircase in this next area that was closed off initially. When you get rid of that initial demon, it opens up. We didn't, like the original routes, you don't need to worry about opening this. This is the second puzzle. So going back to where it said it's 2 a.m., when we actually woke up in that little, nicely shaped pentagram area, the cult, for whatever reason, they are seemingly active at 2 a.m. That's when their clock actually starts. So therefore, we start at 2 o'clock with those symbols, and we go on, and we just actually magically get through. The problem is, if you don't do it correctly, the unspeakable actually comes around. And the unspeakable is the cult's demon lord, let's just say. He is the ultimate one in the cult. And now we just have to go inside here. These are the 3 individuals that we saw in the crypt very early on. And from here on out, we do have to button mash a little bit through here. It gets very spooky, as you can see. But nevertheless, very ooky spooky. And purple text. The purple text obviously representing Amy Martin. Amy Martin is in the top right, and then the 3 individuals that we saw in the crypt surrounding us and doing a very unknown actual... it's very unknown what they actually do in terms of what the right is. However, we did use those corner skips just there, like we did in Faith Chapter 1, in order to get from the Amy Martin household to back at the base where the car is. So this area here is very, very, very important to getting the initiation ending. If you fail this area, the run is over. If you let any of those people actually run off the screen, that's it. Goodbye to the run and you have to start over. Thankfully, we've gotten them. They've somehow disappeared, but we're not going to question it. We're going to keep on continuing on into Candy Tunnel here. Candy Tunnel is actually a reference to a puppet combo game. I can't remember which one, but it's a nice little thing. So right now we're going into the sewers. If you're doing a casual run, where it says aquí or here in English, there's actually a little note with lore there. So you can check that out if you're doing casual run. And the same thing if you were actually doing casual run and you're in that demonic form. Let yourself die and you will actually see a new and very warped text more to screen. It's very interesting just to have a look at. However, Satan lives, all hail his silky goodness. In the previous room, there's text everywhere in this area. So anywhere that has like green text, but you can't really make out what it is. And even in the previous room, it said read me. You just don't move when he's on the screen. For the love of God, don't move. If you move when he's on the screen, he will actually kill you. He's just searching for mother, however. So it's just like, don't move, let him look at you, and you're absolutely fine. We're going to follow these arrows and go up here so that we could delve deeper into the tunnels of the sewer here, because we are on a mission. Because in the previous game, in Fate Chapter 1, where we left off is where we were actually trying to fight the demon and actually face the cult. And the cult, their base is, well, it's not too far off where we actually are. However, we do have to take care of a little bit of business first before we can actually enter. And one of those things, again, green text there, if you want to read it, you can, casual run, but however, we're not. We're trying to be speedy boys here. Speedy boys, girls, whatever. So I'm going to do this. Because we need to actually, I'm going to refresh it. There's certain times in the game where you do need to refresh your crucifix. For whatever reason, it just loses its effectiveness, so we need to do it again. We repeat the process of holding up the crucifix. We go into we hit escape to enter the menu, and then all of a sudden, hey, it works again. So this is one of the other demons. He can actually be a run killer, unfortunately, if we don't catch him in time. We can also see a lot of hallucinations of like children running around, unfortunately. That would be the Amy Martin residence where they had the two siblings and so on and so forth. I'm pretty sure you can put the picture together. We also see multiple demons around here as well. It's like, it was exactly like one that we turned into. Initially, it was meant to be an enemy type in the game as far as we know. However, it was scrapped so that we could actually play as John in that form. It's a nice little thing. However, as you can see, there are symbols everywhere here. And if you remember, it's all with the cult. And they all represent different numbers as well. And there's the blood-drenched individual. We are going to follow him because, hey, he's warning everyone about our presence. So naturally, we're going to go in deeper. This text on screen is actually Enochian. It is one of it's allegedly the language of angels. And it was initially back in, I can't remember what year, but it was like, it was to either, okay, there we go. That was one of the thralls, just be wary of them. But the Enochian language, I'm not going to go too much into it because I can't remember the history too much of it. Get the key. Absolutely wonderful. But it means in English, or in Latin, Domus Malthus, and then converted into English, it means abode of Malthus. Malthus is a demon who is second in command to Satan. He also has a rather bird-like appearance among other kind of animalistic forms as well attached to him. And that is part of the cult, one of the demons that they actually worship. And then up here you see Levi's depiction of Baphomet. We're going to continue forth in here. Now, we are nearing the very end of the game very quickly. This is Mother Miriam Bell and Father Garcia, which we saw in the prologue. So he's going to explain what we are going to be doing in the next area. So there is a little bit of text involved before this final boss. And again, if you have played Faith Chapter 1, this little bloodstain on the ground is going to be very familiar to you. We saw it in the Amy Martin residence back in the basement where Amy was originally held for her exorcism. We are going to go forth, however, because there is someone that we need to meet. And it is this individual, Mother Miriam Bell. So we're going to do the same little glitch again, and we're going to do our best, ultimately, to protect Father Garcia as he does his Psalm 91. We can't actually let him die. It doesn't really matter. We can still do the job without him. However, he is very helpful in the upcoming battle. So as you can see, we're going to be attacked by the blood-drenched individuals of the cult during this whole entire thing. That's absolutely okay because we can stave them off with our crucifix. We just need to make sure that we protect Father Garcia at all costs because he's very helpful. And how he's helpful is because he will actually help us know which Mother Miriam Bell, throughout the course now of the actual boss battle that's coming up, she will kind of make manifestations of herself in numbers of 4 in total, including her actual self. What Father Garcia is able to do is know which one is the real one that needs to be focused upon. And thankfully, we have a very large radius on the ability for a crucifix, otherwise this would be a lot harder. So we're nearing the actual first stage of the true boss battle. The true boss battle is kind of in the dark at first and we get towards what we need to do, which is actually, obviously, get rid of her. We can also see like all the occult imagery as well on the wall with Baphomet there, where there we go. We are now in the first actual phase of this boss battle. I like to kind of just stare at Baphomet a little bit and then kind of turn around just to try and get her to come along out towards us so that we can get a few extra hits on her. Like that. Because otherwise, if she comes at an angle, unfortunately that does happen. We can't get as many hits on her as like we are doing right now. So we need to now keep away from her as much as possible. She is going to be flying all around the room in this actual boss battle. So as we can see, Father Garcia was very handy there in telling us which one was the actual true manifestation of Mother Miriam Bell. We are going to need a little bit of time here to get through the actual fight, because she can just appear anywhere like all the other boss battles. And we don't want to actually die to it, because if we die to it, then obviously not only are we losing time, but it actually starts off very much a little bit too far back than we would like as a checkpoint. And also for those who have played Faith Chapter 1, that actual pentagram would be very familiar to you. And that is it. It turns out that Mother Miriam Bell was actually the unspeakable all along. We have woken up, so was it a dream? The morning breaks. We don't know. Did it actually happen and he just magically woke up in his bed, or is he recalling certain memories? We aren't entirely sure. However, we are now in the last part of the run. All we have to do is walk outside of our house. Now, the actual time of this, like for ending time, is a lot different than other games, but it's kind of like Devil May Cry. You need to actually wait until you see the game over or initiation title card at the actual end of this scene. That is when we hit time. However, in the meantime, we're going to witness the unspeakable come down upon us. They are going to bless us with their magical powers, or what have you, and we will be officially initiated into the cult. Time. So that is it. That is our game absolutely entirely. I'm not actually sure what time that is, but hopefully it was a good one. And so, winners don't do drugs. Obviously, there's a little title card from back in the 80s that you get as well. So, I'm going to pass it off to you, Ecdysis, for any thoughts.
I liked it. It was a very, very just, what's the word I'm looking for? I don't feel confused. It was all very straightforward, very fast paced, very fun to watch. A lot of crosses being thrown around there.
Yeah, very much so, yeah.
And I actually have a few questions for you and a few things in general. One, I want to say thank you for doing the Faith Chapter 2 run. I like watching the initiation and all the exorcisms. But two, if you want to give any shout outs right now, do you have any?
I'm just going to give out a massive shout out to the Faith speedrunning community and anyone who's actually been supporting me as well. I really, truly do appreciate it. This has been a wonderful, because I only entered speedrunning a couple of months ago, actually, about 8, 9 months ago. Everything has been just so wonderful. The speedrunning communities have been absolutely fantastic, and there's something more that I can actually ask for. So I'm going to leave it there, quite actually. Yeah.
All right. Next question. If anyone wanted to check you out on Twitch or anywhere else, where can they find you?
If you want to find me on Twitch, that will be twitch.tv/Fanata. If you want to find me on other platforms such as Twitter, Instagram, it is the same alias as well. And yeah, that's basically where you can find me.
All right. And then lastly, this game is actually a little bit special because I know, you're part of the planning and all that for this Halloween hotfix. But we found out last night or yesterday that you'll actually be running Faith Chapter 2 at AGDQ.
Yes, I've actually managed to get into AGDQ, which has been absolutely fantastic, where I will also be running this game. Hopefully, even better than tonight, hopefully. Yeah.
Yeah, for one, I want to say big congratulations. And two, I'm pretty sure plenty of people are excited for it. So I hope that you were excited as well. And I hope you're feeling good about that. I just want to give you a massive props because it's neat to kind of have a game show up here and then also like, oh, hey, you're actually be doing it here too.
Yeah, it was actually a shock to me that I got in, but I'm forever thankful for that. And also congratulations to you too, because I saw that you got in as well.
That's true. Thank you very much for that. All right. Well, that being said, we're going to start preparing for our next game in the showcase. We have a lot of fun games tonight, a lot of fun stuff. However, we'll be taking a quick wellness break. This is time to stand up, touch your toes, stretch your legs, do what you need. We'll be preparing for the next game, so I recommend doing all of that. As well, GDQ Some of Best Segments is now launched on YouTube. It's a highlight channel with regular videos like our main channel, but with small highlight reels for all our main events and hotfix. That being said, we're going to be right back. All right, we are back from the break. Welcome back, everyone. Continuing the Halloween night with the thrills and chills. We're going to be diving deeper into these spooky games, as you can see. Faith was a load of fun to watch, a very fast-paced, informative run. You always like to have those, and it's weird. I don't know the word I'm looking for, but at no point did I feel confused. I always like watching Venata's runs. They're a fun time, and I hope that you enjoyed that one too. Coming up next, I think we're going to be seeing things a little bit more red as we dive into our mind and the way things can affect that. Either way, that was a horrible attempt at a pun, but next we'll be having Galerians featuring Punchy. Feel free to take it away.
Okay, hi everyone, I'm Punchy, this is Galerians, a game about being a spooky psychic child. It just cut to the demo sequence, how dare you? I'm trying to start the run here. Right, count you in on 3. 3, 2, 1, video games. Smashing. So, you know how a lot of horror games, there's like a spooky psychic child, and they're very scary and mysterious and what have you? In Galerians, you are the spooky psychic child. You have spooky psychic powers. And so you wake up in a laboratory, and you have a massive psychic headache that threatens to kill you if not dealt with. And that's all the information you have to go on at the start of the game. Your first objective is escape the lab. Unfortunately, this game immediately starts with a somewhat long-winded load. The black screen is normal. Do not change your set. Ow. Right, to explain the interface slightly, because this game has weird buttons. HP in the corner, that's my health. AP is sort of psychic overload meter. When it reaches maximum, like it starts maximum, at the very first stage, because this game is mean, if I try to use my psychic power, which is the third bar, which is currently Nowcon, but that can be changed to other powers as the game progresses, I will instead suffer a Mondo psychic headache, which will slowly kill me, if not treated using a drug called Delmator. But the Mondo psychic headache also instantly kills anything in a 5-block radius. So you go all out. You use your power at the expense of your own life.
Just this once.
We really only do use it no, we use it twice. I tell a lie.
Oh.
It comes up twice. Most bosses are immune to it. Most, not all. Yeah, so right now there is a, it's a very low context game to start with. You may think, oh, what's the story? The story is you're a spooky psychic child in a lab, escape the lab. That's really all you know for like the first 40 minutes of gameplay. Ow. That dude clapped me hard. That's fine. I should note that movement in this game, it looks very Resident Evil-esque, and it kind of is, but it isn't quite tight like a Resident Evil. If you bump a wall, it tries to turn you automatically away from the wall. This is very frustrating for me, because very often I would prefer it not do that. I'm hitting buttons to unlock doors. This is all good. And the way we restore our psychic powers, do you see the bar in the top right that says Nowcon? If I were to use my, like, psychic push power that can inexplicably kill stuff, it would decrease, naturally. The way to refill it is to gather tubes of the Nowcon drug and inject it into my neck. But I'm never going to pick up the item that actually lets me do that. The game will arbitrarily fart it into my inventory at some point, because otherwise it'd be like, oh god, he actually got this far without picking it up, just give it to him. And yes, I am the man from yesterday's Silent Hill. I'm very prolific. Hello. I'm a man of many speedruns. How dare you? These dodges are difficult and they're a little random. You just try and avoid getting hit by stuff, but enemies, they kinda do stuff. It is what it is. Health is not very tight in this run, unfortunately. There's like plenty of recovery capsules lying around. And as long as I don't, like, die in this opening part of the game, I don't have to worry about my health management too much. It becomes more of a problem as the run goes along, and you will see why later. Anyway, I'm going to open the freezer room. Just remember, I'm going to have to explain to you guys what the keys and rooms are because this is in Japanese. I think the Japanese version might be slightly faster, but it's not by much. I'm just playing the Japanese version because that's the one I have. It was cheaper, you see. I think it might be faster for text speed reasons, but I doubt it's particularly significant. Anyway, that's a recovery capsule I'm collecting. I now have 2 spare.
I actually do have a couple of questions about the game in general, because I know there's a lot of background knowledge that won't really be... I feel like unless we talk about it, won't exactly be present for a lot of people in chat. And the 2 questions are, 1, I know you use a PS3 for this. Why is that?
Yeah. So, I'm playing a PS1 game on PS3, and specifically I'm doing it on a Japanese PS3 because you need a Japanese PS3 to play Japanese PS1 games. And the reason for that is that Galerians is one of the very small handful of utterly fussy PS1 games that have compatibility issues on PS2 models. Most PS1 games are slower on PS3. Galerians loads so slowly it borders on non-functional on PS2 models. The difference in time is like 40 minutes when I clocked it. It's ridiculous. And further to that, that actually means this run almost didn't happen at this hotfix. Because about, like, 4 days to deadline, my PS3 blew up. It wouldn't boot. I was getting nothing off it. I was having a moment. I was having a meltdown. It was a struggle. But I was able to fix it in time for this run. It was a whole ordeal. You ever rush order a hard drive to fix a failing PS3?
Did you have to buy a hard drive?
I did have to buy my hard drive died. I had to replace the unit completely. I had to, like, unscrew the drive bay and all that crap. It was a nightmare.
Well, I appreciate the effort for all of it. I'm glad your PS3 works again.
I felt strangely bad after I fixed it. On the one hand, I was like, oh wow, you know, I fixed it myself. Look at me, what a smart boy. And then I was like, I did all of this for Galerians. What?
Well,
and yeah, like, seriously, it's 40 minutes slower. It's so much slower on PS2. It's like, it's so bad. There's something wrong with it. I have a theory as to why this is, but because this game is so poorly documented, it's merely a theory. There's nothing firm about this. Some PS1 games that have compatibility issues, it's because they expect a drive read speed of exactly 1, like base PS1 read speed. PS2's read disks slightly faster, even on the slow disk speed setting, which you can find in the BIOS prompt. Some games, as a result of that, don't like it very much when the disk read speed is slightly faster than it expects. Most games do not care. Like 99% of PS1 games do not care that this is the case. And the most harmful effect is usually that it loads faster. Wow, what a but a very harmful effect. Some games crash, though. Like, I think Metal Gear Solid is one of those rare games that crashes right at the end for some reason. Something about the read speed, like, makes it just die. It's a very select handful of games that have any compatibility issues at all, but Galerians is one where it's like, it gets really bad. So a PS3 turns out to be the ideal way to run this game, because PS3s, when you put a PS1 game in them, it specifically emulates a 1x disk read speed. I don't know why they made that decision, but it works out for Galerians and basically nothing else. This is the only PS1 game I know that's faster if ran on a PS3. Beats me. Really does. Never seen anything like it.
So, I guess kind of following that up a little bit. So, not only is Galerians weird in that aspect, I know Galerians is one of the games that will probably jog some of chat's memory here, if you're old enough for this. But I own a copy of Galerians, and I have 3 discs in that. How does disc swapping factor into the speedrun?
Make sure your console and discs are close to you.
You just have to put in the disc really fast?
Yeah, it's timed RTA. Just, like, do it quickly. I'm gonna have to yank my headphones out when I get to the disc change, because the headphones aren't long enough.
Oh.
I didn't plan for that. I'm scared to, like, touch the PS3 at this point, so it's currently on the other side of the room.
Oh.
It works. I'm not moving it. I'm like scared to handle the unit until the run is done.
I hear that all too much. And lastly, this question's a bit off topic, and it's less of a question and more of a I'm very proud. As the last runner, Faith Chapter 2 did get into GDQ. While this game's not in GDQ, I heard that you, Punchy, have a run in GDQ. So would you like to talk a bit about that?
I do. I'm going to be running Chicory, A Colorful Tale at AGDQ 2022, which is like, it's nothing like this game. It's like a very cute game about animals who paint. Like, it's not a horror game at all. It's not even close. I submitted 4 horror games and 1 really cute game, and they took the really cute game.
I mean, I have the power.
Gotta get some variety in. Wait, what am I doing in this room? Yeah, I'm really looking forward to doing that. I'm very glad they took it. It's a recent game. It came out this year, in fact. It'll be a cool, glitch-filled, fun time. I did not even submit Galerians to GDQ, mind you. What? Hang on. My muscle memory was doing that automatically. What am I entering? I have, like, notes for this, because this number's very long. There we go. Overriding the security card. I'm getting tasered by scientist dudes. How dare they? This part of the run is mostly just about avoiding enemies and what have you. I mean, it's a survival horror run. They're kind of all like that. I'm gonna go the long way around this dude. Gun hitboxes in this game are really weird. They don't fire a projectile that can be dodged. They kind of more so just have a cone that occupies the whole room. So if you're like anywhere near it, you get shot in the back of the head and you fall over. And you're very sad. Down we go. To imagine the difference between PS3 and PS2, by the way, imagine every single time I crossed one of these screen boundaries, you know, where it freezes for like a little bit because it's loading in the next frame. Imagine if that was about 7 seconds long every time I did it. That's what playing on PS2 is like. I tested it on multiple PS2s as well. Like something's wrong with it. There's not much information about it. It's hard to confirm.
Actually, I
happens
guess
when you're dealing with an obscure game.
Following that up with the PS3, how does it perform on PS1s?
Roughly similarly, but it like loads slightly slower. Like, go figure, right?
Yeah.
Ooh, don't shoot me in the back of the head. Ew. Slightly slower, but mostly it works fine. PS1 is faster than PS2 at any rate. By, again, like a lot. Something is like uniquely wrong with PS2 with this game.
Potentially dumb question following all this. Would the different versions of the game run differently on different PS, like, let's say, like, because you're on the Japanese version, if you had, like, the North American version, or I don't know if there was a European version in this game.
There is.
Would they run differently on the respective, like, the PAL PS2 or the North American PS2?
I don't know. I don't own all these versions. I think the one there is someone who has an American copy who has confirmed that the American copy also runs like garbage on an American PS2. And I assume the PAL version probably also has the same problem, but I've never actually tested it myself personally. It's expensive, you know? Like, this game's actually not that common in English. I specifically sought out the Japanese version because it was cheaper. Anyway, I'm gonna heal because I do not like the fact my health bar is flashing red. There we go. Dealt with that. Unlocked this room. That was a little puzzle I solved. Calling it a puzzle is kind of generous. And it's difficult to actually source like comprehensive information about how the game runs versus the different versions because this game has like 2 runners. But between us, we have surmised the same like PS2 runtime issue, play it on PS3. And there was one run I found from a Japanese player on YouTube, and his loads were pretty normal, and then I looked at the description, it says, played on PS3. Like, I wonder why. Seems like he ran into the same problem. Anyway, I'm gonna try and pick up a key in this room, and probably do badly at it, because it's in a very awkward angle. These 2 guys, they guard the key. Don't be stabbing me. I mean, they're trying to take... Whoa! Tank controls. Hey-oh, those are some cool cool geometry. I got curved away from the door because I lightly tapped a chair. The Galerians experience.
Speaking of the Galerians experience, I have a very important question, slightly unrelated to the speedrun. Have you seen the movie?
I haven't. I should. I'm told it's just a summary of the game.
It is, and it is like... You ever watch a Linkin Park music video? I watched it with a few friends and like in the Discord call and everything, and like I think at one moment I played like crawling in my skin over it, and it was like perfect. It literally just looked like a music video.
That's a really evocative way to describe a movie.
It really is. Every time he uses his power, his nose starts bleeding. It's like, sorry, master, I have to go all out just this once. It's a fun watch, I'll tell you that.
Oh, I should definitely watch it sometime then. Make it sound entertaining.
It is.
Galerians is kind of an edgy game. I'm not entirely surprised the movie is like that. It's all about like psychic kids injecting drugs into their necks and stuff, and then when they use their psychic powers too much, they start dying. Very like edgy teenage cool. You know, since this is a multi-disc game, I have a challenge to posit to chat, actually. Find me a game with a better, like, runtime to disc ratio than Galerians, because I haven't found one. This run is a little over an hour long, and it's on 3 discs, thus giving it a disc per run time ratio of, like, some number that's pretty low. I can't be bothered to do the math in my head right now.
So you want higher run times as opposed to lower run times for these?
Lower, like faster to get through more discs. Because like the obvious candidates are like Final Fantasy games, but they're too long. They have poor like disc per runtime ratio.
What about Kudelka?
It's a little over this game, but it's also way up there because like that game is 4 discs and is a little under 2 hours long. Donkey. Whereas this game is like a little over an hour, but it's 3 discs. So the ratio, it's about 20-ish minutes per disc. Something like that. Whereas Kudelka's more like about 30 minutes per disc-ish. A little over that, actually. It's more like 35. Ow. Not doing the greatest job with any of these dodges. Yeah, I have not actually found a better like runtime per disc ratio in PlayStation 1 speedrunning. I know it's a really like dubious and pointless honor to bestow upon a video game, but there you have it, folks.
Pretty much rephrasing the question for anyone who wants to play the game, we're pretty much looking for what's the smallest, or I guess for a total run, let's say like Galerians is an hour 15 minutes, there's 3 discs. You divide that by 3. So that's like what, 20 something minutes per disc? I guess what Punchy's looking for is the smallest amount of time per disc, essentially.
Yeah, like can we get through more discs faster? Can we get through more discs faster? I don't know why this is something I care about, but it fascinates me.
It does sound silly, and I like the concept.
Because how much of the run can we get down to just efficient disc changing?
We have a good one in chat. Apparently, it looks like Riven from like I think the Mist Riven type stuff.
Yeah, but people just run that on PC though.
True.
People just it was on 5 discs when it came out though. That is true.
I'm glad we don't use 5 disc anymore.
I'm like autopiloting this run really hard right now. Where am I? What am I doing? I'm over here. Okay, I remember. I'm collecting the stones right now. I picked up a skip in a room that I was just in that I imagine Chad didn't notice because the text is in Japanese. A skip is an important item. It's a drug. It looks like a little green tablet. The skip levels up my psychic abilities. This is key to the run, or will be, eventually. I'm going to get shot in the butt here. That's pretty normal. I usually tank that hit. I'm going to pick up a second skip here. So you see there's like a level in the top right corner, right? It says level 1 right now. That means my psychic abilities are weak and unrefined. But if I down a skip, they level up to level 2. And if I down a second skip, they level up to level 3. However, the level ups are not permanent. They're kind of semi-permanent. It's weird, right? So if my health drops below half, I lose a level. And there's no way to get it back other than consuming another skip. But also, if we transition to a new level, like a stage in the game, rather, terminology. Oops, I have been shot. Ooh, that's rough. I'm going to heal. I'm scared. Anyway, if I transition to another stage in the game, like I complete a boss fight, I also lose my levels. So I have to use the skips when it is appropriate to keep them. You can keep them for as long as you don't drop below half health and for the entire duration of a stage, so they will be used in the upcoming levels once we get past the intro. Because having more powerful psychic abilities really helps out with the combat. Because combat in this game is, it's kind of a... Every attack needs to be charged before you can use it. Every attack. There's like a little ring in the top right, you see? It goes around in a circle. It charges faster at higher levels, and you gain access to stronger attacks by allowing the circle to charge multiple times over. At level 1, it charges real slowly, and you're not very strong. Oops, I accidentally gained my stone back. Hang on. Good thing I can read this language. Because that went back in the inventory in a funny position. Right, putting stones in a particular order, they all have, like, animals on them, and it relates to a puzzle that I haven't actually looked at the puzzle thing for, so I can't explain it. I've forgotten why it is the way that it is. I memorized the order, rather than, like, what the puzzle actually was. But that's the puzzle that lets us escape the lab. As we enter a back alley passage type deal. There is a robot shooting at me, however. I'm going to give him the slip. All 3 pixels of me gave him the slip there. Same deal here. Give that guy the slip. Collect a skip off this cart. That will be skip number 3. I've got 3 of them. There are no backup skips. This run has a potential to be quite volatile, hence the somewhat generous estimate, I think, because if I lose a level, it is generally faster to die and reset the situation. Generally, it depends. Because losing a psychic level is very, very punishing. Anyway, we have reached the end part of this level. A boss spawns in, Dr. Lem, I think it is. And he is susceptible to Mondo's psychic headache. So we will go out. Just this once. We will use our power. That's just me getting out of bed in the morning. And he suffers a that. He's dead. Very dead. But is he dead? And there's an FMV cutscene. He's not dead. He comes back as a robot, you see. Here's the thing, that robot is still vulnerable to psychic headache. Now he's dead. Next. Would you like to save the game? I absolutely would not. So that's the end of stage 1. This game is broken into 4 stages. And graciously, at the end of every single level, the game refills your health and empties your AP gauge. So the AP gauge, like I said, when it reaches its peak, when it's full, the next time you try to attack, you gain a Mondo psychic headache. And there's no way to avoid it. It goes up on its own over time, gradually, constantly, which imposes sort of a soft time limit on the whole game. Because you are limited by how many pills you have to restore the AP back to normal condition, because most bosses are not vulnerable to Mondo headaches. So if you're in the middle of a boss fight and you start suffering a Mondo psychic headache and you don't have any pills to cure the condition, you're kind of just screwed. Because there's not much you can do about it. Oh, movement. So this game has a high potential to kind of like brick your own playthrough if you don't manage resources properly. It's not a particularly hard game in spite of that, but the potential to ruin things is pretty high if you take too long and waste your Delmator pills that you need to treat your psychic headaches. We only need 2 for the entire duration of the run. Because we utilize the first one strategically. And we can complete the other stages fast enough to the point where the psychic headache doesn't really become a factor. This is all convenient. Anyway, this is our house. This is our house. Like, this is the protagonist's house. This is where we live. The protagonist is here to get some answers. But unfortunately, weird zombie dudes start closing in on our location. So we're just, I don't know, we're in our empty house. Trying to get answers for who we are and what it is we're actually supposed to be doing. Galerians' plot is a bit listless for about the first half. But here's where we start getting some answers. Maybe. There's a button here. Has anyone ever heard of a bathtub that drains with a button outside the bathtub? Is that normal?
Not that I'm aware of. This is the future. I think it's like, what, 2060, 2022 something? I don't remember the exact year.
It's definitely the future, like several hundred years in the future. That sounds right to me. Close enough. All right, so now we're going to use our drugs. We're going to change to red, which is a drug that lets us set people on fire. We're going to take 2 skips. 2 skips. It will level our psychic power up to level 3, giving us access to the most powerful ways to set people on fire. And this will last the entire level, provided I don't lose it. Which I would very much like to not, because that would make my life very, very difficult. So we're going to kill this guy in this hallway. Charge a level 2. See when the bar became green in the top right, it circled all the way around. That's a level 2 red. That's good enough to kill that guy in 1 hit. Set him on fire, run by. Otherwise, he's gonna, like, linger there for the whole time I'm, like, running back and forth between these hallways, and that's too often. I'd rather get rid of him. Anyway, all of this, if I can get behind the counter, is to collect a doorknob. Yes, really. And also there's some Nalcon under here. I will need that later to do damage to things. In this game, winners use drugs. They really do. They use them a lot. Note, the views expressed by Galerians do not reflect those of the runner. Oops, scary guy. He's not that scary. Oh, but that guy, he's very scary. It's the same guy. Those guys throw invisible psychic blasts at you. You can't see them, because that would be too easy. Again, they don't really have, like, a projectile that you need to avoid. It's more sort of an indescribable cone that's very wide and quite difficult to avoid. And like I explained earlier, I don't want to drop below half health, because if I drop below half health, I will lose my psychic level. Oh, right, use the doorknob on the door. Excuse me, readjusting my sit. Yes, I would like to keep level 3 psychic level for as long as I possibly can.
So,
all things ideal, I should never lose it.
Can you go above level 3?
You cannot. It's capped at 3.
Oh, okay.
It stops at 3. I forget what happens if you try to ingest a skip when you have level 3, and I'm not going to test that right now.
Of course, of course.
Because if it just wastes it, then oops, I have ruined my speedrun. Anyway, gotta unlock the door. Galerians is one of these slightly annoying games where it makes you manually use keys from the menu on corresponding doors. You ever notice how the good survival horror games don't make you do that? Because I notice these things.
A couple games I do like about that are, oddly enough, PS2 Fatal Frame and Clock Tower 3.
I haven't gotten around to Clock Tower 3 yet.
Clock Tower 3 is
there.
kind of mixed. Like, sometimes, like, if you have certain items, you can just... Oh, hey, you could... Actually, I don't know if like a Clock Tower... But definitely Fatal Frame. I don't think Fatal Frame makes you use a single item. It's like, oh, hey, you got this. You're just going to use it the moment you have it. You just
Galerians makes you use
thing.
everything from the menu, but at least it doesn't, like, fail you out if you use the wrong one.
Yeah.
Right. Anyway, I had a flashback in that room where I flashed back to my father being attacked by some psychic dudes in fedoras. Apparently that's just, like, dress code of the evil government type entity. Because that's basically where this is going. We're going to try to overthrow, like, the cyber government. Anyway, I'm jumping over this hole. You actually do have to mash buttons to climb the hole successfully. If you don't, you fall down. And we're crossing the hole to hit a specific story trigger. This game's a bit more sort of like plot-centric than a Resident Evil, where, you know, you're unlocking keys to go places and collect items. Here we're looking for a story trigger, and the story trigger is just unlocking this door. We don't actually need to go in the room, we just have to unlock the door. That's the minimum. Once we've unlocked the door, the next story trigger is now available to us. Because there is a box inside of that room, and that box is unlocked with a ring. And now that we know that we need the ring, or at least as far as the game cares we think we do, I'm also going to take the whole express down to the bottom floor. Whee! Because it's genuinely faster than taking the stairs. Bonk. Yes, inside that room that we unlocked, there's a box that needs a ring to open. And the game assumes that we know this since we unlocked the door. And so when we enter this weird room, it's not really a bathroom because there's no bath in it, it's just a room with a sink and a radiator. Just a sink. Normal. We have a flashback of our mother losing her ring down the sink so we can psychic it back out with our psychic power. I should note, by the way, that the psychic power that lets me lift the ring out of the sink is bound to the triangle button. This is distinct from the use key, which is normally square, at least in the Japanese version. So this game basically has two use buttons that do very slightly different things depending on context, which is very fun to figure out normally. Sometimes you gotta use scan to use your psychic power to do things, and sometimes you just gotta use the regular use key to do things. And you will generally not know which. Because your psychic power does all sorts of things, from lifting rings out of sinks to unlocking doors that are locked in a very particular way, to causing an explosion, inexplicably. But in a speedrun context, I know what's what, so that is all good. Anyway, now that we have the ring, back over the hole we go. Go back to the room we have unlocked prior. Rion will in fact confirm that we want to jump over the hole every single time we do it. Oh yeah, also, did I ever say that this guy's name is Rion? Like, hey guys, we're making a Resident Evil-esque game. What name should we go with? Rion. Genius. Not quite Leon. Rion. Yeah. Ribbing aside, I do quite like this game's production values. I think it's a nice-looking PS1 game. Yes, we're going to use the ring, which opens the box, and the box contains another ring. Oh. But make sure you continue to press even after you've got the ring so that you can take the ring you just used back, because you need both of them, and the game will not give you back that first ring automatically. You need to pick it back up again. Very important, otherwise you will be very sad. Ouch, I have been sliced in the knees. That's not good, actually. I prefer not to be sliced in the knees. And his partner, Claire Bluefield. No. Eventually, I can just summarize the plot now, because why not? It turns out that we have been imprinted with a psychic program that can destroy the evil computer that runs all of society now. It was put there by our dad, as he's some kind of, like, psychic brain genius person, but he's dead now. He was killed for the psychic imprinting thing. But we only have one half of the program. The other half of the program that we need to overthrow a giant computer that primarily is made out of boobs. That's not a joke, it's just a thing. Lies with our, I think, sister? I think she's our sister. I actually genuinely forget. She might just be some girl. Her name's Lilia, or Lydia. The game can't decide. It's one of those things.
I think
L-R Japanese.
Is your sister, yeah.
I think so. I've forgotten that plot detail. It's been a moment since I've been over the specifics.
Also, it did get asked, so I will say that the run is live. This is all live. However, chat is pre-recorded.
Chat is pre-recorded. Who knew? Anyway, we're getting billiard balls now. We need balls to solve a puzzle. I'm picking up a spare recovery capsule because I will probably need it. Probably. We're trying to solve a puzzle now involving a billiard table. There was a billiard table earlier. We need to replace its balls in order to... It just makes it sound weird when I say it like that. But anyway, I gotta fix it. All right, it's missing. Oh, I'm stuck in a corner. No, the mix-up. I've escaped. It is okay. So the other ball, the final ball that we need, it's in a pond, but it's not just in a pond, right? When you see a pond in a survival horror, you don't think, oh, I need to drain the pond in order to get to the sweet pond contents therein. I'm sure normal people think that when they see a pond in real life, right? Anyway, no. What you need to do is you need to use your psychic power with the triangle button on the pond when we get there, whereupon Rion will proceed to lift an entire car out of the pond. The ball is inside the car. I'm describing this to you because it's an FMV scene that takes slightly too long for me to comfortably show. Because it's got, like, very dramatic wind-up and what have you, but blah, blah, blah. But he just... For all of, like, the minor uses for his, like, lifting a ring out of a sink, he proceeds to psychic an entire car out of this pond. And there's the whole car. All this for a billiard 9-ball. That took me very long to work out when I played this game the first time. Because I did not think he would magic a whole car out of a pond. That seemed a bridge too far. Anyway, now that we have both of the balls, we can solve our puzzle. Again, it's more like just two ball-shaped keys for ball-shaped locks. Because there's no actual puzzle to be solved here. You just have to use the balls. Here's a cool dodge. Literally just hold forward on the D-pad, and you will slightly push yourself past both of these enemies. Very nice. I like how easy that one is. Sometimes you just gotta flex. Sometimes you just gotta. It's true. Anyway, we'll use the 9-ball. I'm also going to take the opportunity to heal. Which I can't... Oh, there we go. You don't think I've said balls enough? It concerns balls! Okay, I'll stop. The puzzle's over now anyway. No more of that. We'll move on.
You know, I have something really dumb and as a lead-in for that, and it's wildly off topic, but you said the word balls enough that it made me think of a game called Run Like Hell.
Oh, no. I know that game.
I'm glad you know, because you know what I'm getting at. For anyone who doesn't know, there is the most 2000s game in existence. It's a horror game. It's called Run Like Hell. And the advertising campaign they had was, and I quote, grab your balls and run like hell. Because they used, I think, like a soda drink that was called Balls, with like BAWLS.
Oh, yeah, no, it's product placement in the game. It's Balls Soda.
And every health drink is Balls Soda. And it's a cursed game. It is a weird... Also, the game has like a Breaking Benjamin soundtrack. Like, it is the most mid-2000s game you'll ever find.
It's a really bad game. It's a very bad game.
I played it until it crashed on my PS2.
Alright, so we've completed the main puzzle here. We have gained the shed key, so now I can go to the shed and fight a boss. And the boss is mainly what I want my level 3 psychic power for, because I'm going to set the dude on fire, like, real good. But first, I gotta get out. I gotta get out of the house, and I'm being pestered by Psychic Man here. This guy, he's the boss. He's called Birdman. Birdman. Galerians names all of its boss characters the same way Kojima does. So this guy's Birdman. There is no Heartman, however, but there is a Reinhardt. Reinhardt will come up later. Alright, dodge around these clowns. Escape with full health. My AP bar is max. This is one of the required uses of a Delmator pill to treat my massive psychic headache. Because Birdman is not vulnerable to psychic headache, which means if I have one, I can't hurt him in the middle of the boss fight, so it needs to be treated before I start the fight. Heading around the back alley to the shed. And the shed is the item we need to progress to the next level. It's a doll. There's some sort of like psychic imprint in the doll or something. I don't know. I forget the explanation for this. Treat my massive psychic headache with this pill, decreasing my AP gauge to 0. Collect this Nalcon. Collect this skip, very important. And collect this doll. Now we'll head out and we'll fight Birdman. Boss fights in this game are kind of awkward in that you really don't want to play them. You kind of want to run the mix-up and never give the boss a chance to fight back. I will do my best, but it can go wrong very quickly. So I'm going to immediately try to hit this guy with a level 3. I've charged it. He's on fire. This is good for my purposes. Then I will charge a level 3 Nalcon. Try to step over here. I think I overcharged that somewhat. Now I just need to charge level 3 Nalcons until he dies, which should be on this hit. Good. I almost instinctively went to split there. That was a really good fight. Really good fight. Like, he didn't get a chance to play. That's what you want. Don't let the bosses in this game play. They will mess you up if they get a chance. You never want to play the boss fight. You want to run the mix-up. No blocking. Anyway, I gotta pull my headphones out real fast. I can't hear it, Dices. I gotta change discs. Dude. No, the disc changed. Oh god, I've fallen on the floor.
You can't hear us. Post Reddit and chat.
Oh, the speed, dude.
You'll never know.
I really don't. Headphones are back in. I'm wearing 2 headphones, you see, so that I can hear it, Dices, and the game at the same time.
He did know.
I didn't. I had to take them out. The headphones don't go far enough.
Oh.
It's falling out. No, what is going on? This is a mess. Did I put the right disc in?
Well, you need disc 2.
Did I put disc 3 in? No, okay, it's loading. That's not the PS3 controller. Why is there a PS2 controller on the desk? Anyway, okay, disc 2. Babylon Hotel, we're here now. Good lord. Jeez. PS2. This is not the right controller. Okay, so now we're looking for Lilia at this hotel. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to slam 2 skips again to get back to level 3. We're going to change to red, and we're going to refill our drugs. This is the point where the game just farts the B-ject thing into our inventory if we don't have it, because otherwise the game would be soft-locked at this point.
I just want to mention the concierge has been watching this kid just shove pills into his mouth, jam needles into his neck.
It doesn't really matter when you do it, but like you might as well do it now. So he gets to witness this kid just popping mad pills directly in front of him. Okay, so the Babylon Hotel. This whole area it's a series of obtuse trigger hunts. Bluntly, there's a murder mystery going on in the hotel. We don't really care about the murder mystery in the context of the plot, though, funnily enough. But we have to go in rooms. There's a cutscene that plays when we come in here. We immediately get kicked out of the room, thus causing the trigger for the murder mystery to begin, because this will now play. Not quite, actually. Hang on, I'm ahead of the game here. First, I gotta go back down to the lobby. Now that I've investigated a couple of key rooms, I've triggered stuff. This section of the game is almost impossible to play without a walkthrough. You like check every room twice. It took me a while to lab out the exact sequence, the bare minimum series of actions necessary to achieve progress through this, because they don't make any sense.
We get to watch the donation guide during the run.
There's a dead body in the sink. Now that we've witnessed the dead body in the sink, we are good to go. Excuse me. He's also having a great time. He's the murderer. It's not really a secret. Oops, excuse me. This guy appears, you see, and he's a key player. He's telling us that we need to go to room 204. Because the things that we're looking for are there. And to open the door, we need to knock this way. This is the hardest boss in the game. That knock. Remember that knock, and remember it well. The game is extremely picky about the rhythm of this. So it's you'll see. I'm gonna mess this up like 15 times in a row. And you'll all be like, what? Don. Don. Nope. Rizumu ga machigaita. No good. Apparently that didn't count. Not good enough. Don. No? Ga machigaisou da. Don. Nope. That didn't count either. That worked. That wasn't too bad. That was like, what, 4th try? That puzzle borders on non-functional. It tries to detect a specific rhythm, but it's totally trash at it. So I just do stuff and hope it works. Anyway, we pick up lots of items in this room. Get this skip. Get this Apollinaire. That's the only item in the game called that. It's the only one of its kind. As we try to leave the room, he gives us the 3rd attack that we get. A 3rd psychic power called Defalon, which I'm going to inject right now just to get it out of the inventory. Defalon is basically Force Choke. It will get used a lot. Right, so now here's the first trigger that really borders on the nonsensical. We need to try to enter 201 3 times, and twice when you do this, it says, I'm not getting an answer when I knock. You need to keep doing it a 3rd time, and then the guy inside will be like, who is that? Why are you knocking? And we will say, we have something we want to ask. So naturally, as soon as we get inside the room, we're going to immediately leave without doing anything, because we just needed to get in the room. That's it. That's all we needed to do. We didn't actually need to, like, talk to him at all. We just had to get in the room. We enter this room, a cutscene plays where we get kicked out of the room immediately. So naturally, we're going to do the incredibly sensible thing and immediately walk straight back into the same room we just got kicked out of, because you need to do that. Galerians. Because we need to actually talk to the dude, whereupon he asks me if I believe in God. That's what the text says. He believes in a beautiful energy, and room 202 is brimming with that energy. The energy of the universe, etc., etc. So we're going to go to room 202. That's the closest thing to a hint you get given during this section. It's really closer to a direct instruction, but still. Room 202. To witness a beautiful energy. The beautiful energy is an enemy that immediately tries to kill us, so I'm going to kill it right back by holding down R1 before it's even done loading. Dead. He's on fire. I leave immediately. You can't normally leave the room until things are dead. But they don't have to go through the entire dying animation before they count as dead, so you can leave before the body hits the ground, basically. That sounds grim, but it's the way the game works. So now we go to floor 3. And this guy's the same deal. Kill that guy. Enter room 304. We can hear a crying voice inside. And a cutscene plays where we immediately are kicked out. So naturally, what do you think we're going to do? We're going to go right back inside again. Because you have to. But this time, we're not going to talk to the person in the room. No, we just needed to go in it a second time. We just had to. We're going to step out again immediately. You have to do this. I assure you this isn't just wasting time. You have to do it this way. Because it spawns this dude in the middle of the hallway. And now we go to room 303. And a cutscene plays and we get kicked out of room 303. What do you think we do? You go right back inside again. For a second time. And this time we are going to talk to the person in this room. Joy. Because he will tell us... What's he going to tell us? He's going to tell us that we need to answer a phone in 205. That's what he told us. I had to, think about that for a moment. Back to floor 2. This makes no sense at all. It sure don't. I'm right there with you on this. Yeah, we need to make contact with someone in room 205, which is over here. The door is unlocked. And that contact takes the form of this phone call. Where we gain absolutely no useful information whatsoever, and then they immediately hang up on us. Fabulous. I'm going to pick up more ammo while I'm here. And I'm also going to change to defalon, because as soon as I leave this room, I'm going to be attacked by 2 dudes. I'm going to use my force choke to kill both of them. What room do I need? Hang on, I've forgotten what room I need to go into next. Moment. Think I'm going back to floor 3? Yes. I had to think about that really hard for a moment. Two or 3. No, hang on. I've made a mistake. I should have been back on floor 2. You will forgive me for this, because it is incredibly confusing and obtuse. I'm demanding forgiveness. 203, this one. That's the room. And I also need to enter this room twice. You have to enter it twice, even though the second time accomplishes nothing. It just makes you do that for some reason. That guy's making a nuclear bomb in his hotel room. That is, believe it or not, that's completely unimportant. That doesn't come up again at all. That's just a thing he's doing. Now we go to floor 3. Okay.
You're just having a good time.
Now I gotta go to room 305. Once again, I will use my force choke to immediately defeat a room full of, I think it's 3 guys in this room. Yes, Defalon, very powerful. Instantly kills all those enemies. I can leave before the bodies even hit the ground. Because it kind of stuns things if they get within range of my charging. And my charging is a little faster than their attack. So that suits my purposes quite nicely. And the final set of regular enemies, same deal. I'm immediately start charging my level 3 Defalon. Those guys are all dead. All of them are dead. And that gracefully concludes the random wandering around section of the hotel. Breathe a sigh of relief. It's not hard, but like, boy howdy is that very obnoxious to puzzle out on a casual playthrough. It's obnoxious to puzzle out even on a speedrun. Because actions just don't relate to each other at all. Just like do things, check rooms, check them twice for some... Anyway, final step, talk to this guy. He basically has a moment where he's like, let's go to room 305 and then let's like fight each other. Let's have a good old-fashioned like psychic murder showdown. So we agree, because we are also not quite all there. So now we're going to fight this very small dude. But he's very strong, actually. Again, you don't want to allow him to play the game. All bosses in this game, you don't want to let them actually play the game. Never. Never let them play the game. But whether or not he's allowed to play the game or not is really more up to him than it is up to me, because it's kind of random. I'm going to try and stun him with my flame shot immediately on starting, but the timing is quite finicky, because you got to get it in like really quickly before he disappears. And then if I land it successfully... I was off. That's a problem. You could combo it into level 3, but no, he went for the psychic push move. It was too strong for me.
It's just like a shove, like... eh.
Okay, this is getting... Oh no. Jinjae. Problems are occurring. Okay, backed it up. He's spawning his dudes. This is not ideal circumstances. No, I'm not hitting. I'm point blank. Ooh, I got the menu open before I took the damage. What a lucky sequence. I've been pushed out to the side. That was very odd. This is a very strange sequence that is occurring right now. I'm about to get pushed. This is what happens when I say you don't actually want to like play the bosses on even terms, because I've been shoved. Oh, where is he? What is he doing? Okay, he's dead. Good. I handled it. I took care of it. That got out of hand really quickly. But I dealt with it.
Fight method. It's like play our children or something. Just shoving you.
Never. He just shoves you, but it does lots of damage. His shove is super strong. Anyway, he's dead. I've killed him. But his body is over the door. I want to leave. Get out. Leave the room. Jeez, man. Anyway, that fight, if it goes well, you can kill him in like literally 20 seconds, but I missed the starting shot, which did not help. And B, he randomly teleported next to me, which double did not help. But I managed to keep level 3, and that was the important part. I was very close to losing it, and that would have made everything much worse. So I'm piecing it together. I'm keeping it clean. It's working. This cutscene is unskippable. So I will drink water. This is actually like fruit squash, but whatever. The conversation these two guys are having is that this dude is just telling us that there's a restaurant next door, and that's where Lilia is staying. Lilia isn't actually in the hotel at all. She's next door. Good one. Good one, Rion. But we can get to the restaurant next door if we cut power to the entire hotel, because for some reason there is a door that only works when the hotel power is turned off. Right. I'll take your word for it. So we're going to go do that, because everyone in the hotel is dead anyway. Who's going to stop us? The cops? Off it goes! We'll collect... No, I don't care about the condition of the desk. I want to collect this healing item. Thank you. I'm running a little low on healing items because I have played it quite safe this run. I think I can... There's another one in the bathroom, I think. Yeah, there is. Get in there. I want to think about healing before I enter the boss fight. Maybe. So I'm going to take damage immediately here, because you kind of have to. Taking that hit there is strategic damage. No, my health is fine. I should be okay. Again, it's the halfway point you want to worry about. It looks like I'm nowhere near close to dying, and I'm not, but again, it's you want to keep it above half. Okay, so now we're in the basement. There's a kitchen in the basement, because this is the restaurant we're now in. We're now going to inspect the bathroom. The bathroom inspector has come. They've logged on. This toilet contains another skip, the last skip we're going to pick up to reach level 3 psychic power in the next part of the game. There's a recovery capsule. It's my spare. It's nice to have spares, you know? Change to red before I enter this next part of the game. Before I reach the next boss. Because this is 2 boss fights done pretty quickly, one after the other. Swoosh pie that dude. And now we're going to fight Rita, the only character with a normal name. She has dominion over wooden objects. And by that I mean she fights by throwing furniture at you for some reason. She's a powerful psychokinetic, I guess. So we'll open with a level 3, and then hit her with a level 3 Nowcon to combo into it, and then we're going to run away, as I do not want to get a chair to the face. Those were some good dodges, Chief. Patting myself on the back for that one. Hit her with another level 3, do the big damage. Avoid tables. Oh, bodied by chair. Don't stand up, don't stand up, don't stand up. That was a very calculated... I'm gonna heal. I'm definitely healing. I don't want this getting away from me. Because this position is super awkward. No, I dodged it like a champ. If I messed that dodge up, though, I would have dropped below half health and lost my psychic power, and that would have made everything really awkward.
I have to wonder who thought in a horror game, hey, what if the boss, like, surfed around on a table and threw more tables at you?
Who knows? Anyway, she should die on this hit. Got him. Got him! Got him, GG's. This is disc change. Oh, he's already standing up to prepare for it. I have destroyed tables. I've already taken my headphones off so I can no longer hear it, Dices. I'm on the floor, I'm off camera.
He can't hear us, Chet.
Prepare for the disc change, buddy. Wait for it? Nope.
All he can't hear is tell us your favorite Linkin Park song.
A smarter person would have put the console not on the other side of the room. But that is not this is not the streamer you've got today.
You'll never know.
I will not know. I didn't hit anything. I just got back. Hello, my headphones are back in. I'll never know.
Well, now you don't know what you're gonna know. I could have told him anything.
This boss was sponsored by IKEA. Right, so now we're on disc 3, the final disc. Keen observers may note that disc 2 is pretty short, relatively speaking. Fresh my Nowcon. Once again, slam 2 skips to get back up to level 3. Change to Defalon power. I will collect 2 health capsules from this pod here, as I will need them to stay in top condition. And I will collect 2 Defalons from this pod. I'll immediately use one. Refresh my force choke capability, as it will come in handy throughout the final area. A smarter person would move the chair and desk to the other side of the room. Questionable.
What if you just put all 3 discs in there at once?
Alas, PS3s are not so advanced. That would be dangerous.
But it has 3 in the title.
So you got PS3, you should be able to play 3 PS1 games and 1.5 PS2 games.
Exactly.
Alright, Lilia messes with the teleporter and immediately vanishes because she was like busy fiddling with the scenery while we weren't looking. So the primary puzzle of this area, once I deal with these guys, is that all of these like These things on the sides of the screen that all look the same are called shooters. And they're basically elevators, but they have a color-coded puzzle attached to them. And the way that you activate them is by using the psychic scan button. And I've got them memorized, but I will probably forget because they all look the same and the camera doesn't really help out with this. You need to match the colors to the colors that are in the room with Lilia that we're about to swap to so she can input the sequence on the floor. But 3 out of 4 of the shooters have colors that Lilia doesn't, so she can't complete the sequence. That's the puzzle. It's basically trial and error. Like, calling it a puzzle is somewhat generous. Also, the plot context for this is that we've since moved on to sort of the final area where the supercomputer that we're trying to inject with a psychic virus is. But we're trying to overthrow like the sci-fi computer regime using our mad psychic powers. Okay. Keep up. There'll be a test later. Okay, we have activated the first shooter, elevator, and we're going to use the Apolinar that we picked up in the Babylon Hotel. There is only one Apolinar in the whole game, and what it does is that it instantly maxes out our AP gauge, so we can use it to unleash our full psychic power. Which is useful for these guys, because these guys otherwise take a lot of damage. We've maxed out our AP gauge, but we want to kind of get all the enemies to be close to each other, and preferably not in my head like that. Right, activate now. Not sure that was a good time to activate, actually, because the third guy's still on the other side of the room. We'll see. That guy's dead. This guy's dead. Oh, he's shooting at me. Die, please. Get in range. Come on, come over here. Hey, oh, there we go. That'll do. Close enough. Close enough. And we'll recover our psychic headache using the final Dalmator, restoring our condition to normal. I'm going to heal, as I am a very scrupulous individual when it comes to that sort of thing. It should be this one, I think. It starts with magenta. Yes, that's correct. Fortunately, these don't change. These are fixed every time, but it can be very difficult to sort of like... My notes about this are really, like, detailed. It's like right from the working shooter from the first camera angle. Because trying to give this in terms of directions gets confusing because every single time you, like, change screen angle in that room, right and left will completely flip. It's like the one on the right. Which right? My right? Your right? Who's right? Despite all these rooms being very small, I still managed to get lost in them somehow. Anyway, so in this room, we'll immediately charge another level 3 D-Full-On, because we are in range of all the enemies at once, even though you can't really see it until I walk forward a bit here. And here's a thing we can do. We can charge up our power so that the stun hits as soon as they get up, enabling us to take all of the enemies out at the same time. Very efficient. And now we want to get delicious Nowcon from this bin. Now have lots of Nowcon in our inventory. And then it's this shooter. Excitingly, while you're trying to input these puzzles, when you get to the first 2 inputs of any given solution, the game will interrupt your puzzle with a cutscene, like that. Specifically just to throw you off your groove, I think. During those cutscenes, you have, like, psychic visions of the other psychic children that you've killed so far in the course of the run. I think they're purely just there to mess with you. Just there to throw off your groove. Okay, so we're going to walk a bit forward here, hopefully get in range of all 3 enemies in this room. That's close enough for my liking. It didn't quite move like how I expected, but that's good enough. Charge level 3, wait for them all to get back up again. They're all in range, and they are now all dead. Works a treat. That's the last time we're going to see Force Choke in this run. Now it's all red, which I don't appear to have any of in my system right now. I will have to remedy this. And that's the final shooter puzzle we need to solve as well. Very handy. Red. Dark blue. I've got all these written down. I don't have them memorized. Like, God, no, of course I don't. We have now teleported to the top of the Mushroom Tower, which is like 100 floors tall, but it only makes you do like 3. In doing so, we can reach the top of the tower, what the game calls the God Hand. So we have now reached the God Hand, which unfortunately does not refer to the Capcom PS2 game. It just refers to a weird fleshy room full of people in tubes. Okay, let's inject some red for the next boss fight. Collect some healing. I'm playing on a PS3, but it's a PS1 game, but you don't need a backwards compatible PS3 to play PS1 games. It's all PS3s can play PS1 games. Select this red. We need more red. Need to examine every single tube in this room. They're all empty because they're full of the kids we have murdered. Except for this one, called Kane. I mean, it is also empty, but we have not murdered anyone called Kane yet. And this pod is ours, so we're going to scan it and start a boss fight. Probably the most abstract boss. This is Cain. He's our twin brother. It's a Bible thing, I think.
It is.
I'm not... I had to actually, like, second-guess myself, and I was like, is that right? Yes. So he's our twin. We're going to kill him. This dialogue is basically him saying, we're the same person. We have the same voice, the same face. We are both Galerians, which is like, Galerian is the name for, like, psychic kids. Spooky. And the strategy for this boss fight is relatively similar, but it takes place in sort of like the weird cube dimension where there are wars, but you can't really see them. We want to stun him using a flame power instantly, but we would like to not trade. And the timing for this is particular, and I'll probably miss it because it's quite hard. Nope, I actually got it. I'm a genius. Stunned him, charger level 3 now con. Or just miss entirely. No, never mind. Missed my window of opportunity there. That'll do. Ow, I don't like that trade. Now I have to actually fight the boss, and as I expressed before, you should never actually fight the bosses in this game. Another trade. Don't want to trade. No, definitely heal. I'll be brave. This is a marathon. I was like thinking, do I need to heal? And it's like, I should. I should definitely heal. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Quick, inject myself. Injecting is a free action. Bonk, 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 bonk. Oh, he burned me. Oh, no, 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 no. Get out of here. Okay, there we go. Got him. He's dead. That became a bit weird, because I didn't quite get my opening off properly. Again, it's as with all bosses in this game, you don't want to actually play them. You want to run the setup that works, and if it works, you'll get him in like a few moves easy. But I didn't quite get it off successfully. So I had to actually like fight that on even terms, and you never want to actually fight these bosses on even terms. They're all annoying. So I murdered my brother. That's cool. Now let's murder a giant computer. where we have to fight floating eyeballs and stuff. That's the game. That's what we're doing with this one. See these eyeballs? That's what we're gonna murder. We're gonna do it by setting them on fire and evading around like so. I already got him. Need to restock my red power. I kind of took a while to get around there. We'll move from side to side of the arena to try and avoid damage. There's earthquakes that reverberate through the arena at unclear intervals. And by unclear, I mean they're there just to mess with you. And they're just there to throw off your inputs for no good reason, frankly. It's kind of rude. Got that one. This is the final boss of time. Will be coming up shortly. Oh, thank you for interrupting my input there, game. Jeez. I will be allowed to play the game at some point, I promise. Oh my goodness. Heal. See, this boss, however, can run the mix on me, where it doesn't let me play the game. I have to take this hit because the laser spawned at the same time as the lightning, which it shouldn't be allowed to do, but it can. Interrupted my input again with that cool random earthquake. Boss kind of sucks. Just throwing that out there. There we go. Dead. Time. Did the thing. Beat the video game.
All right.
What was my time, out of curiosity?
Let's see. Looks like about 1:12:25 or so.
Yay! Good enough. Good underestimate. But hey. Yeah, they use my strategy for the final boss. They don't let me play the game. Anyway, they upload the psychic virus, destroying the mega computer, and then, spoilers, so put a pan on your head and bang it real loud if you don't want to hear it. Rion dies. The end. Galerians.
Can't believe it.
And it plays this cool piano theme. This got cut from the English versions of the game, presumably because it's in Japanese.
Oh.
Yeah, so
Well, that
in the
makes
English
it- okay.
versions, in the English versions, the game just ends with like weird, ambient, vibrating music. But in Japanese, it ends with like, you know, a vocal theme. So I imagine a lot of English-speaking players got to the end of this game and were greeted with just weird brrrr noises and were like, "What is going on here?"
Yeah.
Instead of a soothing vocal theme. Anyway, that's
That's a lot
Galerians.
nicer. Hey, it was a fun run. That being said, let's hop on to our usual end of run stuff. For one, I want to congratulate you once again for getting Chicory into GDQ.
Yay!
Always good stuff to see. You love seeing people who come on these shows getting the dubs, so to speak.
Big W.
Exactly.
I really wanted to do it at GDQ as well. I'm very pleased. I'm very happy about it.
Yeah. So first one, do you have any shout-outs you'd like to give to anybody?
I would, for once. Finally, I can do... I'm usually really bad about these. But I would like to give a shout-out to Sim, I think is how you pronounce his username, because he helped me, like, double confirm the fact that this game is, faster on PS3, along with, I think, Mr. Silent Vid. Both of them helped me out with this. Because it was a really obscure piece of hardware gimmickry that I would definitely have been really confused about solo. But we kind of, like, put our heads together and we're able to figure it out. So I'm really grateful for that, because otherwise this run probably would have gotten forgotten in the pile. So thank you very much, you two. You helped me out with this one.
And if anyone wanted to find you, not only on Twitch, but anywhere else, where can they find you?
Right, I am at twitch.tv/punchy. So drop me a follow there if you enjoyed the Galerians run. And also I am on Twitter at succinct_punchy. If you want to see very inane shower thoughts posted on a somewhat regular basis. And also speedruns. That's also a thing. It was a fun set of black screens. Thank you. I know. Galerians be like that. It do be like that, though. I can't even argue. This guy. He's got me. He's got me.
All right. Well, that being said, we're going to get the next game all set up and ready. So don't you go anywhere, chat. We're going to take a quick wellness break. This is the time to stand up, touch your toes, stretch your legs, do what you need, get water, get a snack. This is the time we're going to be setting up for the next run. We have a lot of fun games on deck today. You don't want to miss them. As well, Frost Fatale's game and volunteer submissions will be open from November 2nd to the 14th. You can go to gamesdonequick.com for more information on this. Anyway, we'll be right back. All right, we are back. We had a great Galerians run. We've had a lot of great runs today. I guess two of them so far. We'll have a lot more coming on up. Personally, I really like Galerians. I think it was one of my favorite games I played this year, and I think it's just a treat to be able to show in general. Anyway, don't you worry. Not only do we have more games coming up, we have a lot more deliveries as well. We have plenty of games to deliver tonight. Anyway, that's another poor attempt to just say that the next run is going to be no delivery, and that is going to be done by Teddy Ross. So go ahead and take it away.
Yeah, there is no delivery. They don't deliver. Yeah, you kids ready for your Halloween pizza? What I think about on Halloween, just order a pizza. Anyway, 3, 2, 1, go, no filter. Yeah, this is a haunted pizza place RPG like Chuck E. Cheese or something. Called Stazzoni's Pizzeria. Hello, Steve's, Stazzoni's Pizzeria. You want to order a pizza? Okay, let's start with the dough. What kind of crust do you want? What crust do you want? You want deep dish, thick crust, or thin crust? Up to you.
Thick.
Go thick.
Thick crust.
That's the correct answer. And
Hey.
what do you want on it? Your options are plain cheese, pepperoni, pineapple, anchovies, or boneless.
Boneless.
All right. Dead ass. Yeah, you get another choice. That one just loops. One of these four.
Let's go plain cheese.
Plain cheese. One of those people, huh?
I don't need pepperoni.
Yeah, anyway, you get a regular pepperoni pizza, right? Yeah, that's what we got. Listen, that's all we have is pepperoni.
Oh.
So like it or not, you're getting pepperoni.
Oh,
Yeah, too bad. That's all they got. What time are you gonna pick it up, by the way?
I don't like pepperoni.
No, they don't do. There is no delivery. There you go. There's the name drop right away. So that's, you know, it's a good game. It says the name immediately. Then we're gonna break the fourth wall here, and it's time to go through the training tape. We're hired, by the way. Congratulations, you just got hired to a pizza job. Be professional. I'm gonna zoom through this. Be competent, I guess. Have fun. Remember to play all the games. By the way, also, don't go down a wrong turn or you'll die. And yeah, your safety is the #1 priority. Don't do it. Don't worry, you won't be hurt, but don't go down there, you'll die. Anyway, safety is #1 priority, haha. And now we're delivery boy. We're gonna die immediately, by the way. I can, if I try to quit out here, it'll just kick me back in here. I have 5 HP, my only option was to escape. I want him to kill me because that's the fastest thing to have happen. I think I technically go all the way to the boss, but if I do, it just kills me automatically. Hopefully I don't escape until it kills me. Okay, good, I'm dead.
Are you getting slapped by a garbage bag?
Yes. A garbage bag of the body inside it. We're fired, by the way. Fired from life. There we go. Pink slip, and then we lost 50 bucks. But don't worry. You get your 50 bucks back. Here you go. Your debts are repaid by whatever that entity is. Hopefully I get the attendant here. Who am I getting? I got the dog. Let's go. But unfortunately, the dog is not the best. I have to get rid of him eventually, but he's good for now. He's a chill dog. He's got 6 fingers, too, for some reason. Anyway, I'm going to go pick up trash. I can sell this later for money. Which I'm not going to need that much, but I'm doing it anyway just because. Something that's in the way, too, so it's like might as well grab it now and I can sell it for a little bit. Okay, first boss I have to avoid. If I touch the top option, I find an unbeatable boss, so I need to make sure I don't do that. Bottom option, I get a key and I can move on. Yeah, right now it's just prep time, basically. I need to, like, get everything together for the run. I got a stool for free there, too, which will help me get to... It's like to access other areas and stuff. Also, here's another boss I gotta not fight. If I say no to any of these, I fight the boss and we lose the run. I have to start over, but yeah, so I just said yes and we win. Hooray. I have escaped the bathroom. I need to buy exactly 3 brooms here. These will help me clean up stuff. Also, they hired a dog. Don't even ask questions. They just call him a mascot. This is a literal actual dog, not a guy in a suit. He wears a hat. Oh, whoops, I don't want to fight the balloon. I spammed the button, whatever. I'm gonna lose some HP, I guess. That was a weird thing. Oops.
How does a dog fight a balloon? Does he bite it?
I guess. I did not mean to do that, but whatever, we'll do that. That was blocking the bathroom. There he is, his little jig. I don't know who that was, but boy was he there. I want 7 pizzas. Here's the only pizza I'm gonna buy the whole run, probably. I'm gonna unlock our partner, or possible partner. This game is got roguelike elements to it, so we're not even guaranteed to get that guy. By the way, this game is incredibly bad luck almost everywhere. Like, it's just, you'll see when we get to an actual dungeon, but yeah. I'm gonna answer the phone here real quick. Here's the manager basically telling us everything we learned from the, the trading tape a second ago. Just going right back it over. Yeah, clean up stuff. You know, don't take any opening locked doors, go to wrong places or you'll die, blah, 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 blah. Here you go, end of the script. Any questions? I have to go through this because I need to teleport back here eventually. Now I can do that. And the phone's buggy and it rings again. Look at me, I'm such a good boy. I cleaned up all the messes in the pizza place. I'm gonna get a promotion, woof woof. Yeah, I'm gonna go down here. I need to get some items here too on top of this. The brooms let me clean up those messes, by the way. I'm gonna get some firecrackers. I was just hearing this kid's birthday party. Somebody gave that kid firecrackers. That's pretty sick. They have very irresponsible parents. Yeah, we're gonna go to the bathroom now. I'm gonna get an upgrade for the one character I'm gonna use, which is the attendant. Then I'm gonna do a money glitch so we can actually, like, you know, do the speedrun properly and not have to, like, be ultra nervous in the beginning that we're gonna actually have, like, the run die or not. Yeah, razor so it cuts the caution tape, and let's do the glitch. Give me that money, cool. Go back in there real quick, and then, hey, it's back. Give me that money. Get out of here, and then go in there real quick. That's the glitch. That's all you gotta do, just go in, out real quick.
Huh.
And that makes you get infinite money. The more you do this. I'm gonna do one more.
What can you do with the infinite money?
I need that to re-roll characters. I'll show you in a sec when we get to that. Also, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna get the soda out of here too. I'm gonna dupe the soda too because I want more soda. Soda's, all the items in this game are incredibly broken, but yeah, the soda's pretty good. Gives you double turn until you take a hit, but also raises your evasion. So it's just ridiculous. It's like a defensive item, but also it's like the best offensive item. It's really busted as hell. And I need to get a marker too, which is also part of the combo I'm gonna use. I can't dupe anything though, unfortunately, here, because it's just too far away from a door. I'm gonna get these, I'm gonna sell my trash and plates I got. Yeah, the dog's a cool he's like the second best character, I think. He can, whatchamacallit. He can, like, use trash as a weapon, which is pretty good, because every time I eat a pizza for health, I get, like, trash back, so I can throw that at people and, like, do whatever the dog does. And then I'm gonna go there. This is their dungeon, but I'm gonna go out of it right away, because I'm gonna fire the dog. The dog's fired. He just did so much work, and now he's gonna be, you know, let go immediately. Say goodbye to the dog. He's fired. Oh, we got the first try. All right, there we go. That's the character I need, so perfect. This is the attendant. She's absolutely busted. We're gonna start our shift from the lobby. There we go. So I didn't need all that extra money because we got this right away, but every reroll costs 25 bucks, and now I'm just flush with cash, so that works out. Oh, yeah, just buy like 11 of these. I can buy like... I don't need the rest of the run. I have all the cameras I need now. I don't have to go back to buy. There we go. Oh, wait, no, I'm gonna go back over here. Hold up. Yeah, rip dog. Sorry, pup time. Sorry for getting rid of the dog. Yeah, let's go wrong turn. And then we're gonna go to this other option here. You can go back to do these dungeons multiple times. There's different rewards. Yeah, this is all luck-based. Presents are good because, like, you don't have to fight them. If you go in there, there'll be a fight sometimes because you have a free item. Yeah, I want to find my partner as soon as possible. I don't want to find these guys. These are encounters, and they're going to take forever. Yeah, if you've ever been to an old arcade, there's, like, these weird stringy things on the roof. When they get bad, they, like, fall down like this. Yeah, here's a disposable camera. It just stuns. And it gives me batteries I can use to do my special move, which also can stun and also does pretty good damage. Yeah, this character is just insanely busted. We can basically stun lock enemies to death. Also, this does full AoE damage. It's every enemy on the other side if they fight more than one. Unfortunately, it has a really wide damage range. Like, I just did 3 damage, which is, like, basically nothing. That's as much as your attack can do. But it can do, like, as much as, like, 11 or something. Kind of lame.
Oh, wait. Is every combat section going to be you take a picture of them and then you blast them with a Walkman soundtrack?
Oh, yeah. We're going to blast them with, like, loud music and then just after we take their picture first. Just having a real big party over here.
What song do you think you chose?
I don't know. Probably something by Limp Bizkit just to, like, hurt their eardrums, I guess.
Well, we all know it's going to be break stuff.
Yeah, something. The good news is I'm getting tickets from beating these guys at least. So, like, the more of these I get, the better it is for beating the bosses later, but the slower it is. Because, yeah, the more encounters I get, the slower it goes. And also, I need to get my RNG partner in here. I think I can kill him with an attack, right? No. Oh, well, I'm gonna go for attacks anyway. Attacks have, like, a terrible hit rate. Yeah, you know what? Nah, this sucks. I'm gonna go do my thing again. Yeah, someone in chat mentioned it's Earthbound vibes. This is RPG Maker MV, which is like the Earthbound one. There's a couple of games that have, like use this one, like Jimmy and the Pulsating Mass and other ones that I can't think of off the top of my head. Pretty much every game this dev makes for the most part, and it's all like Earthboundy. Pretty cool little game engine thing. That's a lot of brooms. I don't normally get that many. Yeah, where is my partner? There should be like a chalk outline like we saw earlier somewhere. I have 2 more chances to get him. This is going really slow otherwise. I didn't find a single arcade machine either. There's normally that encounter. We got like 2 of the worst encounters and none of those. All right, no partner. Then this is gonna be a little slower of a fight. My partner is basically just the disposable camera machine. Here's our first boss, by the way. Can you see me the way I see you? Yeah, I need to know. Yeah, we're gonna use the soda after I stun everybody. Cool, give me that. I need to drink a soda pop, and now I get double turns until I take hits. Yeah, we're gonna mark him up, and then I need to camera everybody. This goes like way faster with the partner, but unfortunately it is what it is. I'm gonna walk him in, and I'm gonna hit him with the light gun. Light gun is 2 quick attacks. They can both crit and do pretty good damage. By the way, that marker, that makes him, whatchamacallit. Oh, I did that in reverse order. Yeah, whatever. The marker makes it so you can't miss, and also your crit rate goes higher, so you can just do bigger damage. I've gotten 0 crits so far because my luck is terrible. But yeah, hopefully that turns around here. Pew pew. Okay, there's 1 crit and it was a weak one. Nice. Alright, can I just like Walkman Blast? I'm out of tickets. That's not good for later on. 0 crits, dude. What the heck? There we go. First boss down. He gives me 4 tickets at least. So I can get 2 shots later on. It's something. But yeah, there's the first boss down. That was a kind of unfortunate area. We carried lost time there over PB, but whatever. Thank you for your service. You got a cheesy bar. Oh, hell yeah. I'm going to trade that cheesy bar for a ticket to the Showtime with the worst version of Elmo I've ever seen. He's a little rough. Crackhead Elmo over here. He's going to say his little spiel here, then we're going to talk to him a second time. Just in this dirty hallway, you want to... There's a kid sitting on the floor there. I don't even know what's been on that floor. It looks disgusting. Watching this guy. Ugh. Anyway, I'm going to talk to him again. He's like, hang on, I smell a cheesy bar. Give me that. Give me a piece. I'll go split season. I'm like, no, you can have it. Just get away from me, please. You got the Showtime ticket, and then I'm out of here. Now we can go to the other area I need to go to right now. Showtime. We're gonna talk to another NPC right away, which is the Showtime entity or something. I don't know what this guy's called. Oh, you're not a child. See many like you over the years. For such conditions for such little pay, you have my utter respect. This place is cursed, yada yada. Anyway, if we're not, we're all trapped in here. But yeah, blah blah blah. Beware the charade ahead. It is well guarded, or guarded jealously. That's really ominous for a freaking animatronic show. Not the only animatronics horror I've ever seen in a horror game anyway. So I picked up more markers, that's all I need. There's only 3 bosses I'm fighting here in any percent. Okay, this area I'm looking out for one guy specifically. I want to get my partner here especially early. Because this area just, it sucks. It's the last area we're going to worry about dying and running into cameras and stuff. Although we had such extra money in the beginning that it's not a huge problem. Yeah, there's enemies here that take the longest at any other area. This one, yeah, I'm not a fan of these. There's the worst encounters. They have a lot of HP. Luckily, they give me batteries so I can get Walkman ammo. Yeah, oops, I had attack. Yeah, go ahead. Oops, I'm gonna waste a turn
this
then.
game, and also you mentioned the animatronic thing. I'm really wondering how many people had just bad memories of like Chuck E. Cheese as a kid. Because there's a lot of horror media designed around like spooky pizza parlors.
Yeah. People got lost there or something. They got beat up in the ball pit or whatever. I don't know. Okay, they can come on attack. Also, I guess the animatronics are kind of spooky. They're like kind of uncanny valley, I guess. Oh, here we go, partner. That's good. He actually showed up this speedrun. That's good for me. He could literally not show up at all because it's all luck. They were like halfway through. This is the guy I don't want to fight because he's just a pain. He can stun me back, but I have my partner here, so it's a little better. I'm also going to throw firecrackers at him because I don't want... They basically do like a better Walkman Blast. No stun component, but they do like higher damage. Yeah, I'm going to kill him. If he doesn't die to that Walkman, he's dead to that. Whatever, see ya. Also, it doesn't miss. That's a classic, dude. The huge damage crit on like literally 1 HP. That just always happens to me. Just a classic move. Thank you, video game. Like any RPG, anything. As soon as they're on 1 HP, it's like, this time to crit, baby. I need to do this. What am I doing? Whoops. Bada boom. Yeah, partner is basically just a camera machine, so I can do damage like every turn as long as I don't mess with my menuing. There we go. 4 damage. What are you doing, guy? Walkman Blast. Oh, he's also got his own little special moves, but they're pretty lame. I think the drowned waiter is basically just the delivery man that got killed from the beginning, but slightly better. Which the delivery man's a playable character, but he's terrible. He's basically designed to die, it feels like. There we go, and then camera, cool. Oh wait, I put a camera on her too? What am I doing? Dude, I am out of focus here. What am I doing? Alright, bada boom. So used to playing her solo, the big guy's taking 4 damage. The guy in the right only takes like 3 hits. I forgot to look at my button, sick. Whoops. This game scrolls through text and stuff really, really quickly. I kind of watch out for that. Yeah, there we go. Boop. Killed him. Okay, how many rooms we got left? Like 2? 3. Oh, good. It's just a spill. Do I have any brooms left? Yes, I got plenty. I'm swimming in cash. We're good. Another encounter. That's unfortunate. I think the least encounters I've gotten in this area is like 2. But the most I've gotten is like, I don't know, like all but 2, I think. It could have the worst luck and the best luck. Like, at least the partners here. I know I'm kind of screwing up some menus, but whatever. Kill him. He should just be dead. Let's just attack. There we go. Back to work. You got some batteries and $10 for some reason. Okay, cool. We just gotta get the boss now. Fantastic. I don't even know what this guy is. He's just like hidden by the shadows, but he's got a cool little aesthetic thing going on. We'll see in a sec. The charade ends here. Boom. Big giant freaking arm. The show's over, kiddo. I'm gonna drink a soda. We're gonna stun him. But you can see him when I highlight him and every time I do my camera. Just a little bit creepy face outline. I need to get the marker on him, and then it's time to light gun him, and then you stun him. If we get big crits. Oh, that's pretty nice. Well, the 3 is weak, but whatever. We can just walk and blast them all day, I'm pretty sure. We have like a ton of batteries from all those encounters we got back there. 11, nice. Anything above 10 is good. And then you stun him, cool. Hopefully he dies. I think I'm out of marker next turn. Yeah, I didn't get any crits. Whatever. I'm gonna hit him with like a billion attacks. He should be dead. Ha! Pow! Oh, come on, really? Pow! There we go. There's a crit. Back to work. And yeah, now we're gonna go sledgehammer. It lets us go get to different areas, which will let me end the run, pretty much. 1 sledgehammer acquired from him. Start shift. Yeah. I'm gonna go buy brooms. I think I'm running out. The next area is the biggest in the entire game. It has 1 extra row. I'm gonna go do that. Also, don't pay attention to that clown in the corner. He's not there. Don't worry about him. No clowns here. Game is clown free. I'm gonna go over here. I'm gonna just buy more pizza because why not? I get extra money. I need to go to the bathroom anyway, so I can bust through this window. I'm gonna hop on in here. You know, this isn't real. This is a hallucination. Don't even pay attention to this clown. He's not real. No, he's not here. There's no one here. There's no Ronald McDonald. He doesn't exist. Anyway, I'm gonna move on. I'm just in the air vents doing nothing. Yeah, there we go. I can go back to the place I was just at too and get some more stuff from the vents. Definitely not clowns. Yeah, I'm unlocking the final area I need to go to. Any percent of this game kind of changed a little bit over like figuring out routing for this. There's 5 endings, I guess, technically. There's like 5 certificates you can get. Whoops. I bought an accident. There's this guy again. Hoo! And this one turned out to be the fastest somehow, even though it has the longest area. Like before I'd go do the ending with like the security room, which is like the standard ending, I think. When you're kind of like guided into. And this isn't real. Look, it's just an look. The slide says H. Why does it do that? Who made the H slide? What are they thinking? Yeah, there's like a whole ball pit area too. I skipped over. There's a ball pit monster. It's the only place I could like whatchamacallit, skip monsters to entire encounters, which is pretty neat, but it's optional. I don't know what that was, but definitely not a clown. And I'm gonna get out of here, and then we're gonna go trade whatever the hell I just picked up. A box showed up or something down there. We're gonna trade it to some homeless guy outside who's gonna give us a videotape. And that's gonna take us to our next area somehow by spooky magic. Oh, don't mind that old lady. She's just an employee on her break. And this guy. You find some stuff that's worth something, you know, collectible. I could trade you something decent for it. Yeah, that strange statue out here. Take it. That's from the place I was here years ago. All right, cool. Thanks. Okay, bye. Okay, thanks. I forgot how many text boxes he has after that. Like, I got the tape. Leave me alone. Anyway, we're gonna go here. The birthday incident. I don't know why they'd call it that. But anyway, this is a birthday party, so I want to get less balloons and as many presents as possible. There's only one enemy here, and it hurts me. It's just all balloons all day. Pop. Oh, it missed. Let's go. Yeah, it can also miss, which is good. By the way, the luck in this game is terrible. Like, everything can miss, including enemies, luckily, but, like, your specials can miss, your items can miss. Or I think your items might actually be the only thing that doesn't miss. But your attacks have, like, the worst hit rate about anything. They also do, like, no damage. Luckily, enemies also have some bad luck, too, on their attacks. Let's go. I'm gonna clean. That's also pretty quick. It's not an encounter. Encounters here, they all die in 1 HP, which is nice, but, like, they hurt me back, so I don't have to deal with that. This is the one place I don't want to get my partner until the end, because otherwise I have to heal him, too. If it's just me, then it's not a big deal. I think I've gotten as little as, like, 3 balloons here before. I need to heal. They can crit me and kill me. Eat a pizza. Let's go. The first pizza of the run. Probably the only pizza if I get lucky. In a mess. Also, this character has high confidence, so I can just hit that button and I can just not take damage from it. Like, if you don't have brooms, you, like, just have to use your hands and it, like, hurts you. Like, toxic goo. It's just weird, gross horror puke. I don't know why it damages you, but whatever. It's just a game mechanic. Give me that. Eating pizza. The balloon was mean to me.
All I understand is that this guy has been fighting like every single balloon possible. I think he's waged war against. He's like the monkeys from Balloons.
Yeah. The balloons, they try to hurt me though. They're attacking me. It's self-defense.
That's true.
They're popping and hurting. Oh my god, we're getting so much bad luck. Hopefully my partner shows up soon. So he can totally not show up too, even though this area, it's pretty unlikely for that to happen. I need to mix the boss go faster so I can defeat the birthday entity. That's the boss's name. The boss's names of this game are super sick too. I think like the first boss that I skipped, I don't have to fight him, is called like the Custodial Consequence or something. It's a dumpster enemy or something. A big trash beast. Okay, don't kill me. Oh, why not? All right. Ow. I'm getting bad luck here. I would like my partner, please. 2 chances for partner. No partner. Ugh. Last chance. Do I get my partner for this fight? No, we had a bad birthday. So many balloons, not many presents. No partner showing up. Do I want to heal? You know, I'll eat a pizza. Why not? Here's the boss. Oh god, it's a clown. Chuckle. Sorry, it's really slow. It's like chuckle. It doesn't even look at you. I need a camera. Let's drink a soda because soda's incredibly good. He has an ability that gives him soda, which is like it's almost impossible to like get around it. and mark him up. Cool. It's impossible to hit him when he has soda on, practically. It's such a low chance. On top of your already really bad miss chance, it's incredibly broken. This boss could be super... Hang on, I need to do my move first. With that, and then we do disposable camera. It literally lasts until you get hit, so it lasts forever. You know, walk and blast. I'm gonna walk and blast twice. Come on, hit him with a crit. Also, I'm gonna beat this guy before the soundtrack gets going. This song's kind of a banger, but I don't want to hear it. It takes forever to get going, man. You can usually beat him in time, but I usually have my partner here because it's just really bad luck. It's a good question. How's the camera work if it doesn't look at me? Yeah, I don't have an answer. It's a video game. It just does that. I ran out of extra... I got 0 crits during that crit bonus. That item that's supposed to give me more crits did nothing. Wait, do I have more? I totally have more. All right, let's use it. Right, I had another one. That's really bad luck then. Oh wait, no, this is a slower version of the other song. Never mind. This one's not the banger. This is like the slow one. Oops. It did get going though. Can I kill him with 2 blasts? Yeah, maybe. Time's when he dies, by the way. Yeah, time should be right here. Time, he's dead. We did it. We beat the birthday entity. We defeated the clown. He deems us worthy. He's now our partner, by the way.
Oh.
Yeah, we unlocked him as a partner. One of the 3 you can get in this game. Birth! We've been born! The premises in 1980X. Yeah, this is the only ending with no credits for some reason, but like it's one of the 5 endings, so like it counts. I count it as an ending because like it's a whole big thing with a big giant like dungeon and a boss and everything. But I don't know why they felt like no credits. Maybe it's a bug. I don't know.
So you pretty much just you invaded a clown's party and then you beat him up.
Well, that clown's a murderer. There's more lore in this game. Like you can find it later, but he literally like killed a bunch of kids, and like the restaurant shut down and then became Stazzoni's Pizzeria after. This game's got lore and stuff we all skipped over. Yeah,
and you played
Limp
Biscuit at him.
Yeah, he deserved it. He's a killer.
Who's
He's
the
literally a killer
real
clown.
That's my question.
It was him. He's literally a clown. It's not me.
You know, that's fair. That's fair. I will say though, GG, good run, Teddy.
Thanks.
I'm just so in awe. Like I wasn't expecting so many balloons.
I know, I wasn't either. Like, it's all luck. I need less balloons. They keep popping at me. They hurt my eardrums.
Really quick, as per usual with these runs, there's a few questions. One, do you have any shout-outs you'd like to give?
To me, I guess. I think I'm the only runner for the... Oh, no, someone else did a run, like, a couple weeks ago. Yeah, thanks to me for routing the game. Thanks to Oates for making it, because it's a pretty sick game. And whatever else is going to make after this.
Those are good ones.
Yeah.
And, if anyone wanted to find you, not only on Twitch or anywhere else, where can they find you?
Twitch.tv/TeddyRez, and I guess on Twitter too. If you wanted to see my dumb memes I make every day, every weekday for the most part. Yeah.
All right. Before we head on off, do you have
me.
anything else you'd like to add on in? Yeah, thank you for doing the run. I like seeing the clowns and the balloons.
Yeah, enjoy whatever's
You're
next.
saying?
Is it RE1 next, or?
Yeah, I believe it is. And we'll be getting to that in a brief moment. We're going to be standing up really quick, stretching our legs while we prepare for the next game. We do have a lot more spooky games on deck. And unlike no delivery, we have plenty of games that we will be delivering. So, we are going to be right back very quick. Our community, stand up, stretch your legs, touch your toes. We'll be right back. All right, we are back from the break. We definitely delivered on that no delivery speedrun, and we still have plenty of more games for the night as we dive deeper and deeper into the spooky hours. I am also noting that while I do like the whole spooky aesthetic, I am entirely dressed as Elvis, which I never know is entirely... I think it's fitting. I think it works. Anyway, our next game, we're going to be amping up the difficulty. We're going to be bringing the challenge with a bit of a challenge run. I guess it's kind of a challenge speedrun hybrid, I guess, is the way I'd word it. We're going to be doing Resident Evil 1. We're going to be doing the HD remaster, and we're going to be seeing it with no damage. Anyway, we're going to be doing Resident Evil 1 HD remaster featuring Carcinogen SDA. Take it away.
Hey everyone, how's it going? Okay. Forget it. Okay, yeah, there we go. All right, we're good. So hey everyone, what's up? I'm Carcinogen, and with me are Ecdysis and Punchy.
Hello.
Howdy.
And I am going to attempt to do Resident Evil 1 HD Remaster, Jill, Best Ending, without taking a single point of damage. So, let's go for it.
All right, I'm excited.
And going into the start here, obviously, you know, not every run might be perfect. We're hoping it's going to be perfect, but just in case you do take damage, what will happen?
What will happen is I will donate $50 to Black Girl's Code for every hit that I take.
Ooh.
So
All right.
every time I do take damage, you know, something really bad, something really unlucky happens, $50 to Black Girl's Code. Anyway, yeah. So we're ready on time.
Whenever you're ready.
All right.
Count down.
3, 2, 1, go. So we're also running the door skip category here. Well, running the door skip mod here. This fellow by the name of Fluffy Quack basically made a little program that runs alongside. It just flicks a couple of hex values and just basically makes it so that you can skip all the door animations. It's pretty sick, you know, especially with NVMe. Quite nice.
It's very handy for running this game. I think in total, all the door animations otherwise add up to like 14 minutes or something utterly absurd.
Yeah, it is pretty
I got a life
obnoxious.
to lead, man.
Yeah. So yep, you know, the old classic stair skating. In the door skip category, it is legal to remap the run button to the right analog stick, so that you can just simply rotate the right analog stick and be able to do stair skating without mashing. But in order to stair skate, what you do is you hold up on the D-pad and you just mash the run button. This can work on both the standard controls and the alternate controls. I almost said alternate controls. Anyway, so I'm gonna veer to the left here, grab this arrow. Oh, he's not
Ooh.
playing. Yeah, he's not
Docile.
playing. Yeah, docile, very docile. There we go.
The patience?
And I'm gonna start with defense item here because I am allowed to use defense items.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, that wouldn't count as taking damage, would it?
No.
Ah.
I mean, as long as you are as long as it is an attack where you can use a defense item, it doesn't count as damage. So we're good. Okay, so this guy is not cooperating either. We gotta veer quite wide. There we go. Stay on the right side so the other zombie doesn't wake up. As long as he's not facing the path to the tombstone over here, where we put this arrow in, he won't wake up. But I can't tell what he's doing off screen right about now. Resident Evil does have some very, very superb sound design. You know, it kind of offsets the fact that everything is fixed camera angle, pre-rendered, and whatnot. I actually don't even remember like what angle I'm supposed to turn the book in order to like actually like get to the sword key the fastest. Ostensibly, this is like the
Flex those
longest.
stair skating muscles.
Oh, hey, look at that! Free.
Nice. That can be very uncooperative depending on position.
Yeah. So next up, dog hallway. There is a dagger in the dog hallway, but that costs about like 10 seconds to get. But I'm not gonna bother with it. But yeah, I've done no damage in this game 7 ways to Sunday. Invisible enemy, best ending for both characters. Knife only, no damage. Fun times.
Very confident. Very confident. I like it.
Well,
I look forward. I'm excited for
this is my favorite game.
It's a classic.
I am going to
It's
grab the
actually
shotgun here, and
oh, go ahead.
yeah, you know, do the trap. I mean, with door skip, you know, it doesn't cost like a whole lot of time to just grab the shotgun. You know, just like maybe like a minute or so. But it just makes like several sections, you know, a lot easier. We're gonna veer past this guy. That was close.
Clean.
Put away the handgun and the knife. Stair skate up here. Stair skate up here. Head to the corner. Uh-oh. That's not good.
Docile again.
Ooh. That was pretty close.
Spicy.
Oh, I almost got back grabbed too. That could have been real bad. That zombie makes me really nervous.
That actually leads to a question I was going to be asking here, because we know there's a lot of portions in the RE1 make run. Is there anywhere in particular we might be looking that might be what you would say the harder parts of the run, or like the hardest, I should say?
Well, one of them is coming up in a second. The dogs does have a possibility of messing up, but that's exactly why I got the shotgun. Was for the dogs. Whenever I do speedruns, like I always grab that dagger and I do like a little trick with the enemy AI that usually results in the dog just like doing a leaping tackle, and then I just stab it. It takes off like half its HP, because otherwise, you know, the hit stun on these guys is like nigh impossible. All right. Wasn't really much of a pump cancel there, but 2 shotgun shells is enough. Hopefully the other dog isn't. Oh,
Nice.
almost. That could have been bad. But yeah, what we got to do is we got to go stay around the corner, and then just like pump cancel around the corner. It's good enough. So, fun fact, did you know that it's possible to have a headless Crimson Head running around and grabbing you and biting your neck?
No, I did not.
I'll have to show it to you sometime. It's pretty fun stuff. But basically, it's got something to do with the mechanics of shotgun decapitation in zombies, because the first shotgun shell that you fire at a zombie's head is always going to decapitate 100% of the time. Otherwise, the standard going rate is like 60% decapitation rate. So I actually do use that to my advantage for the zombie in the cupboard.
So wait, so the
Whenever you're
first
grabbing-
shotgun shell you fire in the whole game, or like per zombie?
The first shotgun shell you fire in the whole game.
Whole game. The first one is always guaranteed to. I didn't know that.
Yeah. Okay, that was really good RNG. If he was in my way, I would have just like.
Lucky.
Yeah, that. Man, if
Nice.
he was in my way, I would have like ducked in the room in order to reset his position and then gone around him that way. But you know, because he got caught on a wall there, it was a good opportunity to just take. So I did.
So here's a question on my mind. Why Japanese text? I know it's faster than English, but
Well, I mean, Chinese is the fastest now,
yeah,
technically.
that's what I was thinking.
I guess I just kind of stuck with Japanese text because I was just used to the timing, and I just didn't really want to learn any different timing.
Fair enough.
So yeah, I mean, I don't really go for like world records a whole lot anymore these days. So
I was wondering if
It's
the
just-
wisdom
yeah.
had changed as the thing, because I haven't touched RE Make in a while myself.
oh,
Or, like
fair enough.
competitive speedruns anyway.
Yeah, but I mean, I've just every time I speedrun this game, I always ran it in Japanese. So yeah. So, you know, this is straightforward, pretty much the same stuff. I did get acid rounds earlier. The acid rounds I'm actually using through Mansion 2, especially against like the hunters and whatnot. It just seemed like the most convenient ammunition to get, and it's like you get it anyway because you know you grab the shotgun, then you get the acid rounds as well. Let's see, sword key. Hello. Okay. So put away the sword key, put away the acid. Let's see where he's at. Okay.
Very wide area to take there.
Yeah.
You got to adapt very quickly in this run, because zombies, they wander, they be doing stuff.
Yeah.
You got to take one look at the scenario and be like, what can I do here? Where can I move?
Yeah, a lot of times the zombies, you know, it's like, I don't know, 2-3 different dodge patterns that you have to memorize for like some of them.
I know we've been seeing a lot of the docile zombies today, which have led to these really close calls.
Yeah, for sure. Like especially at the top of the stairs, like I actually thought that I was gonna bite that.
So far so good though. Let's hope it stays the course. I'm gonna try to keep my mouth shut because I know I can jinx the luck of the run, so to speak, sometimes.
Well, I mean, I think about the only person who can actually jinx it is myself, technically.
That's a good mindset.
Oh, no, I don't need to get that yet.
Yeah, zombie AI being what it is, most of the time when you get within range, they try and lunge towards you and grab you, but sometimes they're in this docile pattern where they'll just kind of not do that, and that's usually actually not to your advantage, because it means they're just in the way.
Exactly.
You want them to lunge so you can juke past.
Yeah, they'll just keep wandering. They'll just keep wandering towards you, and like they'll keep following you. And like sometimes they'll even just like not even lunge. They'll just like be wandering like whatever direction they feel like. Like this guy here, for instance. Yeah, he was already like wandering. I could have actually taken that dodge if I reacted fast enough. All right, so here, this is where I use my my one shotgun shell, my one guaranteed decapitation is right here. Reason being, I don't trust this zombie because it's like even though it's like that zombie in particular can you know, it's very easy to get around him. You know, very easy to juke him and get the music notes. The problem is coming back out. He has a very strong possibility of grabbing you in the back.
And you can't use a defense item if you get back grabbed, so that's instant damage.
Exactly. So that's why I decided to go for the decap there.
That's a sensible place to use it, because I have to reset a ton of runs to that dodge in particular, even in standard runs. Just taking the damage is often enough to ruin a regular speedrun.
It is pretty obnoxious, that guy. And yeah, this dodge, I'm just like I don't actually know the correct dodge pattern here, so I'm just like relying on like, you know, all of my old like tank control dodges from all the way back when I used to run this on GameCube.
I just find it very difficult to sort of judge the depth of that particular zombie because it's kind of far down the camera.
Yeah, I mean, I just count the steps and then I just like mash backwards until he lunges, and he usually does lunge. I very rarely get him in like a docile state. There we go. Yeah, and the back grab is very unlikely to happen. The frame rate that the game is running at is 120 FPS, which actually does affect the dodges as well. So you know, if you're speedrunning this on like say PS4 for instance, where the frame rate is locked to 30, then you're going to have like a different. Then zombies are going to react differently. So like sometimes, you know, you might get like a zombie like lunging forward, or you know, like in this case, it's like in 120 FPS, he almost always spins around. So if you just like hold down and left on the analog stick in alt controls, he just like spins and he just completely whiffs. For Kuon, I do use a pretty slow dodge, but that's because he's got teeth in the back of his head.
You never want to get hit by this, because odds are very good you get poisoned, and that puts you on the whole path of nonsense.
It's actually like 100% poison rate. Fun fact, Kuon's, oh dude, Richard just freaking stunned him. Okay.
Richard stunned.
Yeah, Richard.
Go on, Richard.
freaking sandbagging me, dude. Get eaten. Jeez.
And he's dead now. That's what he deserves.
Yeah, you don't ever sandbag my no damage runs, okay? I mean, you were gonna get eaten regardless, but this time it's personal.
Richard just wanted to help a cause.
I mean, this is true.
Thinking about it though, and I'm wondering, just in the rules of not even this run, but any no damage run, because I know sometimes you do, what's the word, where you can still see like how many hits did you take, so the score instead of is like 0, like, oh, I took 2 hits minimum or something like that, right?
Yeah.
So that concept, how does poison damage affect that? Is that one hit, or does every tick of poison count as a hit?
Oh, it's just one hit.
Okay.
Yeah, it just counts as one hit. But yeah, Yon's poison is hang on just a moment. No, I didn't know I need that. Okay. There we go. Yeah, Yon, like if you get poisoned by Yon, then it would count as one hit. But you know, the caveat with Yon is that if Yon bites you during the first fight, like in randomizer, for instance, there's like a setting where you can turn off Yon 1, or only have like one encounter with Yon like throughout the whole randomizer, because basically Yon in that case has infinite HP unless you trigger his scripted action, which only happens in the room that we just fought him in, where, like, you know, you shoot him and he slithers away, but, you know, if there's no room for him to slither away, then he just stays there. And if he bites you, then you're poisoned, but it's perma-poison unless you have a serum, and there's only 2 serums that you can get in the entire game. And you can only pick up said serums while you are poisoned with Yon's particular poison. It's pretty crazy. Yeah, in my practice run earlier, I missed 2 grenades against Elder Crimson Head. I was pretty unhappy. Like, I'm not sure how that was possible, but auto aim just wasn't working. So let's see what happens now. All right, so hold it down. All right.
A knockdown.
Oh, uh-oh. That's fine.
4 shots.
Yeah, 4 shots isn't the worst thing in the world.
There is a certain variance to the number of shots that Elder Crimson takes. On what basis, I forget.
I think it might have something to do with like I think his kill trigger just might be delayed while he's getting up off the ground, but I'm not sure.
Because, yeah, I don't think health is random, but it does sometimes demonstrably take 1 or more extra grenade shots, and it's like, interesting.
Does the shotgun rule apply to Elder Crimson?
No. Uh-oh.
I don't think you can decapitate Elder Crimson.
Is he gonna bullet me? Oh, almost.
Wee, careful.
That was a little wacky nunu. Okay.
Wacky nunu.
Yeah, there's like not too terribly much happening leading up to Lisa Trevor, though. Can you decapitate Elder Crimson Head with a guaranteed? Nah. Cannot. Yeah, the blue weather vane there. Sometimes it can get away from you.
Yeah, believe it or not, that's like a reaction thing in this run. Those are just spinning around wildly as they do, and you gotta time your button press like exactly so.
Yeah.
So in a run, you want to react quickly.
Yeah, but I think as long as you like come to it at the exact correct spot, like at roughly the same time, then you can get the timing down pretty consistently. The timing is actually fixed. You just have to get there at the right time. At least as far as I've noticed.
I like the optimized door hit there, getting in without actually going up the stairs. little subtle thing.
Yeah. Avoiding the item box here.
Clunk.
In the case of Lisa, the easiest way that I've found to get a consistent dodge with Lisa is to be holding up on the D-pad during this cutscene while it's buffering, and then basically you just wait until she swings, and she'll basically always swing forward. And as long as you don't get caught up on her hitbox or get caught up on the fireplace, you can just jam the run button and then just like clip right on by. So. Oh,
Ooh.
cross up. Nice.
Back of the
Okay.
head.
That was, yeah, that's it happened exactly as I said it would happen. That's okay. Well, that's $50 so far.
It happens to the best of us.
It's a tough one.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of room to play with there.
Yeah. Unfortunately. Damn. Can I call mulligan on that one?
He'll allow it.
I mean, I'll keep
allow it
going.
anyway, I don't care. Rock on, man.
You can
Yeah.
subtract the one hit for, I guess, donation of Black Girl's Code.
Okay. All right. Yeah. I will.
Every hit's removed for that.
That's how this works. All right. So for here, these dogs. This is what I have the shotgun for. Uh-oh. He didn't take stun. Uh-oh.
Now you got it. He's doing pump
Okay.
cancels there to increase his DPS.
Right. Yeah, in order
How
to
do
do
you, how do you
pump,
do a... Yeah, there you go. You go for it. I was going to ask.
yeah, pump cancel. The way that I do pump cancels is, well, first up I commit to a button, either up or down, depending on the situation. And what I do is I release the aim button, so I release R1 and tap down on the D-pad, and then do R1 square again. Or sorry, R1 X, whatever. Just aim and shoot, drop, hit back, aim and shoot, and basically just keep chaining that over and over again.
Essentially, you can cancel the recoil of the shotgun's firing animation by resetting to neutral and then moving slightly. Just any movement at all will do, and then immediately going back into firing, so you can chain them to fire the
Right.
shotgun quicker, increasing your
Yeah,
damage
this-
output.
Yeah, this works with it works with any weapon that can be fired from the hip. So it could work with the grenade launcher. It could work with the regular shotgun, the assault shotgun. I do it with the grenade launcher pretty frequently. I took a really dumb hit on Lisa Trevor. It was really dumb. Also gonna grab these shotgun shells here, just so I have some more for courtyard on the way back. I'm so glad he didn't do fast acid, the spider. That would have.
He definitely could have. I was looking for it and I was like, is that good?
Yeah, he looked like he was about to, but no, I saw the bubble up, and yeah, it was like that that sudden feeling of relief. Otherwise, that would have really buttered my biscuits. But yeah, like typically whenever I run no damage runs, I don't run them as speed runs. I just decided to adapt the speed run route and apply no damage strats to it, just by like, you know, looking at like all the places where I am very, very likely to take a hit and just, you know, shooting them instead, essentially.
Yeah, speedrun and no damage for this game have very closely aligned goals. Because for the most part, getting hit is mostly slow, mostly. This is a key divergence because normally you just take the hit from the tentacle in the ground there and run past, but this is no damage, so we're not doing that.
Right.
It's a hit, it counts as damage. It does like a very low amount of damage, but it is damage.
It is damage. Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's really not a whole lot going on here until the sharks squeeze by this guy. Oh, actually, I can talk about this. So this is only doable at 120 FPS. Basically, what you do is you just sort of go to the left corner of the right shelf, and then with alternate controls, you just sort of hold up and right a little bit. And what happens is, like, I'm not actually sure why this works on 120 FPS. Maybe it's because it does more collision checks on account of like the higher frame rate. But basically, Jill just sort of catches the corner, and it doesn't, in the game for some reason, just doesn't say, no, Jill, you cannot push the corner of the shelf. And it just lets you push the corner of the shelf.
I did not know that only worked on 120 FPS. I learned something today.
Yeah, so it doesn't work on GameCube, doesn't work on PS4.
Huh. Of all the tricks to be version specific, the shelf push.
Also, this box here doesn't have to go flush all the way to the wall. But yeah, the sharks is another place where I absolutely could take damage, and it probably wouldn't be my fault, but I don't know. Basically, I have to be like Philippe Lapetit walking the tightrope between the Twin Towers and just stick to a very, very specific line in order to not get bit by the sharks.
So does this have like a strategy, or is it just like winging a prayer?
It's stay in the center of the aisle is how I do it. Go away. Go away. Don't do it. Do not do it. Go away.
Sticking to the outside ring?
Let's see.
Yeah, stick to the outside ring, because we go across, then that gives them a lot more, that gives them it just allows them to gain on you like that much easier.
Okay, made it.
Good stuff.
I bet lever 2. Nobody asked, but I'm betting lever 2. I'm not betting
I don't
anything.
know, chat. What's it gonna be? Is it gonna be lever 1, lever 2, or lever 3? We gotta guess for it.
3. I always pick 3.
I'm arbitrarily betting 2.
Always pick 3.
I mean, it seems about like a 50% chance for like number 1, at least in my experience.
1 in 3 is 50%.
Yeah, but I mean, in Resident Evil 3, okay, so it's it is number 2. Wow, look at that.
Genius.
Wow, freaking 700 IQ. But yeah, like I say, it is 3 choices, but I don't believe that it is an evenly distributed chance. You know, like Resident Evil 3, for instance, there's 3 possible solutions for the.
That's true. That is true.
Yeah, for the one puzzle, and it's like Sasprin, Alcocure, Adravil, but 66% of the time it's Safsprin. I just happened to not get that 50% today.
What's the other 50%?
Toss up between 3 and 2.
Oh.
See, I say 3 and 2, not 2 and 3, because 3 would be the second fastest choice.
Oh, because you can wrap around on the text box by going left. Ah.
Right.
Is that real? Do you actually, like, is it actually 50% for the first one, or are you just saying that? Is that a real thing, or are you just saying it?
Very, very, very anecdotal, but I think it's 50%. I haven't actually, I don't know, gotten like a sample.
Size.
Yeah, done like a sample poll or anything like that. So what I did here was called the Neptune skip. Basically what I do is I just go to the left corner of the ledge, respective to where Jill is facing, like to Jill's left. And then what I do is I drop down and I hold up and left. And whenever Jill turns 90 degrees, I correct course. And basically it just goes, like I just dodge Neptune every time.
The setup is extremely consistent, but I will note that if you fail that dodge, not only do you take damage, you die.
Exactly.
Immediately.
So
Dying is definitely damage.
So it's a little scary. I always felt a little twinge of fear when doing that in runs. 'Cause like, if I get this slightly wrong, I'm dead.
Exactly. It's a guaranteed mercy kill.
Use a defense item. Dodging that one can be a bit of a pain on the way back through. You can get through, but you can't really see him until you round the corner. If he's on the corner, it's like, well, I just got grabbed instantly. Yay.
So because I already took that hit, I'm actually not going to bother using the V-Jolt on Plant 42. I mean, I was going to not use the V-Jolt anyway, but now I'm especially not going to use the V-Jolt.
This is my favorite
like-
speed fact in all of this game, which is that the amount of time it takes these bees to die is completely random.
It actually is, because you have to wait for like a set number of bees to fall, and like they have to wander into like the cloud and like actually
It's
take
so
like
silly.
Yeah, I know. It could be like what's the differential? Something between like 5 to 9 seconds or something like that.
It's a surprisingly large amount of time for something that seems utterly trivial.
They're just bees.
They're just bees,
Yeah,
but like
yeah,
it
but-
really matters.
It does matter. You have to wait for the bees. You have to wait for the bees to die so that the cutscene finishes.
Or else you'll end up like Nicolas Cage.
Like that's the event trigger. In order to progress, the bees have to die. Well, Suzan Bachi, I think, but whatever. So, equip the flame rounds here. I actually have the 6 flame rounds. Didn't use 3 flame rounds against the Elder Crimson Head earlier because I actually want to save a couple for Black Tiger. So now we're gonna zip up here and
The patience.
yeah, I gotta wait for that tentacle and then pump cancel the first 2 shots, and then hopefully I am close enough. Can I get it? Oh no! Okay, I missed. That's not good. Okay, this is fine. We got it.
That's fine. That'll do it. There you go.
Yeah.
God,
The
that
patience.
fight was. See the acid
patience.
drop?
Yeah, the
Styled
acid.
it out.
Yeah, but like what I was trying to do is I was trying to hit the pedal just like or the core with like that 3rd shot after the cutscene where it shows like Plant 42 is weakened, but I think I was like, I don't know, 1 or 2 frames too late. So
You have a very narrow window of opportunity to stick the 3rd shot before it closes again.
yeah. And yeah, I did take 1 hit so far, so that's $50. And because Plant 42 is dead, we can just like walk across now. We don't have to worry about climbing boxes anymore. Oh, almost forgot. There was no reason for me to equip it this early, but yeah. By the way, you run faster without a weapon equipped.
I think this is the only Resident Evil game where that's true. It's weird that that's
Nice.
true, but it is true.
Well, it's possible. It's true for Resident Evil 0 as well.
Ah, right.
And it is true for like Resident Evil 2 and 3 with 2-handed weapons. You run very, very, very slightly slower, but it's like negligible.
Really? I didn't know that either.
Yeah. Got him.
You shoot that snake with the shotgun?
no!
Oh no!
Oh no!
Poison!
Oh, dang. I actually got bit by him. That sucks. But yes, I shoot that snake.
I thought it was just like funny that you just pulled a double barrel on the tiny snake.
That snake
Well,
really supports
yeah,
the
no,
cause.
that snake literally ruins runs. I'm telling you. And this is why, because I'm in poison.
believe it.
Okay.
I believe
So,
it.
yeah, because you have to bend down, you have to pick up this blue herb, you have to go into the menu again after she gets all the way back up. You have to use it. I'm gonna use this just in case. All right, so that's $100 to Black Girl's Code so far.
Snake's
you never
revenge.
expect it, you know? It's such a weird snake. Why would it?
You gotta take a very particular line to not get bit by it.
Yeah, I mean the line is really not that difficult, but it's that particular snake that is most likely to bite you if for whatever reason you mess up the line. And I was, you know, it's like I try not to trust my lines with like very, very tight lines like that. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm going to just go ahead and put the acid rounds directly in there, get rid of this, and get rid of this. There we go.
Also, I want to remind chat once again, poison, as we asked earlier, does not count as additional damage. Poison's only 1 instance of damage.
Yeah. So what I did here is I waxed this guy, and I'm waiting for this other dude to jump off the rail here. As soon as he screeches, that's actually when, you know, that's actually like when he's going to commit to jumping down. So as long as you just stair skate up, you know, you're safe. He's not going to catch up to you. Next, pushing this in between the binding of Isaac and the beheading of Holofernes. Lord Spencer probably paid an arm and a leg for both of those paintings.
Wait, what was the other one? I know Isaac's the one where you sacrificed the son, right?
Judith and Holofernes, the one on the left right there. I think the story is, I don't know. I don't remember what the story is. It's like either he was a really, really, really horrible person, like a dictator or something, or he like cheated on her or something. I actually don't remember. Do you know, Punchy?
Absolutely not. I have no idea what
You
is being
don't?
talked
Damn,
about.
We have the power of the internet. What's his name again?
I'm not
Judith
cultured.
and
Holofernes, Holofernes.
If it's not
All
a
right, I'm gonna
video
look
game,
into
I don't
this.
understand
I'm gonna
anything.
be right back. I'm looking into this.
What is art? What is art? What is anthropology? Come on.
If I can't press buttons, it doesn't make sense to me.
I can't even spell anthropology. All right, so I usually grab the dagger there, because what that does is it sets up the second zombie in such a way that, oh, I accidentally quick turned. That was bad. Oh,
Ooh,
he vomited.
The vomit. It was. They vomit because of an elevation difference, and I guess that counts.
Yeah,
guess
that
it does.
that does indeed count as an elevation difference. It's a very, very slight elevation difference, but it is enough to trigger a vomit. All right, come on. Are you gonna do the thing? Ooh,
Yeah,
he got-
when zombies are like slightly above or below you, like on stairs, instead of trying to lunge for you, they vomit instead because obviously like a vertically oriented grab would like look weird.
yeah, it would cause you to clip. Also, I think.
So they have that vomit attack instead, and the vomit attack is generally pretty easy to slip by. That little dip in the floor counts as an elevation difference, so go figure.
Yeah, he wasn't lunging, so I decided to just go for it.
So I don't know what the story is supposed to represent, but I guess the chick Judith gets the Holofernes drunk and then cuts off his head, and that's it.
Love the way you describe these things.
It's accurate. She just
This
goes
chick
into his
got him
tent.
drunk and cut the head off.
And that's
Yeah,
what
no,
it
no,
says.
I mean,
I don't know the
but-
motive.
But why?
She just
God, I
kind of
swear-
wanted to, I guess.
I
I
swear-
couldn't. Yeah.
I
Ever the studious
swear when this was covered in high school, there was a story.
Sometimes it just happens. 1 minute you're drinking, next one your head gets chopped off. That's just how it goes.
Yeah. So 3 shots on Jan, just 3 quick pump cancels of acid on Jan, and then we're going to hit this angle change here, aim up, and while that's in the air, oh, actually I need to get rid of the rest of these. I almost forgot. Oh, he was a general. She seduced him into a tent and cut his head off. So I actually did need to get rid of these. Otherwise, I would need to take a trip to the save room to get rid of the rest of them. Yep. So I've already taken 2 hits so far. And both of the hits were pretty cheap. So
If it makes you feel better, I don't think I've ever dodged the snake ever. The one that hit you. I don't think I've ever not been hit by that snake.
it is a very, very, very hard snake to actually dodge. So you only have to push this, and then you climb, and the trick is left, up, up.
What?
Yep, just tap the D-pad left, up, up. Because we already pushed this, and go ahead and grab this.
Is that easy?
Yep.
No
Yeah, we don't
way.
got. Yeah, no big dumb setups there.
Oh, that's like slightly annoying to watch.
All right, so yeah, we come through here. There's certainly a faster way to do that puzzle. I'm sure. I just haven't actually like taken the time to like actually check. I'm sure that like the world record has like a much faster way of doing that puzzle. But yeah, on the way down, we're using the yellow gem in order to get the Mo disc.
Oh, yes, because this is best ending, so you got to collect the 3 MO discs.
Mm-hmm.
I forget that that is a requirement.
In order to rescue Chris. And coming up on our last use of the helmet key as well, so we don't gotta keep it in our inventory after that. We can actually just go straight to the courtyard underground next. And for this guy, I just pump the run button. Just do a nice little strut. Spaces him out exactly enough that I can just run to the door. Yeah, in case anyone's wondering, a question that I get an awful lot is, Carsey, what controller scheme do you use? Do you use original or do you use arrange? And the thing about the controller option is it only changes the D-pad. It only changes, it only changes the analog stick. D-pad controls remain the same, so you get tank controls no matter which one you select. And that being said, I just kind of swap in between D-pad and analog stick depending on the room, or like depending on the set of camera angles. Although I actually do have a suspicion that one of the more interesting control schemes might actually be the best one. You might have actually seen it before, Punchy. The one where one of the shoulder buttons, you press one of the shoulder buttons to move forward. Because like if changing between original and arrange controller scheme doesn't like only changes the analog stick and like you can tilt and move pretty much no matter what, it would mean that you don't have to constantly switch in between like there's less of a buffer between the time you can actually switch between like turning with the stick and turning with the D-pad because you're holding the shoulder button.
You'd be able to hold
forward.
the shoulder to. Now there's a thought.
Yeah. Like, I don't know, I only thought of it like the other day, so I kind of want to try it now.
That would hurt my brain trying to play that way, I feel. But I get what I think I understand what you're saying.
I mean, like I always wondered, it's like that controller scheme does exist, and it's existed since the GameCube version of the game, and I've like always wondered, who plays the game like that? Like, is it like an accessibility thing? I just don't understand. So yeah, next up, Hex Crank. Pretty straightforward. I should have an inventory slot free. Yeah, I will because I used the battery. Yeah, I only started routing this like what, a few days ago, so.
Squeeze past that guy since he's too busy being having a dramatic entrance rather than trying to actually hurt you.
He's showing us the dance of his people.
They're having a great time.
That's usually what I call it whenever, whenever they're like doing the dramatic, hey, I'm trying to scare you kind of thing. Is they're just showing me the dance of their people. Let's see. Was there any? Oh, right. There we go.
Only 2.
Only 2. Luckily, only 2.
I've never seen 2 people solve this the same way.
Yeah, because well, I mean, it's the same button combinations actually to solve the whole thing. The only difference is like, I mean, the same number of clicks whenever you like rotate the pieces. It's always the same number of clicks when you rotate the pieces. It's just, how the pieces are initially rotated, and you just like kind of put them on like the same. You can solve everything in like the exact same order. It's just very slightly different placement every time. I don't know. It's weird. I'm not sure how to describe it.
Okay, Black Tiger. What is
Yeah.
the move here?
So the move here is hold up and right, and he will either do one of 2 things. Okay, so he's bubbling up, and because he's bubbling up, we're just going to chill at his side and pump cancel him to death. Because whenever he, like, one thing to pay attention to is don't be by his rear whenever he dies, because it explodes and it'll shower you in acid. And then I exit and re-enter to despawn the other 2 spiders so that I can chop the web freely.
Wait, so they just leave if Black Tiger dies?
Yep.
Yep. If you leave and re-enter, they despawn.
I
Little
guess
known
they just like, well, he's gone.
Little known fun fact: if you actually use the samurai edge or use like quick shots with the handgun while the spiders are falling, you can actually get them to like repeatedly drop from the ceiling. It's so weird. It's like combos before Devil May Cry, or like air juggling before Devil May Cry.
Is running with the knife out the same speed as unarmed?
Yes.
Okay.
I did. Yeah, I neglected to mention that. Yeah, that's correct.
I asked that for my benefit, 'cause I don't know.
Yeah, you can keep the knife equipped. It's actually quite useful to keep the knife equipped, because you can actually use it to well, okay, it's less useful in the HD remaster, what with alternate controls and whatnot. But if you're running like say GameCube or Wii, then you can actually use it to use it to your advantage, just like auto aiming towards enemies, especially because like the return to neutral movement is just so quick with the knife. But I mean, in general, yeah, you can keep it equipped. Just leave it in your inventory, especially when you're going to like, I don't know, put away the cranks or something. Is that how it worked in 8%? Like you put away the cranks, you swap them for something else?
I think so. You don't keep the knife on you.
Yeah.
You break the webs by just shooting them instead.
That's right. Yeah, okay. It's different in HD Remaster. Okay, so next we're gonna put the grenades back in the grenade launcher. We'll put this away and put that away, and we should be good for the rest of the game. Shouldn't have to use the item box anymore. Hi, Jazz. Oh, uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Ooh.
Oh.
Oh, no.
Oh no.
That was the IK. That was the IK. Holy
Keen
crap.
dodge.
How many was that?
Well, that's $250 to Black Girl's Code.
That was
3, I think.
3 hits?
Yeah, that was a $150 hunter.
I'm impressed you didn't die.
Well, that's because I know exactly how to dodge the IK whenever it happens, because it's always a swipe, which stuns you for like 2.5 seconds, and then it's always going to follow up with a flying head chop after that. And when that happens, you have to move towards the hunter's left.
Good
So
reactions.
before
I'd have died.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
it's happened to me many times. And that is why there is a first aid spray in the item box. Damn, that was painful. All right, so if we go that direction first, we can spawn Lisa over that way so that she's not in our way when we go to push the box and send the gondola across. I'm still running. I'm still racking my head. Like, how did I mess that up? I think it was because I was like, oh, oops. Push that a little more. I think it was because I might have been using tank controls. Like I don't remember how I do that, Rim. Do I do tank controls and then like switch to alternate whenever those hunters show up, or what? Like, I don't actually remember how I did that. Oh well. So, gonna stair skate down there. That spawns Lisa over there. By the green herbs. Green herbs, depending on where you're from.
I've been so endlessly confused about herb versus herb that I'm actually not sure how my country normally says it anymore. I've forgotten what I said before I started thinking about how it's supposed to be said. And now
It's
I no
herb,
longer know.
right?
I don't know.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, I only started
I'm
like
lost.
saying it with an H. I only started saying it with an H because a bunch of UK people were getting pretty miffed that I said it without an H.
And I will not be one of them, as I have mixed myself up so hard I no longer remember what it was like.
Oh. Fascinating.
There's a lot of weird things based on language, which are fun facts.
What did I do before I knew better?
Green gerbs.
Ah, yes.
I like that.
It's actually gerbs. You wanna know a weird fun fact about English?
Shoot.
Just the language. The oldest, like, current used English is actually in, like, Virginia on, like, some random island. And that's the closest to Shakespearean English that we currently have.
Huh.
Yeah, it's a weird thing. Back in, like, I think sometime around, sometime in the 1800s, the British changed their English to be more refined. I guess as a way to kind of separate from the American-style English.
That was a thing, yes.
So the
yes.
oldest, like, closest thing to Shakespeare or, like, old school English would be, like, some weird island in Virginia that never moved past the colonial accent.
That makes a lot of sense, actually.
It's weird to tell people that, too, because, like, oh, no, English is invented by the English. But, yeah, language changes.
Yeah, but we had like a reinvention at some point because we wanted to sound smarter.
Yeah.
The most quintessentially British thing to do.
So it confuses people when you tell them that the oldest English is, like, some random island in America.
How does he know what the text says if it's Japanese? Well, Kasi, you see, is one of many people who speaks multiple languages.
Well,
You can give yourself some credit. Come on.
not as well as most people, but yeah,
Better than me.
He knows some.
I know enough Japanese to be able to, survive, maybe. Maybe ask where the toilet is.
Good enough. That's one of the most essential things to know, clearly.
Toiletto wa doko desu ka? Although I'm not even really sure if I even say toiletto or just toire.
Oh my god,
'Cause
you
I-
guys
'cause
should
it-
speak Nihongo to each other. Dame. Zen dame dane.
All I learned from, I guess,
Zettai.
Japanese speedrunners and horror gamers is they told me the phrase strong zero, which I guess refers to a specific type of beverage that they told me I should order.
Strong zero. Well, yeah. I think strong zero is going to become like your
They've
new
got
favorite
your
drink.
number, dude.
Yeah. Nah.
That's my extent
Give
of language.
it a few of those. You're gonna be cracking your head across the bar in no time, man. Anyway. So yeah, that hunter in there, like depending on what door you come out of, like the hunter that I went by like twice a second ago, depending on what door you come out of, you can actually like there's always a dodge that allows you to just get around him without taking a hit, because usually that hunter just screeches at you whenever it is aware of your presence. So it gives you exactly enough leeway to just go to a door and never have to worry about him. All right, so we're gonna give Barry the gun back. This means that we are not going to be using the Magnum. And
right. Yeah, best ending. This is a prerequisite.
yeah, okay, so Lisa is sandbagging us a little bit. So is Barry. Thank you,
Ooh.
Barry. She was about to go this way, and then
Not the
what does Barry
direction.
do? He just stuns her backwards. All right. Okay, there, good.
Okay.
So because Lisa's over the edge now, I could pull out my grenade launcher and just, like, shoot her down so that we don't have to sit through, like, this part of the cutscene over here. But, I don't know. It's going to wind up being faster overall. To just go ahead and let it happen. Because otherwise we need more ammo for it. I think Jill any percent is probably like the only category, well maybe like any percent and any percent best ending, or sorry, not any percent best ending, any percent and any percent real survival is what I meant to say, would be like the only categories where you could actually get away with killing Lisa and saving a few extra seconds just because you have like Barry's Magnum. Yeah, the entire laboratory is about to get a little twisted up. It's like in like pretty much every GDQ event so far, like every GDQ event that Remake has been in, like I ran it the first time for HD Remaster, and I did Real Survival Best Ending, and I think Pessimism did Chris Real Survival Best Ending, I did Jill Real Survival Best Ending. You pretty much only use like the shotgun in Jill Real Survival Best Ending. All right, so, oh, wait, actually.
Lunge?
Oh, you know what? I was actually supposed to use 2 daggers on this guy. Oops. Because like, okay. The stun gun will actually down a zombie every time, whereas the dagger will allow you to escape a grab every time. So if you use like 2 daggers, like you can use a dagger, the zombie will still be awake, and then it'll like lunge again. So you can just like sacrifice 2 daggers to kill a zombie, right? That's usually what I like to do for that guy. Just like feed him a couple of daggers. Or if I'm playing Chris, feed him a grenade. Just completely take him out of the equation. But because I I got my defense items mixed up. I was supposed to use the zappy gun against the other zombie in the nitro room. Gotta
Right,
pull out
you
our
want that-
daggers there.
You want that zombie out of the way to clear a path for you,
Yes. Mm-hmm.
and you later have the nitro.
Oops.
Because in any percent, you just bust out the magnum and you pop that guy's skull. But in best ending, you do not have the magnum.
So next best thing, you either use grenades or you use defense items. But I would probably say grenades might actually be like the better. Might actually be the more time effective thing potentially. I actually don't even know if no one grenade isn't gonna kill a zombie. I don't think. Maybe if you're like really lucky and said zombie doesn't have a whole lot of HP. I just let this guy live because he's, you know, just wait for him to get to the stairs and he pukes. This Chimera over here, he swings, I spank.
Clearing a path once again by killing him.
Mm-hmm.
It's all set up.
Hello? Okay. Before we move on, I'm gonna snag this. Because we need 16 grenades for Super Tyrant. And then there's going to be some flame rounds in here, which we're going to use on... the first encounter with Tyrant. So during the stun gun proc, we're going to mash on the GameCube a couple of times, apparently, instead of use the item. My wires are a little crossed tonight, you'll have to forgive me. Got the nitro capsule now. I actually don't know like how much leeway you have in the normal mode, but the tension gauge, like basically the way this works is on like a hidden sort of what I like to call a tension gauge. Basically, the more you run or the more damage you take, the tension gauge increases, and when the tension gauge gets to maximum, you go boom. But it carries over from room to room. In the original GameCube version, it actually resets every door, but in the remake, it like carries over every room. So I just alternate between 3 walking, 3 running, just to be safe.
Yeah, people count the footsteps here to carry the nitroglycerin all the way through without blowing up. And also getting hit has a chance of just killing you on the spot.
Exactly.
Something like that. I forget the exact ratios of that. It depends on the attack, I think, too.
Yeah, I think it depends on the attack. I think it depends on how much running you were doing beforehand. It'd be nice to, I don't know, somehow mine that value out, but I don't think any of like the SRTs or speedrun tools, which actually do look at the game's memory to like view things like HP, enemy HP, the time you have spent on the game so far, you know, things like that, like the end game timer, excuse me. So yeah, it doesn't have like the tension gauge for the nitroglycerin.
In my experience with that, it tends to blow up whenever you get all shook up.
Ooh.
It's spitting today. Shut up.
You can't see it, but I'm rolling my eyes.
That was gold.
Ooh. Sit down, funny man.
Oh.
It's okay. I will only accept it because it's back.
Also, for anyone who may have missed it, or maybe you came in during this run, I'm wearing an Elvis costume today. That is the joke.
So Tyrant, we're gonna pop 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we're gonna run. And then we're going to spin around again. 1, 2. There we go. So 6 flame rounds, takes him down. We gotta talk to Barry before going to the door.
Did you
He's alive.
get an Elvis costume for the occasion, or is that just something you had lying around?
I bought it for Halloween because I wanted to be Elvis because I talked a lot about Elvis these past few months.
See, the thing is that I could have believed that it's just something you just had.
Well, now I have it.
I mean, it is.
Yes, he does. Can't argue with that logic.
I mean, it is true. Ek does seem like a person who has a lot of weird things.
He just
so.
has things, man.
I have a frog costume in my room.
See?
Well, I mean, yeah, okay. He's wearing frog kigurumis and stuff like that.
They're cozy. Have you ever tried one?
Well, I can't say I have. I mean, like I got like a chocobo like hood or something that an ex-girlfriend gave to me for Christmas.
And if you've never tried the kigurumi, they're very comfortable. They're just like really nice pajamas.
I'm sure I will someday.
I'm not hating. I'm just saying. He just has stuff like this. Just a very odd wardrobe.
It's fun.
Yeah. In general, chimeras aren't very likely to hit you just running past them unless they are unless they have their bodies to the ground. You know, they're on all fours. They're likely to like tackle you or just do like a quick swipe or something like that. You know, I think on normal mode there's some extra grenades in the commode over here. Oh yeah, there's like a unique camera angle here. Oh, it's just shotgun shells. You can see it looks like they can actually like see you on a monitor. Also, yeah, while you're stair skating, Chris does some pretty weird stuff.
He doesn't know what's going on.
He doesn't know what to do. Do I walk or do I run?
If you just saw someone vibrate up the stairs like that, though, I don't think I'd know what to do either. I sympathize with Chris.
It's true, it's true. All right, oh, he quick turned, okay. Yep.
Got the defense item. Doesn't count as damage.
Does not count as damage. I gotta try this run again without defense items, though. I think it'd be pretty fun. Let me take the chocobo hood off your hands. No way, it's comfy. All right. Then using this fuse.
Because this is best ending, you actually have to fight the final boss.
Mm-hmm. You can't skip this elevator sequence because countdown. It's there to build tension. That timer sure is counting down. We don't have a whole lot of time on this fight. All right, so here's the dealio. First up, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pop one shot and I'm gonna wait for the tyrant to grab him or do an action. Unfortunately, Barry did not get grabbed.
Got laid out.
Actually, this is fine.
Oh, there you go.
Works for me. There we go.
Way.
All right, so I gotta wait for the tyrant to like come this way or something.
Yeah, because you gotta like bend
like
down to pick up the rocket launcher.
Yeah, because you gotta bend down and you have to get back up. So, is he gonna backhand me? Probably not. I don't know if he's gonna go for Barry. Oh, there he is. Okay, good.
Plus.
Hey, look at that.
Nicely
Actually, yeah, think some animation interrupt happened because like normally he like whacks the rocket out of the way the first time, but I don't know. The last 3 times I've actually gotten pretty lucky.
That time?
That's time.
That's
Sorry.
time.
Hey, all right. Let's watch the ending here that we earned, and that was some good stuff.
Good Resident Evil.
Yeah.
It is. It always is.
You can never go
Well-
wrong with some Resident Evil 1.
I think I only made like one actual mistake. Everything else was just kind of a fluke.
The fact that you
That hunter
finished...
section had me panicking, man.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
hunter.
that's what I was worried about.
Yeah, I saw my career flash before my eyes.
Because, yeah, like, 'cause for those of you who don't know, chat, this game doesn't have, like, checkpoints or anything so easy. If he died there, that would have been it.
Yeah. All right, so that was 5 hits. That was 1 hit on Lisa Trevor because she raised her arm up and just like, you know, hit me in the back of the head. I didn't get by her fast enough. Yeah, I think it was just trouble clipping by. The second hit was the snake coming back from the guardhouse. Well, one of the snakes coming back from the guardhouse. It's like I shot the snake that I was supposed to shoot, but another snake got me because I didn't take the line tight enough. Is actually what happened. So yeah, that also was my bad. And then hits 3, 4, and 5 were all on the same hunter. Basically, I got stunned, and the hunter just like kept catching up to me and stunning me. Like I messed up my line, and then I got caught. Like I was getting stun locked repeatedly. I almost got waxed by the insta kill as well. But yeah, so it is what it is. And now I'm gonna donate $250 to Black Girls Code.
Hey,
So
it's for a good cause.
it is for a good cause.
All right, now that we're done with the run and we're in the ending here, few questions for you. One, do you have any shout-outs you'd like to give to anyone?
Huge shout outs to my friend Matt DeRock, who's pretty much been helping me route out all of my no damage runs like since the first one. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
All right. And as well, if anyone wanted to find you on Twitch, anywhere, where can they find you at?
So you can find me on Twitch, obviously, twitch.tv/carcinogenSDA. I try to stream as much as possible. I'm full time here, and I also have a YouTube channel, youtube.com/carcinogenSDA, where I have like fully commentated videos of like all the no damage runs and speed runs that I've done. So I've done no damage runs for pretty much almost the entire Resident Evil series, barring like 7 games now. But it's a pretty massive series. There's like 30 games.
They're
So
really
far.
good videos too, actually. I recommend the one he did on Dead Rising. That one's my favorite. I have a favorite.
Oh,
It's a
Thank
good
you.
one.
It's a really good video. It's really good. It gets all the achievements, saves all the survivors, does it without taking damage. It's crazy. It's ridiculous.
Well, I actually do take damage on that one, but I
It-
did
it
kill
sh-
50.
Doesn't matter. It's a big playthrough, right? I like it.
But yeah, but I mean, it was like I did beat everything and kill 53,594 zombies. So yeah, I mean, I guess it's about as close to like an all achievements run as you can get.
It was mad.
But anyway.
I didn't think it was possible. But he makes it
That's
possible.
good
I didn't-
stuff,
I
and it's an
didn't-
impressive achievement.
I didn't either, and then I tried it, and oh, what do you know? It actually does work. So
All right. Well, we got a 107.40. I do want to thank you again, Carsey, for doing this run of, we'll say, some damage, but we'll remove those hits because I know you're good for it.
okay.
RE1
I
is
know
some
you're good for
damage
it.
Thank you for believing in me. All right.
Of course.
Thank
And I do
you,
want to thank you again
thank
for
you,
doing the
Punchy.
run. Yeah.
Glad to be here.
That being said, we're going to be going on to set up for our next game. We still have a lot more spooky fun going on tonight. We had a great run of Resident Evil No Damage, and we are going to be right back very quick. This is a time to stand up, touch your toes, stretch your legs, do what you need to do. Grab a snack, get water. As well, if you're watching this on YouTube, feel free to join us over at twitch.tv/gamesdonequick to check out our live shows starting most nights at 7 p.m. Eastern. And while you're there, HotFix is funded in part thanks to viewers like you, so please consider subscribing to help support future broadcasts. Anyway, be right back. All right, we are back from the break. That was a wonderful run of no damage. The stakes are always high, but we pulled through in the end, and it was a fun show, nonetheless. Going more into the spooky grab bag of games we have for you tonight, the next game is going to be a very rare title, actually. This game has been pretty much unseen by most people, I think, especially in the speedrunning community and in general. Kuon is a game that has, garnered a lot of reputation in the idea that it's extremely expensive. It's one of those games that you look at it on eBay and it's like, wow, why is this game $1,000? I'm not even exaggerating. This is one of those old games that is super expensive. Anyway, I'm not sure how she got her copy, but our runner of Kuon is going to be Miss Scarlet Tanager. Feel free to take it away.
The answer to that is it cost me $575 on an OfferUp listing about 6 months ago. I got lucky, it's worth $1,000 now. And that's the case.
All right.
But anyway, this is Kuon, and as Egdice has said, it is an extremely rare game. Hard to find. Most of the runs for this game are on emulator. I'm one of the few people who runs it consistently right now, though Egdice did put up a run a little while ago.
Last place, baby. Let's go.
So when you're setting up this game, one thing you always want to make sure that you do is turn vibration off. If you don't turn vibration off, you're gonna have a bad time because the controller will be vibrating for most of the game if you don't. I usually play it in Japanese, but we'll play it in English specifically because I have extra time to show you guys some of the cutscenes. This game makes no sense. It's not going
Wait
to
a minute,
make
you
any
can
sense.
toggle language?
Huh? Yeah, you can toggle language.
Can you do that in the Japanese version?
I don't know if you can. I don't think you can in the Japanese version. You can in the US version. It only changes the voiceover, so it doesn't really have any time saved to it.
I was about to have a heart attack because I own the game and I haven't played it casually. I only sped ran it because I don't speak Japanese. So I was like, oh, if I had English voice acting, I think I could figure my way out. But I was like, oh, God.
Yeah. And one thing that's fun once you play through this game a couple times is they actually have the ability for max equipment and hits to kill. I've not done a run with hits to kill on because it terrifies me. If you have this setting on, 9 hits, game over.
Oh.
And there are at least 4 or 5 guaranteed hits in this game when you're speedrunning it. But anyway, time will start as soon as I finish the brightness screen. And 3, 2, 1, go.
All right.
So we are playing the yin phase of the game. We are playing as a girl named Utsuki who has never seen the outside world. And she is about to have a lot of bad things happen to her. Thankfully, they're mostly going to happen in cutscenes. Now, I'm going to show you guys this cutscene a little bit, just so you can sort of see my favorite thing about the cutscenes and the animation in this game. This is a From Software game, so it is made by the same people who make Dark Souls, Bloodborne, Kingsfield, etc. And because of that, you will not see a single facial mouth animation in the entire game, even though you'll have all kinds of zoom-ins on faces.
Be careful.
Just no mouths. Everybody's telepathic, apparently.
Serious. Don't worry about this. There is someone over there. Wait, I'll go see. Please stay here until I get back.
So that other character is our sister, Kureha. We are playing as Utsuki. Kureha just told us to stay back. What we are going to do instead is try and chase her down. The entire goal of Utsuki's campaign is to try and find her sister. Despite the fact she will see her sister multiple times, she will never once call out to her. Now, what just happened is something called vertigo, and it causes the screen to go all wibbly-wobbly for a few minutes. Sometimes it can last 30 seconds, it usually is closer to a minute, but it can make it a little bit hard to control the character because you can't see where you're going half the time. Now here I picked up a silkworm disc, that is for a puzzle later, and if I can actually remember how to pick things up off the ground, there we go, and a metal spike. Now one thing that can make speedrunning this game in particular fairly difficult is the fact that you almost never take your finger off of the circle button unless you're in a scene transition. And this is because, for some reason, they coded into the game that whenever your character has taken damage or has been running for too long, if you stop running, it will remove your ability to run for anywhere from 30 seconds to 2 minutes. Which is pretty darn annoying when you're trying to speedrun the game and not get hit by the enemies. These two children, you will learn to hate them if you play this game. They are incredibly annoying, and they like to just pop up at random times. And if you actually are able to play this game casually and look at the storyline of it, yeah, they're the main antagonists. The two little demon children are the main antagonists. Because it's a Japanese horror game, and there's always evil demon children in it.
As it goes.
Yeah. Is Kuon the sound of a lightsaber? No, Kuon actually stands for the 9 grudges, which is sort of explained in the game, but not entirely well until you've played it through a few times. But essentially, your standard demon ritual. Fun time in this. Now this
Are
character,
you all right?
Sakuya, the one in the yellow,
Yes, I
she is
think
the
so.
other campaign.
Thank you.
There's 3 campaigns to this game, but for most of the game, there's only 2. The third one's
I
only
am
unlocked
Gutsty.
afterwards.
I live in the shrine.
And
Not
this will
far
be
from-
the only time we see
Sakuya.
her in this run
What are you
until the
doing
last cutscene.
I'm looking
So everybody
for
say hi
my
to
father.
Sakuya.
He's the
We will not see her
elder
again.
priest of the shrine. My sister and I came from the
9
mountain,
Grudge movies? Are there 9 Grudge movies?
but I lost her.
I know
It's
that.
not safe to be alone here.
There might be, but I think that incorporates
I wish I
all
could
the
help you
remakes
find your
and
sister,
spin-offs.
but
That's true. Though, interesting thing to note
it will
about,
help you.
just off topic fact, the
Wait,
Grudge movies, the
similar
English
to the
ones,
one Father uses.
they actually use the same actress
Your father
for
is the
the main
priest,
ghost Kayako
correct?
that the Japanese one did up to a certain point.
Huh.
So the director for the first one's the same, and the actress
My
for
father
the
gave
ghost
this to
child
me.
and the ghost mama
You
are the
may
same.
find it useful.
Neat.
Thank you.
Campaign 3 is just a boss fight. This is true.
Please, be careful.
The third campaign, the
Will.
Kuon phase, is
Thank you.
just a run to the final
Take
boss.
care.
Although, so you mentioned that these are the 2 playable campaigns, right? Like
Yes.
the Lady in Red and Lady in Yellow. I actually saw on the GDQ games list that you're going to be running I think it's a bid war in this game, Kuon, because you got this accepted.
Yes, I did.
I do want to say congratulations to that as well. This is one of 2 runs that I inadvertently predicted because both of you and Venata, and because I talked to you like a month ago about like, hey, do you want to do Kuon on this show?
Yeah.
And now you got it accepted. I did say it with Venata, so it's interesting to see games here also be on the main games list. So
Yeah,
big
it's-
congrats on that.
It is kind of funny how that worked out, because you asked me to play Kuon here, and then I just found out yesterday it got into GDQ.
Yeah.
So it's going to be interesting. I was surprised that they set it up as a bid war between Yin and Yang phase, so now it means I'm going to have to grind Yang phase again. Which I am world record holder in Yang phase. I'm not in Yin phase just because the timing is really, really tight on that world record. But my sum of best is faster than the world record, so it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. So, coming up, this puzzle here, if I remember correctly, this is the one that's not in the PAL version. So, theoretically, and definitely on consoles, 2, 3, 4, 6, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. That puzzle isn't on the PAL version. And that is the reason why PAL version is the only thing you see running on emulators. Oh, that was a different line than I usually do. Start donating to the bid war now? Well, the difference is Yin phase you play as a different character, obviously, than you do in Yang phase. Yang phase actually makes sense. I mean, if you're playing it in English. It actually makes storyline sense. This one, Yin phase, no sense. There will be no sense here. There is no logic. There is no logic. There is only running. And lots of wibbly-wobbly screenness. Now this line especially, I can barely see the screen right now, especially because I have a lamp currently casting light all over my TV. So, a lot of this game is going to be just going from point A to point B and doing just a couple puzzles, though there is a almost disturbing amount of glitches in this game, so I'm almost wondering if I can get some more people to run it, we could actually find some breaks, because there have been a few times where I have managed to glitch out the game in specific ways, like glitching through enemies. And if that could be made more consistent, might be able to shave some more time off.
The only downside is the barrier of entry for this game
This is
is
true.
not cheap. It is a very, very, very I think it might be one of the most expensive PS2 games in existence.
It is. No, it actually is. It is the most expensive PS2 game. If you look on price charting as just like an aggregate, it is the number one.
Because previously I thought Futurama may have been higher.
Nope. The three most expensive, if you look at the like price listings, the three most expensive games, so we're excluding like, you know, developer consoles and stuff, are Kuon, Rule of Rose, and Haunting Ground.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
And then a little further ways down there are things like Xenosaga for some reason.
I think there's like a Half-Life game on the PS2 that I think was rare, and then I know Futurama is.
Yes. So I saw that somebody mentioned tank controls. This game does not use tank controls by default. I'm not using tank controls just because, unlike some games, the tank controls are especially terrible in this one. They're not... I don't know how to really describe it, and it's kind of hard to show on video unless you have the controller in your hand. But they don't really work like they would in a Resident Evil or anything, so I just never used them. Okay. So here we're going to use the pliers that I got earlier in order to, see if we can do it, glitch through this guy very slightly to pick that up. Normally you would have to either fight him or kite him around this area, but if he grabs you directly after the cutscene and you press up and left and keep holding the run button, you will slightly glitch into his character model and you can grab the item without having to mess with him. Then you can just turn around and leave. And that's only useful once, maybe twice, though the second time I've only managed to make it work once.
The wildest thing to me about this game is that a lot of people recognize it is a FromSoft game. I think FromSoft,
Yeah.
people who made Dark Souls.
Yeah, this game came out in 2004. We had to look up the date because I couldn't remember.
We did.
So it was prior to Demon Souls. Yeah, it's prior to Demon Souls. It's a PS2 game. But I don't know where it sits in the terms of King's Field, so I don't know exactly when in the FromSoft timeline, but yeah, this technically shares DNA with Demon Souls and Dark Souls and all of the other FromSoft games, you know, King's Field and the rest.
Would this game be related to Sekiro?
Well, yes. Oh, they're both set in like a feudalist Japan thing. I had not actually put that together. So if you think about it, I mean, if you want to, you can say that this takes place in the same world as Sekiro just because they're made by the same company. But so interesting thing about this puzzle right here. This puzzle can completely glitch out and make you do it twice. Now the way you prevent that is you wait a half a second. That's the way that I found to not do it. If you button mash through those too quickly, specifically the first part of the puzzle, for some reason you'll do the puzzle and then it won't make the little unlocking sound and you'll have to do it again, which is rather annoying when you're trying to speedrun it because it takes roughly 10 seconds, 20 seconds. This is the Dark Souls of horror games. I'm pretty sure Dark Souls is the Dark Souls of horror games, but that might be fighting words calling Dark Souls a horror game.
Personally, I count it as I like to use the word horror adjacent because it covers that whole big margin of things that you don't quite know.
That is fair. Horror adjacent. Bloodborne, I would say, is a straight up horror game. But yeah, it is kind of interesting that this is a FromSoft game because you wouldn't think of it. If I was to describe it, it's sort of like a mashup between Fatal Frame and Resident Evil. It has a sort of Resident Evil-esque inventory management and movement system and almost combat system, but it definitely has a much more Fatal Frame setting. So here coming up, we have this lovely gent who's eating a leg or something. So I'm going to walk here. I'm actually going to let him catch up to me. Because this was something I actually discovered yesterday, believe it or not. If I can get this guy... Come on. If I can get this guy to cross the corner... Come on. Are you gonna... There you go. If I can get this guy to cross the corner, it will save us time later. So that's not going to do anything right now. but it will make something coming up a little bit easier. And I haven't really made that consistent yet. Haven't figured out a consistent setup, because literally I just found that out yesterday. So going through that area, summon 2 dudes, which happens. These enemies are called Gaki. They are just your classic little Japanese horror demon golem looking dudes. They're great, except when they corner me, then they're not so great. Okay. One thing that I like to say about this game is that it is easy to learn, but difficult to master as a speed game. Because right there, you may not have noticed it, instead of going straight down the corridor, I mashed my face into the wall for about a half second before I went towards the enemy. That baited him into jumping at me, and that stopped him from hitting me. So here, we are having our first boss fight. This is a boss fight against the Lord of the Mansion, Lord Fujiwara. He has been turned into a demon. And we don't like demons. Utsuki's not a fan, so Utsuki's gonna set him on fire. And she's gonna summon her doggo. Because everybody likes doggos. Now, one thing that's annoying about the combat in this game is the enemies have approximately 5 million iframes. Now, I'm actually getting... Oh, I jinxed myself. I was saying I was actually getting a good routing on this guy, or a good RNG on him, but he's decided to be a jerk for a minute. So whenever an enemy is quote-unquote moving, they have iframes. So whenever that guy was moving backwards, you saw my hits just went straight through him. Oh, that is the wrong button to hit. Which makes the boss fights in particular in this game extremely inconsistent. Oh, please remove yourself from my person. Thank you. Okay, that's bad. So, there are 2 types of vertigo in this game. There's vertigo from spooky ghost events, and there's vertigo from taking too much damage. Or the screen wibble wobbles, as I call them on my stream usually. Now, since I got hit there, and my screen started to go all wibbly wobbly, that meant I was 1 hit from death. So I ended up having to use a healing item that I normally wouldn't there. So I got grabbed there on purpose. Because with these 3 guys, if they're gonna behave, are they gonna behave? They are. Okay, with these 3 guys chasing me, that sets it up for, oh, this is bad. Okay, I got through. That sets it up for me to be able to get through this area later without having to kill one of them. It saves roughly 17 seconds later on, which is why I slowly walked earlier. So that is Ayako. She is a totally innocent girl. Nothing bad is going to happen to her. She will be fine, right? Oh, no, she won't. So during this cutscene, I'll explain a little bit more about the game, as in the story, the lore of it. So, our character Utsuki has never left this area.
I sense an evil.
She is trying to find her sister. The other girl, Sakuya, is trying to get rid of the demons in the mansion that have sort of infested the area. The 2 little ghost children are the spirits embodying the 2 mulberry trees on the property. They are trying to perform what is called the Kuon ritual. And part of the Kuon ritual involves a lot of cannibalism, which is unfortunate.
Cannibalism?
Yes. You'll see in just a moment here. See the two little children? Poor little Ayako. Oh, hey, look, it's her sister. We found Utsuki's sister. Hi. Bye. And Ayako's gone. And you never see her for the rest of the game. She's gone. She's been eaten. By your sister.
Oh.
Who's totally okay, right? She's totally sane. We saw her earlier.
Oh. Oh.
So, the Kuon ritual is when somebody dies, and they get put into a big wicker basket full of silkworms. These silkworms sort of bring them back to life. Okay, get off me, please. Thank you.
Huh.
But they don't bring them back entirely. They have to keep merging with other people, and there's my sister again, in order to stop themselves from decaying and dying. And when they do that 9 times with progressively larger creatures, so it starts off with them merging with, say, a silkworm, then a rat, then like a dog, and it gets to the point where they start eating people. Just unfortunate. So our sister's nuts and is trying to merge with people. They call it merging, it's eating them.
I wasn't intending on a lot of these games having to do with people eating or consuming things they shouldn't be eating, but there are a non-zero amount of games today where there is spooky food eating.
Well, it's actually, well, spoiler alert, Agdi says that is actually the spooky eating things you shouldn't be eating marathon. Not actually the Halloween stream.
Pretty much. I wasn't planning on that, but we might be having an early Thanksgiving stream, apparently.
Her sister's just how we remember her. Yes. Now, because of the fact that the Kuon ritual can only be started on somebody who has been killed, and our sister is already going nutso and trying to merge with people, which means she's probably a ways through it, that means that she was dead in that opening cutscene that I showed you guys. Yep. And I'm sure Utsuki is gonna get through this just fine. I'm sure she's gonna get through this just fine. So this puzzle short is supposed to show you the path of the Kuon ritual. So it goes from a spider to like a rat to all the way to eating multiple people. And it's really simple because you just put them in order, going around from the right. And those were all the discs that I collected earlier. Oh, also, for chat, if you guys see bunnies behind me, don't worry about it. They're just chilling.
Oh.
I have a rabbit and chinchilla cam technically on my stream. They run around in my background all the time. And have in the past ruined my runs of this game. Because I would have a rabbit who decided it was time to jump on my leg. And it got me killed. Why, hello there, creepy wall arms. Staple of Japanese war games. So one thing that's weird about this game is how it does area transitions. Some transitions are actual load screens. Most transitions like this one aren't actual load screens. They just warp you to a new area. And you can use that to your advantage like I did earlier, being able to group all 3 of those enemies together so I can get past them. Come on. Come on, Utsuki. There you go. This game is full of camera angles that like to either get you killed or cause you to mess up your routing. And there's the creepy children again. The multiple endings? There are not. There are 3 campaigns. The yin and yang phase take place concurrently. And the Kuon phase takes place directly after the other 2. And is only about 8 minutes long if you're speedrunning it. So there's a dead guy there. We're gonna take his stuff. If I can... There we go. Because he doesn't need it anymore, he's dead. How long are the other phases? My average for this game is 35 minutes. On Yang phase, I'm usually sitting around 45, 47. And the Kuon phase is extremely full of RNG. It can either take you 7 minutes or it can take you 12. Hello there. So this camera angle right here, I will always end up doing that little turn I did so I messed up by letting go of the run button on accident. That's because some of the camera angles force you to reset, because some PS2 games you were able to, kind of hard to describe, keep your own momentum through a camera angle change, even though you had 3D controls, and this game has that half the time. Oh, we got the glitch. Okay. That is a glitched enemy. Since he was by the door when I went through it, he grabbed me on the other side, and now that enemy is out of bounds. Is that useful? No. I wish.
And it might be.
Yeah, for him it might be true. He has now freed himself from the bonds of ones and zeros. Clock Tower 3. I mean, in one very particular way, I would say this story is sort of like Clock Tower 3. In most other ways, not so much. Okay. So that medicine jar we stole from the unfortunate dead man earlier, we put here. And now we have a secret little way. Now remember how I mentioned that Utsuki keeps seeing her sister and never actually says anything to her? Yeah, there she is again. She pops up a lot. Utsuki never tries to call out to her, even though the entire point of Utsuki's playthrough is trying to find her. Alright, coming up is probably the most annoying room in the game. So our character just got knocked out. Utsuki just got knocked out and she woke up in this area, feeling a little wibbly wobbly in a wicker chest. Now, what did I explain about wicker chests earlier?
They're good.
They're they're fine.
Definitely good and nothing else.
Yeah, it's not like they put the dead people in there to revive them. No.
Oh.
We're not playing a dead person right now. It's fine. What happens at the end of the ritual? Well, the Utsuki's and Kureha's father, who is a character, if I wasn't skipping half the cutscenes, is sort of trying to become immortal, and he thinks that the ritual can do that. It can't. The little demon children lied to him. And I will finish explaining that as soon as I get through this area, because this area is very dangerous. Because I cannot see it. I cannot see through most of this area. Okay, there we go. This is the most annoying camera angle in the game, because you will get yourself turned around.
I will say from personal experience on this one part right here, it's really, I like that the guy that was like right there, who's on you right now, I guess, he doesn't seem to follow you if you go behind the screen. He just like, I don't know where she went.
Yes. I've never seen the ghosts actually go behind the screen, which is great, because that's where the terrible camera angle is. There's this one point where you'll start doing pirouettes, because you can't get the character to actually go the direction you're pushing. Okay. So this is Daddy Dearest. He's trying to become immortal and using his daughters in the Kuon ritual to do so.
What are you doing?
Yeah, he's not gonna succeed. Because it's a bad guy. And you know, looking at him now and having watched some Sekiro runs, he definitely looks like an enemy from Sekiro.
Unless these... They cannot survive. Yes, my sister too.
Entering a cocoon 9 times will cure them. To help her, let her assimilate your form.
Never.
For the reason she is dead. Now it's your turn. If a cocoon ruptures too early, merging will be a failure. To prevent that from happening, get into the wicker chest.
So, if I remember correctly,
Father.
because it's been a while since I played this game casually, they referenced there that it was Utsuki's fault that her sister died prior to the game. which is not really true. Also, there's me but dead, and there's my sister. That should give you foreshadowing as to what actually happened to Utsuki before she got put into the wicker chest. No, they don't show you that in the cutscene. You only see that in the other campaign. Alright, so here is a slightly dangerous area. The silkworm has obeyed me. Half the time he decides to come straight at me, and that particular enemy can one-shot you if he uses a specific attack and stun locks you into it. Okay. So our dad told us to get into a wicker chest, and we are a good little daughter, so we're going to go into a wicker chest that is covered with our own dead body. Don't worry about it, it's fine.
If you want a new life, enter the wicker chest.
Oh, cool. The children can teleport, by the way.
Return to where you were.
Yes, by this point, Utsuki and her sister are both dead. And in order to prevent them from decaying, they have to merge with other bodies, essentially.
On that day, we put your sister in a wicker chest.
The people inside the cocoons, what are they thinking about?
And as you can see, not a single facial animation or lip movement throughout all of this dialogue. That's how you know it's a FromSoft game.
All telepathic.
Exactly!
Will merge into
That's how you know it's a FromSoft game, because everybody in FromSoft games, at least up until Sekiro, are telepathic.
dream.
So one of the reasons why Utsuki's playthrough doesn't make any sense is we didn't see her get into the wicker chest and she just wakes up here. Do we know how she got from A to B? No. Will the game ever tell us? Also no. But there is a lot of blood.
Blood?
And it is spooky month. It's spooky day, so. Wait, are we the baddies? Actually, surprisingly, no. In all of the campaigns, despite the fact, bad RNG. So usually you can just run past these guys and they will lunge at you instead of attack you. That's literally the first time that has happened in the last 50 runs of this game. So I guess, marathon luck. Silkworm did it. Silkworm did literally everything. So, nice bit of real world facts, actually. A lot of the enemies and a lot of the aesthetic is very Silkworm inspired, but the demon children that are the real main antagonists, they are demon spirits of a mulberry tree. They're not demon spirits of silkworms. Now, if anybody knows anything about how silkworms are raised, they're fed by mulberry leaves. Did you pay a lot?
Isn't the mulberry bush song, isn't that about like the Black Plague or something?
I think so. I can't remember off the top of my head.
Huh.
But I do know that mulberry trees are what you use to feed silkworms. Which,
Trippy.
with the whole, you know, smaller creature consuming a larger creature, or, no, larger creature consuming a smaller creature for the Kuon phase leading up to eating people, sort of makes sense. Thankfully, in this run-through, we will not have to see the horrific thing that happens if you open a wicker chest before they have finished merging. You do see that in the young phase. It's a boss. But yes, I bought my copy for $575, not including shipping. You're not gonna find it for that cheap now, and yes, that's considered cheap. Okay. So that guy there, we will not learn anything about him in this playthrough. He is the brother of our other protagonist, Sakuya. He's totally fine when you start off her campaign. I wonder how he got like that. So we have to chase him down because he has the key we need to go onwards to the end of the game. There we go. This game has that jumping ability, quote unquote. You only ever use it in 2 areas of the whole game. And that was one of them. Let's see if I can show off the running thing right here because I'm safe. Okay. So she gasps, and it takes a second for me to actually be able to run again. If you've been damaged, it can take you upwards of a minute to actually be able to use the run button. It will completely disable your ability to run. Which is the reason why this entire time I have hardly taken my finger off of that button. Because for some reason, it lets you run. Even if you've been damaged, as long as you still have access, or as long as you still have your hand on the button. Okay. For safety, I'm going to come over here and grab these for later. Well, that was not very nice of you. Oh, right. He just triggered vertigo in me, so I have to heal. Because that gets rid of vertigo. You can also use something called meditate, but I need to make sure I get these 2 summons up. So we got our little doggo, and we have a demon woman. Now all I'm gonna do is I'm just going to walk into him. Yeah, he set me on fire, but it's fine. So what you're trying to do is you're trying to prevent him from walking backwards to get rid of as many iframes as possible. And he's dead. That usually takes a lot longer.
That didn't seem like a fight. That just seemed like a beatdown. There's like 3 people just walking into him.
So everybody say goodbye to our doggo. This will be the last time we see him. He is a good boy. Sadly, there is no option to pet the doggo. But I'm gonna take a second here to show off meditate. So this is the reason why this game is, I call, easy to learn, difficult to master. You have a infinite useful heal the entire game. By pressing the R1 button, your character goes into what they call meditate state. And you just full heal. And you can use that whenever. Okay. This is our sister's diary. Now, if I was to read through, I'm not going to read through the whole diary, but I just want to sort of highlight the fact that at first she fell off a cliff. So she died because she fell off a cliff. And Utsuki tried to save her. But the further on you go through the diary, she starts to hate her sister more than more and realizes that her sister actually pushed her off the cliff. Which is what Kureha thinks happened. But what actually happened is that those pesky little demon children, they decided they were going to spook Utsuki while she was trying to save her sister, and it caused Utsuki to drop her. So Utsuki is entirely innocent this entire game. But her sister thinks otherwise and spends it mostly messing with her. Okay, now that we have the bloodied cloth that I picked up from that boss, we can go onwards towards the last area of the game, which in fact we have been to before, but you will see that shortly. And you're not the bad guy, no. Sometimes with enemies in this game, you just have to beat them down, because if you don't, they will beat you down because of the iframes. Let's see if I can, aha, I did it. Okay, if you run into the railing there, you can trick that enemy's AI into jumping at you instead of attacking you, and that's the only way to get through here without getting either grabbed or hit. And getting grabbed or hit costs you time. We don't like that. Okay, so here's the kids, right? One of them is dead. You never see in Utsuki's playthrough what happened to that kid. What happened to that demon demon child. But as we can see, one of the mulberry trees has been set on fire. Will we ever find out in this playthrough what happened to it? No. No, not at all. So here we get to see exactly what happened to the poor sister. Because it decides to give us this flashback now.
Korea! Please hurry! Just a second, Utsuki! Please!
I guess technically there was moving mouths in this scene. It's one of the only ones.
Let's have some fun. Korea! Korea! Wake up! Wake up! Do you really want to bring her back?
So yes, it was Utsuki who put her sister into the wicker chest and started this whole thing. Or at least started her sister having to merge with people, I should say. When did these three campaigns intertwine? So we just got thrown down here by our sister. Something to remember about this particular area is I'm running here, but if I was playing the young phase, I would never hit the run button in this area. If you hit it so much as half a second, you will get swarmed by about 30 ghost dudes.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm not kidding. I've lost runs to it before because I forgot about that fact. Okay. So we just picked up 2 iron wedges. And apparently, Utsuki's the Hulk. And just a tiny little iron wedge knocks down an entire wall. Hello, Ghost Man. Bye-bye, Ghost Man. So yes, the demon children were the ones who started this, but Utsuki's poor sister believes it's all Utsuki's fault. Because the sister did not see the demon children. And for some reason, Utsuki never tried to explain there's demon children. This is the first instance of an instant kill in this game. There's 2 in the Yang phase, there's only 1 in this one. Never go through the center of the room. If you do, you will die. There's a spot of blood in the center of the room, and it is an instant kill. It will suck you in. Once again, Utsuki is the Hulk, and we go onwards.
I had that happen to me when I did this game, when I was trying to learn it. I didn't realize it was there.
Yep.
I was like, why? How did I die?
I did it during my casual. So right now, I'm mashing the run button. Now I can run. For some reason, there in particular, because I've been running around so much, it disabled my run button because I stopped running to break the wall. That's an example of the game taking away your ability to run if you've run too much or you've been injured. Oh, I almost messed that up. Okay, this is a pain in the butt room. So this enemy, you can't juke around him very easily. But if he gets you with his multi-hit attack, it can instant kill you, just about. Unless you're very, very handy with mashing the inventory button. Why are you being such a jerk? Okay. Usually he does not take nearly that long. This is fine. And I have been killed there before because I forgot that that guy was there, sort of, and I ran forward too far. He detected me, and I died. Yes, there's a lot of worms in this game. It's rather unpleasant. So, believe it or not, we were actually almost at the end of the game.
And after 9 times.
I just have to get around those silkworms one more time. Ghost Man. Bye-bye, Ghost Man. Game hop and autosave? It does not. It is an old PS2 game. Now, just for safety, I'm going to heal here. Normally, I don't. Because... Yes, that placement. Okay. Come on. Come on, I got places to be, Mr. Worm. Okay, where's the other one? There he is. Hi. Please leave me alone. Okay. And at this point, we are safe. There is nothing that can kill me. It's just going to the end. Now I can let my hand rest, because the game takes away your ability to run at this point. And time will be coming up as soon as it fades to black when I finish this little march across this bridge and get to the little grate at the other side. It's definitely a workout for your right hand to be holding circle for 40 minutes. Okay, and... time. So, I'll let the ending cutscene play out just to...
I must merge.
Just so you can see what's happened to poor old Utsuki, because she hasn't merged with anybody in a hot minute after she got killed. She's doing fine. She's fine, Chad. She's fine.
Utsuki,
Hey look, it's Sakuya again. We found our other protagonist.
you can't stay here. Your sister. Utsuki, help me. I beg you.
And we're a demon now!
What? Don't do that. Utsuki.
And GG. So that is the entirety of Yin Phase.
All right.
If you want to know
Pretty
what
good
happened,
run.
if you want to know what happened to her, you will have to either get the game or something else, because the only way to see what happened to her is to play the Kuon phase.
I think one way you can see that is they checked out a streamer who maybe speedruns Kuon, and if so, where can they find said streamer?
At twitch.tv/Miss Scarlet Tanager. That's Scarlet with one T and Tanager. Or you can also find me on Twitter at Miss Scarlet Tana, Tana, because it wouldn't let me fit the entirety of Tanager in there. Or on YouTube with the same username, because it's the same username everywhere.
I thought that was a fun lead into that plug, given how rare this game can be. I do want to say thank you for doing the run as well. Normally, I like to do another question first, but since that was a nice lead into that, do you have any shout-outs you'd like to give?
Well, this was suggested, so I would like to give a shout-out to a little creature. Come here, little girl. There you go. Okay. I would like to give a shout-out to the little rabbit who ended one of my world record attempts once. Because she decided that it was a good time to chew on things she wasn't supposed to chew on.
Aww.
So this is Tally, she is my rabbit, and if you come to my streams, you will get to see them all the time because they have their own dedicated webcam.
Aww.
Besides that, definitely a shout out to you, Icdices, for inviting me.
All right,
begin
thank
with.
you.
But other than that, also to the speedrunning community for Kuon, as small as it is, really the 3 people that I've seen try to run it recently are just you, me, and Failmore. But
Yeah.
and shout out to the guy who let me buy this game off him for a lot lower than I would have had to get it on eBay.
Well, that definitely works in that case. I do want to thank you again for doing the run. Again, if anyone missed it, that's Miss Scarlet Tanager. I posted a link somewhere in chat, so if you want to find that, you can check them out there. As well, before we go on to our next game, you have anything else you'd like to add in before we head on to that?
Not that I can think of. Oh, right. No, actually, I probably should. So, if you guys want to see more of this game, I will be running it in January, as Icdices brought up earlier, because I got it into a GDQ.
Oh, yeah.
And
Big congrats again.
yes, thank you. It will be a bid war between playing as what you just saw, or playing the Yang phase, which is by far the more difficult of all of the phases, because it likes to kill you a lot.
All right, that sounds like fun stuff, and it should be an exciting time. That being said, we're going to be starting to set up for our next game. And we're going to be, standing up, stretching our legs. We're going to do a quick break. So touch your legs, stretch your toes, all that jazz. I'm aware I said that backwards. It's fun to do that. I say the same thing quite a lot. It sounds like I'm recorded sometimes. No, I just kind of get into a pattern and repeat myself. But I do hope that you all have a good break. Stand up. This is a wellness check and all that. As well, if you miss any of the GDQ HOTFIX shows, check out our archive of past runs and shows at youtube.com/gamesdonequick. Anyway, we are going to be right back as we set up our next game. All right, we are back from the break. Hope you're all having a wonderful night tonight. A lot of you have been with us all night, and I thank you for that. And I hope that you are all having a wonderful Halloween. Nice and spooky. Plenty of tricks and treats once again. We had a rare showing of a very, I guess, exclusive game in a sense with Kuon, done by the wonderful Miss Scarlet Tanager. It was great to see, and I like seeing hidden gems like that. You don't get to see a lot of games sometimes, so speedrunning is kind of a neat avenue to check things out that you might not be aware of. However, we're going to be shutting in a little bit more. Things are going to get a little bit more condemned, because our next game is going to be Condemned: Criminal Origins. I heard about this game, I know a lot about this game, but I also don't. I usually gets attributed to another game, and I usually pair it, I think, with something called Manhunt. Either way, I hear it's a great game with a lot of fun, and let's go on to it. So we're going to be having Condemned: Criminal Origins with Maxi Lobes. Take it away.
Hello.
There you are. I was like, you all good, buddy?
I was just staring at chat a little bit.
Okay,
I was about to itch my nose, but I cannot do that. But welcome, everybody.
Okay.
Hello, I'm Maxi. Pleasure to be here. I am going to showcase a very fun, broken first-person horror game, Condemned: Criminal Origins. A lot of people remember this as being a very early Xbox 360 title, so it's a semi-popular horror game.
I am just seeing the makeup, by the way.
Yeah.
I was like, why couldn't you tell? Oh, I like it. I like it.
Yeah. My lovely girlfriend Biddy in the chat did this, so thank her for it.
Well, thank you, Biddy.
We are going to run the any percent category, which is just fresh file, start from a new game, and beat it by any means possible. And by any means possible, well, like I said, this is an early kind of 2000s horror game, 2005. Does that mean it's broken? No. But it's on the Lithtech engine, which is the engine that Monolith uses and has used for ages, and that's why it's broken. So much like its counterpart in 2005, Fear, made by the same studio, because it's on the Lithtech engine, it's on a very similar version of it. There's a lot of crazy glitches, a lot of crazy exploits, and they're really cool. But I'm gonna count down the time real soon. Timing for this game starts as soon as you are able to move Ethan Thomas, which is the main character of the game. I'll kind of explain the story a little bit.
Thomas, I don't got all day here. Let's get a move on.
All right, geez. All right. I'm not very good at counting this down, but
People
we go.
are scared. We need to get this one.
3,
Follow me.
2,
Buddy's this way.
1, go.
I'm getting too old for this. You gotta crouch to get.
So, Condemned: Criminal Origins.
Body's rotten as we speak.
Already you saw me skipping some dialogue via quick save, quick load. We're going to be doing that quite a bit throughout the run, but not too much. We don't have to do it right now because he's kind of on like a auto-scrolly walking bit. But this gives me plenty of time to kind of explain what this game is. Ethan Thomas, as I said, is our main character. He is a FBI agent. And this crime scene that we're coming up to, there's something very peculiar about it, and Ethan is called in.
Jesus H. Nearly shot the bastard.
to kind of investigate and see if it's linked to some other possible murders that have been happening. And this game kind of goes into a really interesting direction. It's kind of like a half detective story, half horror game. It's actually quite unique, considering it came out in 2005. Like it's the subject matter and whatnot, and how the story plays out. So I'll kind of explain more and more as we go along. But yeah, it's a really cool game, and it is on Steam. All you have to do is apply a really simple patch to make it so that your Logitech or random company mouse or keyboard doesn't make the game freak out, because that's a thing. USB devices of certain kinds will literally make this game freak out. So, but there's a really simple patch for it.
Agent Thomas.
And we are just going to skip some dialogue here again, turn on the flashlight. And here is the crime scene. It's spooky.
Thomas.
Hello, Thomas.
A little early.
Use the UV light on the corpse and find.
So because we're an FBI agent, we've got all these cool gadgets that totally exist.
Just a sec. Use the UV light.
Ah, see right there, I quick saved, quick loaded a little too early. Sometimes you gotta watch out for that.
Just a sec.
There it is. As soon as she says, So there is some very finicky timing with the quick save, quick load, because this game, essentially, like, it lets you quick save at certain times, but other times, you'll press quick save and the game will say you cannot save right now. It's a pretty common thing. So you gotta have really good timing with the quick save, quick loads. Just for that sake. As you can see in the top right, it'll say you cannot save now. So, you gotta watch out for that. Taking more cool pictures of the crime scene. Are totally futuristic.
That's it.
Exact same MO as the others?
It's the work of a guy we've been
Super cool futuristic gadgets.
kills young.
Any luck?
No luck so far.
And now, going to stand in front of this door. Right in the middle of the 1 and the 2, if possible. Walk, and this guy is going to kick the door open.
It's coming from in here.
And that's going to allow us to skip having to wait for him to go through the hallway, so we can activate this cutscene right away. Now, something I have yet to mention.
Call for backup now.
This is Officer Becker. We need backup immediately.
You see the 60 at the top left? Well,
Copy that.
Becker and I will head up the fire escape.
this game is really weird with frame rate. This is one of those games that was never supposed to run at a higher frame rate. It wasn't made for that. Because this is a console game that was given a PC port, whereas Fear was a PC game that was given a console port. So this game acts a lot differently to stuff like that. And essentially, the higher your frame rate, the slower you walk up and down stairs.
All clear.
What?
Right? Don't know
Why?
why. No clue. But if you cap it to 60 frames per second, you have the normal walking up and down speed. Very strange.
For Christ's sake, be careful.
Very, very strange. So that is why capped to 60 frames. So now things get real. We know that the suspect is around. That's not him. That's not him. But yeah, the suspect is around. You need to find him. And as Rosa just said, there's a lot of addicts and vandals and crazy criminals lurking around. Oh, my sensitivity is so high. Oh my god. But in Condemned, none of that is explained. It's actually explained in the sequel, Condemned 2, which is the far worse video game. But we won't talk about that. Anyways, Condemned, all these crazy people, they're not... Okay, people like to joke around that, like, you just beat up a bunch of, like, hobos in this game. That's not the case. They are criminals, and they are drug addicts, but there is a radio signal in this game. There's a radio frequency, like, that is causing people to go crazy on top of, you know, their already criminal life. So it's making them turn against each other and against everyone, and the radio signal is something that's explained in Condemned 2, like I said, but it's really quite silly and actually leaves more questions than answers anything, so I won't go too heavy into that. But here's our suspect. He just took our gun. That's bad. It's very bad. He doesn't really have plans of using the gun. Yet. It looked like he was going to shoot us, but he was just playing around. He was messing around.
He likes to
taking
have
a plank of wood.
fun.
Yeah. Taking a plank of wood to the face right there. Wasn't planned, but it's just how it turned out. That's kind of the fun thing about this game. One of the highlights of this game is actually the combat and the physics and whatnot. A lot of fun, just kind of running around and hitting people with like random objects and seeing them fly.
Thomas, answer me. What's happened? We heard an explosion.
So this part's really fun. We're gonna skip through all of this dialogue, and because we're skipping through all of this dialogue, our chief over here is going to show off his telekinetic powers. Heck yeah. With the power of his mind, he threw a fire axe about 10 feet. Through a window. But now that we have the fire axe, this is essentially going to be the weapon that we're going to use for the rest of the level. But we actually don't have to use it that much. Like, a lot of the enemies you can run past in this game, which we're going to be doing very often, but there are some that you are required to kill. Also, we have a taser. It's very, very strong. It's also the only way to, like, beat the game on hard difficulty. You have to use your taser a lot. It's actually quite a difficult game. But you'll see me use the taser quite a bit. So this is one of the dudes we have to kill for this door over here to open. And Goggles Man. Goggles Man is dead. And that's the level. Now we get a cool cutscene with our suspect here.
How does it feel to be on this end of the gun? But listen, you bastard. Don't mess this up for us. We are both on the same path of righteousness. Thomas! And the path takes strange turns. Police, drop the weapon now! Be ready for death, Agent Thomas. It shall come visiting again.
Thank goodness. So there it is. The absolutely crazy twist of the game. Ethan Thomas now wakes up in his apartment after watching the two officers die at the hands of the suspect. And why is it such a crazy twist? Well, now Ethan is being accused of killing those officers. And this is really where the game's story starts to unfold.
Are you saying this is his condemned criminal origins?
Absolutely, Igdices. Absolutely.
Perfect.
You got it.
Hello, Ethan.
And then there's this guy.
Who are you? What is going on?
Calm yourself. My name is Malcolm Van Horn. I was a great friend of your father's.
So that part, him being a great friend of his father, that's
a long time ago, but why are you here now?
Not really explained very much.
Well, I was nearby. An unfortunate scene. You did your best, but it could not be helped.
But he saw everything.
Detectives.
They're dead. Shot with your weapon. And you will be blamed for their deaths.
Ridiculous. I'll just tell them.
What? Tell them the truth? They have already decided the truth.
This is insane. I can't just give up the Bureau.
It's already been taken from you. Now join me and help yourself.
Open up, it's the police.
Uh-oh.
Take your bag and head across to the metro station.
Damn, it's the Popo.
Agent Thomas, you know you're in there. Open up now.
Ethan, you must trust me. I am here to help. Now go.
Also, if you're wondering, yes, the cutscenes in this game are not skippable. Thankfully, they're not that long. That's one of the longer ones.
I'm sorry, officer. You woke me from sleep. No, don't go there, mister. What's your business here?
Now we're gonna pick up the shovel. And we're gonna kick down these stairs. I don't know why, but running and kicking in this game, very interesting. You can actually retain your stamina, which is the yellow bar at the top left below my health bar, which is the red bar.
It
looks...
Why?
I don't know. It only works in a couple areas in the game, and I'll point them out.
Receiving image data.
God, I thought they would have.
You know, that kind of reminds me of, have you ever seen an Alan Wake speedrun?
Yeah.
So the kicking reminds me because with Alan Wake, his stamina is absolutely terrible. He can run for like 10 seconds and then he'll be like wheezing the whole time. So to regain stamina, you just start jumping repeatedly, and then your stamina regenerates while jumping, and it's slightly faster than just walking.
I think that's probably a little bit cooler.
Okay.
The Alan Wake tech. Because you
I
can
think
only
the
do
kicking's
it
funny.
like twice in this run. The one that I just showed you. The Alan Wake tech seems cool though. Alright, so now we're gonna wait around this corner actually. Because we want this guy to at least be a little bit closer. I normally don't kill that guy, but oh wait, the crowbar. Sir, I need this. I just want to show off like how funny the physics are and like how funny it is to fight in this game. Alright, so, like I said before I started this run, it's really, really broken, and even though it's been pretty vanilla so far,
This is Thomas.
I am going to be showing you something really, really cool in just a moment, and it's also going to be a trick that we're going to use multiple times in the run for small and big skips. Here's a door. It's locked. Need to open it. There's a padlock on it, so we need to get a sledgehammer. There's a sledgehammer on the other side of this door, but this is locked. I'm gonna increase my mouse sensitivity, mash W and hold down, and unlock it from the other side by clipping Ethan's head through the door. So now I don't have to go all the way... Hello, sir? Now I don't have to go all the way around. I can just pick up the sledgehammer and we can go break that padlock. So yeah, it looks really wild, but it's really not that wild. It's just, you clip Ethan's head through a door. Everyone can do it. In the game, not in real life.
Yet.
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 Gonna skip some more dialogue here. Oh. And the loading time, it varies between levels, so doing these quick save quick loads to skip dialogue is sometimes really quick, and other times it's kind of slower, depending on how big the level is. So you kind of have to adjust your timing if you want to get the most optimal time save out of those dialogue skips. Crazy dude laughing up there and throwing trash bin. This game has a lot of like, it has a lot of good atmosphere, but it also has just a lot of cheesy scares. It's a pretty good balance. Pretty good balance. So yeah, the combat in this game is awesome.
Like love taps all around in the combat.
Yeah. So the head clipping we're gonna do one more time. This is a bit of a more difficult head clip. And it's gonna probably take me a few tries. Oh my god. There we go. Yeah, that one's way more difficult. That's the hardest head clip in the game. Easily. But even then, like, me taking quite a while to get it is still faster than doing the intended route. Yeah, okay, see, funny you mentioned that. You have a sledgehammer, yes, and you're hitting them with, like, the handle. So, interestingly enough, if you hit enemies in the head with the handle part, and this goes for any melee weapon, it does more damage than just the overhead swings. Don't know why. Gonna take this guy's shotgun after I tase him. And I think it's because the hitbox, like the collision when you swing certain melee weapons is really big. But when you do the handle, it's like a much more precise box. So you're able to actually hit them in the head more consistently. Something like that, it seems. But it is quite silly. Also, I just want to point out that every single time you bring out your camera to take a picture of clues and evidence and stuff, it's actually completely random how zoomed in or out your camera is. So you could potentially save a good amount of time or lose a good amount of time just on whether or not your camera is zoomed in or out when you bring it out. Pretty weird, but That's what happens when you eat too much Halloween candy. Don't eat too much Halloween candy, chat.
It's a very wild night tonight. You gotta be responsible. Tomorrow, Halloween candy goes on sale.
Then you can be irresponsible with your money.
That's true. My buddy had like 10 Kit Kats last night.
Wait, okay, fun-sized or?
I think they were fun-sized,
Oh, okay,
but he
okay.
told me he was complaining that he had too many Kit Kats. I think the whole bag had 30, so he apparently had a third of them.
A third of the Kit Kat
I had like 2.
bag. Chat, what is your favorite Halloween candy?
What's yours?
See, it's tough because I really like Sour Patch, but I also really like Reese's Cups.
God damn it! Open up! Open, you bastard!
And those are pretty common. Those are not unique or surprising choices, really.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm a bit of a Starburst man myself.
Starburst are really.
I can enjoy those, but there's something that what's the word? I think for chocolate, I will destroy Three Musketeers.
Three Musketeers, yeah?
I like something about it. Just feels right.
That didn't work out the way it was supposed to.
Good variety of candies in chat. A lot of Reese's I'm seeing. A lot of Reese's.
A lot of Reese's.
The only time I eat Reese's is like, you know, Easter when they have like the egg?
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know, it just tastes better as an egg to me. I know it's not an actual egg, but in egg form, I just enjoy Reese's better.
Maybe it's the ratio of chocolate.
Maybe. Although, as always, the correct answer is free candy is the best candy.
You're right. It's true. So what you saw last time,
yeah.
I tased the guy, and I did not get him to actually get... He didn't go through the tasing animation, so I couldn't get the axe from him. So that's why I died. But it's not a big time loss. Oh, these guys are in the way. Now they're not. Very small time loss. Very small. Ooh, I have the unpopular opinion of not liking Snickers that much.
Now, the real question is, what's the worst candy to get? You can't... Oh, actually, I guess you could say black licorice.
Well, there's a candy-coated black licorice... and I'm forgetting what it's called, but it's pretty awful. I don't think it's now and laters. I think those are different.
Although, Maxie, if it's anything from Twitter, I learned apparently one of the best candies you can get is actually warm scrambled eggs.
Yeah, warm scrambled eggs and bag of Sprite. They go together really well. I don't know. I think candy corn actually gets a pretty bad rep. Candy corn isn't as bad as people make it out to be.
Also, I'm going to give
I'd much rather have candy corn than black licorice.
A fun tip here. I've heard about this. I don't know why. I don't eat them personally because they have gelatin, I think. But for people who eat the candy circus peanuts, apparently they taste better if you leave them out for a week. I don't know why. If you've never had a circus peanut, it is like it's like a gummy candy in the shape of a circus peanut that tastes like bananas. I don't know why it was made, but apparently if you leave it open for a week and just ignore it and forget about it, it tastes better.
And you must ripen the banana.
Like, actually.
You know what? You know what's a really underappreciated candy? Lemon heads.
Which one? I do like those.
If you like lemon, Like, lemon heads are actually very good. That's an underappreciated one.
I just said molasses. If someone poured molasses in my bag as a kid, I would have cried. Molasses? How are you getting molasses? That's like a liquid, isn't it?
Bag of molasses.
I could be wrong. Maybe they're referring to like molasses covered food, but I'm just thinking molasses. And I'm thinking like, oh, this person got like a can, like not a can, but like a bottle of molasses and started pouring it into my bag, covering all my candy.
Sounds awful.
It does.
Oh yeah, by the way, chat, this train makes no noise. There's also a fan patch for this, but it's more fun when it makes no noise. We're also going to kick this man quite a bit till he gets off train. Yeah. Goodbye, sir. Little cup of molasses.
Oh God, no.
Alright, so the suspect that we've been chasing this whole time, that train makes noise. The one we were on definitely does not make any noise, but yeah, he hit us off the train. We should be dead, but we're alive because we're Ethan Thomas. And yeah, you've seen head clipping already. That's a pretty broken exploit in the game, I would say. But this level right here is a pretty good example of just kind of breaking the game to a point where you don't really play the game very much in this level. You play it a little bit. And some levels are like this, and others you actually do quite a bit of the level before you do any skip. But yeah, these are some big skips I'm about to show you. This is where the game really opens up. So you see this ladder? We're gonna climb this ladder. And as we get to the top of it, we're gonna spam quick save, and then we're gonna quick load, and we're gonna climb up the ladder again. And then we're gonna quick save, and then we're gonna quick load, and then we're gonna climb up the ladder again. And look at that, I just clipped through the wall, and I'm now on this ladder. So yeah, you can duplicate animations in this game with quick save, quick load. Is it always useful? No, actually, most of the time it's completely useless, but I would say about 25% of the actual places where you can do something really cool with duplicating animations, there is a skip. And now that I've shown you that, that's going to be a reoccurring thing in this run. But something that's not going to be a reoccurring thing is this next skip coming up here. Some levels, there are some dev oversights, and this is one of them. This door that I'm about to enter, to get on the train, you can manually close this. That's not good. And you'll see why. You shouldn't be able to do that, because when you take a picture of the evidence here, this is supposed to close. But because it's already closed, it's opened instead of closed. The game just does the thing, and it doesn't know, it can't tell if it's open or closed already, so it just does the thing and it opens it. Why is this like a dev oversight? Because this has no collision. You're supposed to be stuck in that train, and you're supposed to fight a bunch of people through the train, and then you're supposed to get a sledgehammer so you can break the padlock that this guy, our suspect, is putting on this door. And this door still has no collision, but if we go back through there, it will have collision. So we gotta not do that. But yeah, there's a pretty big skip. that is very unique to this level, and we're not going to be seeing something like that again. Now we're just going to do some dialogue skipping here. And we're going to go pick up... I'm just going to tase him even though he's invulnerable. Just for fun. I'm going to go pick up the fire axe here. And we're going to blow open this door with the fire axe after we take a phone call. Not really. Skip all of it. Tase this guy off the ladder. This one off. No, we want the fire axe. Down. And we are going to do this as intended. Turn the valve. Because the area that we got the fire axe, there's like a valve. And it's blown open, and there's like super hot steam coming out, so we can't get past it. Classic kind of horror game thing. Classic horror game style thing to do there. But now that the steam is no longer there, we're going to pick up the shotgun. Go over to this ladder, and we did the climb up duplication. Now we're going to do the jump down duplication. And the reason why we do that... Oh, well, I mean... Hold on, let's try this again. Sometimes you gotta spam quick save a little bit more. There we go. Okay, so now we're out of bounds. And what we can do out of bounds is we can kind of slowly walk along this edge. Slowly walk along this edge. There we go. Okay. This is the point where it gets kind of difficult. Oh, we got it. We got it. Nice. That was actually pretty good. So, we've clipped through the wall, we've clipped back in bounds, and the reason why this is so important is because right here where I'm standing is actually a trigger. The game now thinks that we've completed the rest of the level because we're actually on the other end of that door. So, what does it trigger? It triggers the end of the level. Can you hit me? Thank you. Okay. I still can't get... Come on. Let me up. Wait. Okay, hold on. I am too far into the ground. I am too grounded. I must get my feet out of the ground. Oh, okay. All right. Hold on. There we go. That's better. So now we can actually, okay, like I was explaining, what does that trigger do? It activates the end, like the end sequence of the level. And the end sequence of the level is simply climbing up these ladders and going back over here to this door. And right over there is a little zone where we just completely end the level. So a lot of big skips that level, really good showcase of how broken the game can actually be. Before all of what you just watched was found, this level was probably like 3-4 minutes slower. So, very, very big time saves.
I understand. The caseload became too much. You weren't solving cases like you used to. You're talented, high-strung. You snapped. It happens sometimes.
Look, I did not snap. Someone else killed those policemen. It looks like it might have been the matchmaker.
With your gun? That seems unlikely, doesn't it? We have psychiatric staff that can help you sort things out.
The people at the FBI are trying to tell Ethan to come back so he can go through, you know, psychiatric help because they are still convinced that he's the one who murdered the 2 officers at that site. And he's also having strange, nightmarish visions of a man.
Maybe I have gone crazy.
with like this surgically attached jaw.
Look, Feral.
This isn't Pharaoh. It's Malcolm Van Horn.
And that guy who you're seeing in those cutscenes makes absolutely no sense until the second game, but like I said, the second game is like far inferior and raises more questions than it answers them. So we're not going to go too deep into that. But this level's also really cool. There's a couple of really unique skips in this level that won't be recreated in any other. Yeah, this is a very memorable level for a lot of people. Especially people who are afraid of, like, you know, mannequins and stuff like that, which is a very valid fear. The only reason I'm not very scared of mannequins nowadays is because of the line of work I did when I was younger.
They worked with mannequins?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, hairdressing and hairstyling and stuff like that.
Cool.
So, the unique skip that you're seeing here involves this box. If this box isn't in this corner, you can't quick save, quick load, clip through this railing. And the reason why we want to clip through this railing is because we straight up just want to break our ankles. Like that. And now we've skipped a nice portion of the level by going down to the first floor and not having to do the infamous mannequin scare section. I know, chat. I'm sorry to disappoint, but we're going fast. But yeah, infamous level for the mannequin section, which I think a lot of people remember it really well because it's done very well. Oh, get off, sir. Where am I? Oh my god, he did it again. Am I gonna die? I might die. Okay, thankfully there's a really good checkpoint here. Yo, that was kind of scary. These guys, when they grab you, they look terrifying.
Well, it is a horror game.
Okay, there we go. I'm just gonna kill that guy so he doesn't do that again. So here's another part of the mannequin section. Just gonna fly by that too. Oh, I want to itch my face so bad, but I can't. I will not ruin this fantastic work that Biddy has done to my face.
Compiling. The footprint. Keep following the trail.
So there's a very optional little thing you can do here. I'll try to show it off. It's really not that important, but I'll do it anyways, just for fun. The game ate my quick save. So here's the optional thing. You can kind of like W spam your way up these planks of wood. That was not a successful version of it. I got stuck a little too much, so I had to actually kill the guy still. But you can actually get over that and just keep on going and doing the rest of what you need to do here without killing that guy on the way in. It's such a small time save. It's like 3 seconds. Run is live. Chat is pre-recorded. The classic. Well, I see someone has brought up the possible remaster or remake of Condemned or Fear. Unfortunately, neither of those things can happen, and I've actually asked the developers at Monolith, the studio. They unfortunately don't have the green light to really do anything with these games because all of the rights are owned by Warner Brothers, and they just don't care. Fear 1, 2, and 3 are all available still on Steam and GOG, and Condemned 1 is available on Steam and GOG, but Condemned 2 unfortunately cannot get a port due to licensing issues, and Fear cannot get backwards compatibility with like Xbox Series X and stuff like that because of similar issues. And remasters and remakes will simply not get greenlit. So there is no hope for these games living on, but they are classics. They'll never be forgotten. Monolith's work is pretty phenomenal, especially for the year that they were working on these games, 2005. Fear, very ahead of its time. Condemned, I wouldn't say is super far ahead of its time, but it's very memorable and a very good introduction, I would say, to like just horror games. Like, I would recommend this to somebody who wanted to get into horror games. Where's the shotgun? There it is. That's faster.
I think I've got something, Tom.
Like I said earlier, it's a really unique twist of like, you know, detective, criminal stuff mixed with, you know, a very good horror atmosphere and some balanced scares and whatnot. So, Legendary games, they may not get, you know, the remake, remaster treatment, or even ports. They'll never be forgotten. So that's the end of that level. A couple of pretty cool skips there. This level, really short and straightforward.
You were going to call me back.
Sorry. So, the fingerprint in the metro station and the boot print are not the matchmakers, but this other guy. So, is he the torturer?
Doubtful. It's not the torturer's MO. Think about it.
So this cutscene basically explains that
Ended with a killing similar to the previous. This guy goes around and kills the killers.
The suspect that we were looking for has been has been killed by an Uber killer, which is a killer who kills other killers.
Killer X kills serial killers. He takes them down using their own methods. If the torturer is still at large, what's his MO?
Pretty sick stuff. He likes to
So yeah, this game gets really, really wild with how it kind of plays out, because the people that you are chasing after,
What is this city coming to?
they all have a link
Torturer and save
to the
his ass,
person
so the new killer doesn't kill
who
him.
you actually need to find to proof that you're innocent to the FBI.
I'm no longer an agent, apparently.
It's really nuts.
Sorry. Look, I can't get you the bureau dossier on the torturer.
It's really nuts. And people say, yeah, Dexter. That's what people think of when they think of this game.
I have something else you need to say.
And I think
Well,
Dexter,
it's too dangerous for me to come to the bureau. Can you meet me at the city?
if I
library?
recall correctly, Dexter came out after this. I think.
All right, let's see. It did.
Yeah,
this game
Dexter
came out
after this.
2005.
And
Dexter
you know
came
what?
out 2006 and ran
So-
until 2013.
15 minutes.
Only 1 year, so it's possible that these games were both doing the same idea at the same time, and the other just took longer to make. Dexter.
But isn't the whole idea of a killer killing killers the same idea as the Punisher?
Aw. Oh my God! What? 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 Okay, this never happens.
Apparently Dexter had books?
Dexter had books?
I'm reading that in chat. Yeah, Dexter's based on books. Wow, I did not know that.
Oh, that's so cool, actually.
I know about the Punisher, but I don't think the Punisher's I don't know if he's specifically killer killing killers. I think he's more of a guy who lives in a society.
I think you're right. Also, this whole section totally did not go as planned, but it was much more interesting, I'll tell you that. It was not optimal, but much more interesting. The rest of this should go as planned now. There's a little battle royale that happens here. And we're gonna come out on top.
Learn something new every day.
This guy's loud, by the way. It's this guy on the megaphone. Kinda loud. I don't think he'll say anything else. I think his dialogue's done. Kinda forgot how loud he is. This man disappeared. So now we're riding a dumpster. Ethan Thomas's pro dumpster boarder.
What the hell was that?
Introducing probably one of the most unaware cops in the history of unaware cops.
Rosa, be quiet. Hey, Smithy, Johnson, wait up. Rosa, are you still there?
Very few people can tell me to shut up and get away with it.
Sorry, I'll be there in a couple minutes.
Also, I like that Rosa claps back on Ethan with the sass. Wait. But now we're at the public library, and there's some really juicy information we can actually get from the public library. A specific section of it. Yeah. Like, Ethan might as well have just, like, thrown sweet rolls and cheese wheels out of the door. Must have been the wind. So right here, we're going to interact with this elevator button, but what we're going to do is we're actually going to run back here. And for some strange reason, doing that allows you to skip the cutscene that usually happens in this elevator. I have no idea why it works that way. But alas, we've done it.
Thomas, over here.
This might not have been a good idea. Squatters and addicts have moved in, and they don't like company. Come this way. I have something to show you.
So, Rosa has something to show us. Some very interesting information on Ethan.
During your last physical, they found several... Yeah, right where your esophagus...
So he has some weird things going on in his body. Like, there's something wrong with, like, his brain and his throat. And, of course, not explained in this game. There's a lot of stuff that's not really explained in this game, and instead it is explained in Condemned 2.
Jeez, Thomas.
But for the third, fourth time, I don't know how many times I've said this, Condemned 2 is...
Let's get this over with.
Ridiculous. It's
looking for parts to sell, or just
you may as well just consider that story not canon, even though it's canon.
Hello. Looks like someone left. Search this office. I'll take.
He cannot slow time, no. I mean, if you'd really like to know, he has an extremely powerful voice. Look at it, not as powerful as Rosa is, though. Look how fucking far Rosa threw that chair. My goodness.
I told you we weren't. Come on, I found a.
Rosa, let me past you. Okay, fine. I don't know why, but Ethan was very delayed hopping through that window.
It's a search engine specific to the library. Just type in the torch. Damn it. Can anything else?
But yeah, he's got like this super powerful voice. And essentially, it's very similar to the radio frequency that people are hearing that are making them go crazy in this game. And he's supposed to be like a part of this clan called like the Oro. And that person that you see in those cutscenes, the one with like the surgically mechanical jaw thingamabob, like he's a part of the Oro. It's... Never mind all that mumbo jumbo. We're gonna head clip and unlock this door.
Are you there?
And because we do that, the game is like, oh no, what are you doing? You're not supposed to be here. You're not supposed to see this. Fun fact, he has health. He literally has health. You can kill him. And now...
Oh.
Yeah, this is the thing.
He's doing his best out there.
Yeah. She's just stuck there forever now, I guess. Now we're gonna do the same thing. We're gonna head clip through this door. Now, the reason why this is so much more significant than the other one is because, much like the subway level, this right here, being on the other end of this door and standing right here, is a trigger. And it thinks that you've completed the rest of the level. So when you go back through this door, it activates the cutscene. And after this cutscene, we'll be in the very last section of the level. This is the biggest skip in the game.
8 years ago would put the kid and the
this
teacher
level used to be like... I kid you not, this level used to be like 5 minutes longer. It was pretty crazy when this was found.
Anderson Carl. There's a lot of Carl Andersons, but I bet this is our guy. He was enrolled or sentenced to an educational rehabilitation center for the severely troubled. St. Joseph's Secondary on Northeast 52nd and Fremont. It's been closed for 5 years, and no wonder. That's one of the worst parts of town. Christ, the cops have just been letting it go to hell for years.
And like those head clips, like I said before, like they're not hard to do. They're just disorienting. That's all. So essentially, if you have a mouse like I have, like you can just press a button to, you know, up your sensitivity, right? So if you have a mouse like this, it's even easier. You just press the button, get the highest sensitivity you can, look at the door, drag down like this, and mash W or forward, whatever your forward button is if you're a ESDF kind of player. I know a few people are. Oh, this last guy's behind me. Very nice fight. That was really good. You have to kill all of these guys in order for Rosa to run over to this door. That's how you finally beat the level.
What about our serial killer? Same information. Drive you there. Then
so there's the library level.
Thomas,
on.
it's Malcolm.
Malcolm.
How are you doing? Is the investigation going well?
It's going as well as it can be. Wait, what are you doing here? How did you know where to find me?
Oh, just a coincidence. Saw you from across the street.
Totally not stalking you, Ethan. Absolutely not.
Coincidence? I don't know what your game is here, Van Horn, but I've got a job to do, if you'll excuse me.
Yeah, ESDF, okay, funny enough, ESDF was a very popular key binding amongst, like, Quake and Doom players and stuff like that. Can do another head clip to unlock this door. This one is simply to get the sledgehammer. This isn't a huge time save, but definitely worth doing. This door. And the reason why they do that is because they like to have Q, W, R, and T, G, and A as like weapons. So they cycle through the weapons with those buttons instead of like the usual 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 or whatever. Or at least that's what I've been told. That's what they use it for. Double kill. Oh. Killing spree. So, very unique skip coming up. There's a similar skip like this in the very first level, but that first level skip is not, I wouldn't say it's very marathon safe, especially since I'm very inexperienced with it. Wait, there's no doubt.
Good timing. Just walked in. Start sending data when ready. Processing. Human tissue.
But the reason why this is such a unique out of bounds skip is because we're going to be doing some traversal that is just not something you would see in other levels. So we're going to quick save, and if we quick save at the right moment before this happening and quick load, we should be out of bounds, and then the animation of falling through the floor will happen while we're already below the floor. And the reason why this is so helpful is because we can fall and land in this room without dying from fall damage. And now, because we're kind of out of bounds, like on the edge of this room, we can, like I said, we can do some cool traversal to get to some other rooms. And this is a pretty big skip. Quite large. But Ethan's body is like very, he's a broad-shouldered boy. So you gotta be really careful. Gotta be really, really careful when you're going around these corners. That didn't work out the way I wanted it to. There we go. Okay. Do a little quick save here. Careful not to fall off. Flip into the gymnasium and turn this on, and boom. There it is. There's the skip. Not easy, but also not incredibly hard. Definitely doable with some practice. Especially once you get a better understanding of like the way that Ethan's body kind of interacts with walls and stuff.
It's Tibbetts.
Now we'll pick up some very convenient health on with the level. That's one of my favorite skips in the game. It's just, you know, it's like really, it's just interesting how it works, where you kind of do like the animation duplication, but you're not just duplicating the animation of falling through the floor. When you quick save and quick load at the right time, it just puts you out of bounds at the beginning of the animation anyways. So if it didn't work like that, I don't think that skip would be doable, because you would just die from fall damage every time, no matter where you landed. So, I think that's a really cool skip. Here we have another nightmarish vision with our barefooted friend. Who, by the way, is absolutely ripped. Now we're gonna try and carry the sledgehammer as far this direction as we can. Because we're gonna need that sledgehammer. Whoa, sir? This was really good, actually. Sometimes those enemies can just run around and not even try to attack you, and it's really awkward. That time they were pretty nice. And here's Mr. Tibbets. This is probably one of the most memorable things I would say about this game, and about in general, like that kind of like early 2000s horror craze, is the Mr. Tibbets scare, where you're required to take a picture of Mr. Tibbets in the locker, and you think he's dead, but then you bring out your camera and you zoom in on his face, and he wakes up and he's like, oh, yeah, good. That one got me when I first played this. I think it got everybody, really. Definitely a classic. We're gonna do a little skip there. That doesn't actually save much time, but the reason why we do it is because it avoids spawning a couple of extra enemies. So it's a little bit of a time save, and it makes the section a little bit more consistent. And there I did another head clip, and you swing your sledgehammer so that Ethan's head goes a little bit farther forward, otherwise you can't reach it. And that somehow killed this guy. That's pretty cool. Not intended. Sorry, sir. Good day. Do a flip. All right, that was good enough. And nightmare sequence. There aren't many of these in this game where you actually do it in the gameplay and not just witness it in the cutscene. That was pretty good, actually. What? Never mind. There was one guy still alive. That would have been really good if I knew that that guy was still alive. Okay. How are you gonna just... How are you gonna reference Gibby? I was not expected to see that in the chat. You know, that stunt double actually broke his ribs doing that. Not a fun fact, but definitely a not very well known fact. The guy who did that falling from the ceiling for Gibby and iCarly, yeah, he broke his ribs and went to the hospital. I hope he got paid very, very well.
Oh.
Yeah,
Oh,
imagine.
no.
I know, right? It's just painful to think about.
Imagine breaking your ribs for iCarly.
Yep. Unfortunate, really. Oh yeah, I'm totally forgetting to explain that sometimes, you know, games rip off other games. This is PT. This is the opening of PT. Condemned did it first. There you go.
We got it.
Also, that's kind that okay. It's totally irrelevant. But yeah, Ethan has like this crazy nightmarish sequence with the Oro guy again. And I have no idea if that's something that actually happened to him, or if it was just a vision. I think it's just a vision, but if that actually happened to him and he got thrown around the room like it was paranormal activity, like that's pretty crazy.
Now it seems they were interested in me for other reasons.
What do you mean?
I saw my file. Apparently I'm some sort of circus freak to them.
That may not be helpful. I wonder how much they know of what is happening. I would stay away from the Bureau as long as I could.
It's not like I have much choice, since they still think I killed those 2 officers.
Their deaths were unfortunate, but maybe it's best this way.
Best? You seem to know a lot more about what's happening than you're letting on.
He does. He knows a lot, actually. He knows a ton.
Appleseed Orchard Estate.
But you won't know that until Condemned 2.
I'll drop you off at the house and head over to
Which that's like the 5th time I've said that this run. But I'm not kidding. Like, literally so much stuff is explained in Condemned 2, but none of it is actually answered fully, so you're left with more questions than answers. It's like, not a bad sequel, but it's such a bad sequel. It's just like so unnecessary that it exists. But it's cool that it exists, but also like why? Why even bother? Anyways, we're at the apple orchard rather. Really cool skip coming up here. So you know how you can duplicate animations? I've shown that off quite a bit this run. This one is interesting because the timing is way harder, but the reward is massive. There is a puzzle in this level. There's a puzzle in this level where you have to find a bunch of like secret coding and like secret words, and you have to unlock a secret path in the basement. But instead of doing all of that, you can actually clip into the secret room that you are trying to get into via finding all of this information and hitting all of these like event triggers and stuff. But like I said, the timing to actually duplicate this animation of climbing through this hole is really difficult. So I'm having some trouble here. Definitely one of the end game run killers for sure. There we go, got it. And now we're just going to quick save, quick load, and mash W to fully clip through the wall, and boom. Pick up the shotgun, and there it is. Even though that took me like a bunch of attempts, that's like minutes faster than doing it as intended. Now, you're probably wondering, wait a second. If you haven't opened the secret door to get into this room, how are you going to get out? Because that secret door isn't open. Well, I will show you right now that this corner with this beam, this wooden beam, if you quick save and quick load while mashing W into it, you suddenly become one with the floor. And because you are one with the floor, the game doesn't understand what collision is happening, so you just clip right through the secret door. Yes, this is a thing. I can't really explain it. Like why it's a thing, but it's a thing. It's a thing. Lift tech engine, everybody.
I can't take this anymore. My ears. My hands.
So this guy drops a piano and it's blocking the stairs. So now we gotta do the RE4 cabin. Is basically what this is. Now I'm going to show you a exploit that you have not seen this entire run. The taser reload. You can instantly reload your taser if you just quick save and quick load after you've used it. This is an exploit that you could potentially use in other spots in the game if you're in like a really bad situation with enemies. In fact, I probably could have used it a couple of times earlier, but I'm not used to having those sections of the game mess up so bad. Not used to the worst possible scenario happening. It's a marathon run, so I should have known. Oh, sometimes this window gets in the way. There we go. That guy not die? Sir. There we go. Wait. Okay, yeah. So yeah, this level is just really memorizing the spawns and like what windows these enemies usually go to. As you can see there, that's that spawn. I think there's one more that spawns somewhere around here. Sometimes he doesn't. Oh, he did. There he is. Sometimes this guy likes to pick a different window. It's hard to tell what's going. Now we're gonna go back to this room. I encountered a problem with windows. Nightmare fuel. So we're gonna kill that guy, and then this guy should be... Wow, he was really fast. Usually he's a little bit slower than that. It's a good thing. Okay, that guy should be dead. Yeah. You can kind of tell when they're dead if they're like they're kind of limp when they're on the ground. If they're like if their legs are like super stiffened, that usually means that they're gonna get back up. Kind of tell by like their feet positioning. I think the last guy is spawning already, so this was quite fast. Yeah, this is where we get the fire axe. So we're gonna pick up the fire axe. Track the piano. Really good section. Oh, I'm at full health. I was gonna go get some more health, but I just realized I'm at full, so we don't. And now comes the hardest boss fight in the game. By far. And it's not that it's the hardest casually, I would say. Like, it's the hardest for the speedrun. Doing this fast for some weird reason is just difficult. Okay, apparently taking this picture is also really difficult. Whatever reason. There we go. This is like the fastest dialogue skipping in the game because this level loads so fast. So you can just absolutely tear through this.
Carl.
Carl.
Carl. Come on, Mr. Torturer. Don't you want to know what it feels like? We're not even half done.
So this is the real serial killer X. And the guy that we're dragging into this closet, he's the torturer, who was the former serial killer X who killed the first person that killed the officers at the beginning of the game.
Your fate is in my hands.
The matchmaker, the torturer, and then finally serial killer X. And you trick him. You trick him right here, and this is how you start the boss fight.
Given up. Wait for it. It's a shame. Wait for it. Now, perhaps you know what you have put others through. Although it makes you even more pathetic that you weren't brave enough to kill yourself. Now I'll have to do the job and make it look right. So sad.
It'd be funny if, like, it was Carl from, like, Aqua Teen.
You shouldn't have come here.
So we're gonna quick save, grab the shotgun. This should work.
You're weak.
So now we're gonna do like a combination of hitting him with the broken shotgun and kicks to ensure that we'll do enough damage, which that was actually really good. That was a very good fight. You're not always guaranteed to do full damage with the shotgun. The only way to make it semi-consistent is to be as close to him as possible when you're shooting. But if you're basically shooting into his body, like some of the bullets will go past him and through him and stuff. It's really weird.
You are not yourself. You are not in your right mind.
That was a very good fight. So yeah, Malcolm Van Horn, the guy that's been stalking us this whole time and trying to basically save us from the FBI. He is related to Serial Killer X, which this is Leland. This is Leland Van Horn, Serial Killer X.
But you turned out to be kind of a failure.
And his uncle, Malcolm Van Horn, is trying to save him.
I've been using you, Ethan
because even though he knows he's gone completely mad, he still wants to save his nephew.
Followed you and used you to find the serial killers you so desperately sought, and then
it's a good set piece. I agree.
Okay, I must admit, I was a bit dramatic. Killed them the same way they'd killed their own victims. A bit of fun, you know. I got good at it. Shame it ruined you at the Bureau. But some things are unavoidable. Of course, since you're no longer going to be any help, there's no reason to go on this way. Now, how would you prefer to die? And I didn't like the torturer's methods much. Too risky. Perhaps a slit across the throat, like the roadside carver. Ah, short and sweet. Or maybe the bone cutter. Neatly dissected the body, removed the internal organs, and labeled them for the police to find. Oh, yes, he was one of mine, too. Oh, you were so close to him, but I got there first. Perhaps it would be better if you lost a finger, like the matchmaker.
Hey, Outlast, Condemned did it first. Anyways, I let that play because the voice acting there is actually really good. Really underrated voice acting right there. Like, he was able to do that part really well. So, I tried to avoid talking there so you could all just enjoy that.
The effort's appreciated. Also, this game apparently influenced Outlast, PT, every game.
Dexter.
Dexter.
Yeah, it's funny, like Monolith in general, like I said before, Condemned in terms of its gameplay and like the way that it plays and looks, that definitely isn't super far ahead of its time, but it still was ahead of its time. And Fear was really the game that was much farther ahead of its time. So Monolith were actually like stacked with talent. They still are stacked with talent. They just aren't making the same type of games anymore. So, really awesome studio that is legitimately encouraging of speedrunning. Monolith, in their dev Discord, actually has a speedrunning section specifically for the speedrunning community of their games to discuss and share their times and stuff like that. It's really cool. So shoutouts to Monolith. Very supportive. Very cool. Oh, that guy. Okay, hold on. I want this little guy to try and hit me, but instead hit. Yeah. Now they're gonna fight each other. Ah, yeah, go. Oh my god, he's an absolute beast. Oh no. I thought the little guys would buy some time for me. I gotta go. Okay, there's an optional skip here that I'm gonna try and do, but I really gotta kill this guy first. Oh, there's another little guy. Snipe him instead. Got him. All right, here we go. Gonna try and wiggle our way up this chair. There we go. And we're going to try and clip through this window. Oh, wow, that actually was pretty good. This was one of the skips that I was afraid was going to completely fail, and I was going to spend minutes trying to do it, but it worked.
Great job.
Yeah, that's a small time save. Or, well, okay, by small, I mean, like, maybe like 10 seconds. So not super small, but that was pretty cool. So now we're chasing the guy that we see in our nightmarish visions, the guy from the Oro. We're gonna pop him with a shot and move on, but he's not dead. He's coming back. Swing and a miss. Got me a couple times there. This is a little bit of a risky part of the run because you can very easily just take a bunch of damage. Luckily, there are like quite a few health canister things. I don't know what to call them. Let's just call them first aid kits. There's quite a few on this level, so if you don't get absolutely destroyed in like a few seconds by an enemy, which can happen, you should be fine. And I'm gonna try my best to not use any ammo, because we need the rest of this. All 10 of these shots we are going to be using in a very important section. Some med kits here. First aid kits, whatever you want to call them. Just gonna do our best to not take too much damage. They're fighting each other. Dude, I love this game. It's like one of the only horror games that is like still held up by just the sheer quality of gameplay. Even though everybody looks like they're freaking like tanks made of mega blocks, and like the graphics are definitely outdated, it's just a great game. It's just a great game. Oh no, what happened to my quick save? I just quick saved. Oh my goodness.
Oh no.
Oh boy. Okay.
Hopefully it won't be too bad.
Yeah. I think we'll be okay. What's time looking like right now?
Let's check. Roughly around a 124-ish right now.
Oh yeah, no, we're good. We're chilling. Dang.
Also, I should mention, you know, we're kind of near. We're not at the end of the whole hotfix today, but we're in like the last legs of it. So realistically, it's not super stressful.
Awesome. Did we lose? No, we did not lose the run. We're fine. We just lost a bit of time there. Like, you know what? It's funny. I mentioned this at the start of the run. I mentioned how sometimes this game will eat your quick save because you quick saved a little too early. I think I actually quick saved either too early or too late there. I usually don't have that happen at that door, so I'm not entirely sure. But yeah, sometimes that can happen. Just one of the quirks of running a game that relies on quick saving and quick loading. Which, you know, some games are very responsive to those types of mechanics. But this is a 2005 PC port of a console game, so you gotta give it the benefit of the doubt that it'll work, but sometimes it just don't. Ah. Okay, we're back to where we accidentally quick loaded the prior quick save. Oh my god, look at that. It's a serious battle going on out there. Like oh my god. Okay, quick save. Grab shtick. Didn't work. Grab shtick. Got it. Okay, it worked. So the reason why we quick save there is because when you pick up the weird metal bar looking thing, the game is convinced that you're just going to go through the trigger without doing anything else. But what the game doesn't know is that I'm going to pick up the gun before it sends me through the trigger of the door. So I'm not going to have the metal stick, I'm going to have the gun. It gives you just enough time to pick up the gun. The timing isn't like super precise, but it's also not easy to do that. And the reason why we want the gun is for the bigger guys. They have so much more health. That was quick. I got the fire axe. Shoot this guy. Fire axe back. This guy. Oh, back. And now you're gonna jump down. We're gonna shoot you. Okay. That was a bit messy on this guy specifically. Ooh, that was good. 2 hits. 2 hits is the most optimal fight you can get. On each of these phases, 2 hits of the handle with the fire axe, that's... Well, okay, the first phase, you shoot him with the gun.
Good fight.
Second and third phase, handle, 2 hits, most optimal. Now we're gonna try and recreate that on this last phase. Not quite. 5 hits. Not the worst. Not the best. And now we're just gonna do the most metal thing in this entire game. We're gonna claim this man's mechanical jaw.
You can't take his jaw.
We took it. We stole that. 100 thieving. And now we're gonna snap him, throw him down. It's gonna fall through the floor, and there's gonna be explosions. And everything's burning down. Like I said, it's the most metal thing in the entire game.
Malcolm! Malcolm! I can never go back, can I?
No, not to the Bureau, not to your old life.
Yep, we just blew up the whole apple orchard.
Thomas,
Indeed.
you have looked into the face of hate, the visage of evil. Know that hate is in your soul, too. It is, sadly...
That's what happens when you fall down 2 stories.
Mastering one's fear and
Everything blows
controlling
up.
one's hatred is perhaps the most difficult thing one can do.
Well, at least it's over. It's dead, and the killings will stop.
Yeah, he looks dirty because he covered himself in the torturer's blood to convince the serial killer X that he was the torturer instead, and that's how you ambush him in the boss fight.
No, you still don't understand. He's done unspeakable things, even though those he killed were killers themselves. But he isn't responsible. He's not in his right mind. He's...
Stop the goddamn car now! Open the trunk.
So there he is. It's Leland.
Thomas, don't! He
was a good boy.
We were all good people. We were able to fight it back, most of us. My nephew was not as strong. He fell victim and destroyed so many things. We fought to save him. I must continue to do so.
I don't care whether the sick fuck is in his right mind or not.
Think of what you are doing. Both of you have a chance for redemption.
Redemption? Listen, old man, you used me just like he did. You used me to save your precious nephew, a serial killer. You're no better than he is.
Oh my god, dude. The music and this scene together is just like so much pressure. And then he starts having like the nightmarish visions. This ending of the game is crazy. Fastest way to complete this, shoot him. Time.
Perfect. What other ways could you have ended that?
If you don't shoot him, it ends the same way, but it makes more sense for Condemned 2.
Got you.
If you shoot him, like technically you didn't kill him
How to impress a lady, Thomas.
because of the sequel, but
Here, people keep to themselves.
I'm just thinking it's like fastest way to shoot him, time. It made me laugh. I was like, wait a minute. Wait, what?
Trust anymore.
Yep.
Yeah, tough break. Man, you.
That
All
is.
right, let's enjoy the ending here.
Yeah.
You said you found something interesting?
Yes, very odd. A cult seems to be behind all this. We can tie them to the deaths of the serial killers investigated by your department.
A cult? The man responsible was Leland Van Horn.
And Malcolm.
Yes, I know. He manipulated both you and us. But where is he? We have no Leland Van Horn in custody.
Look, I explained all of this in my deposition to the Bureau.
But a lot of unanswered questions remain, Thomas. Which brings me to why I'm here. Maybe we could make better sense of all this if more were found.
I mean, I think both endings are canon and that you just don't actually kill him when you shoot him.
Anyway, the results suggest Leland may not have been working alone. Do you know anything
Does the ending
about this?
change based on how you kill the guy?
The ending does not change.
Rosa, can I trust you?
So Rosa still works for the FBI. She's wired.
Of course you can trust me, Thomas. We've been through a lot together.
Look, I have no idea what any of it means. Something weird, something unexplainable happened during my investigation, but truthfully, the questions you ask, I can't answer. I'm sorry, Rosa.
I'm sorry too, Thomas. I really am. Take care of yourself.
No, there is no different ending for 100%. 100% in this game doesn't really require you to do much. You just have to pick up all the birds and all the steel plates, I think. The metal scraps. Just collectible stuff. Spooky.
The jaw. All right. Good run, Mr. Maxey. And as for all the runs here, I always have a couple of questions for a runner. Do you have any shout-outs you would like to give to anybody?
So, I want it. Well, actually, here, let me just skip the credits. They're so loud. I do want to give a really big shout out to Hippo. The reason why this game went from like a 2-hour run to an hour and a half, which by the way, with load removal, the world record's like an hour 15. The reason why all of that happened is straight up because of Hippo. He found pretty much all of the updated skips that you just saw. And just, yeah, completely opened this game up to make it a far better speedrun, which has happened numerous times. Hippo has also helped with a lot of other games that I run, including Visage and Fear 2. And just in general, is like a really he has a very interesting mindset. When he sticks to a game, he finds really cool stuff. So shout outs to Hippo for helping so much with not only this game, but other games too in the horror genre. I'm sure a lot of runners appreciate the work that he does. Yeah, I would also like to shout out everyone who basically just supports the horror speedrunning community. There's a lot of really underrated speedruns in this kind of genre of gaming. And
There are.
Yeah, a lot of it's very hidden because a lot of niche horror games are hidden in general. Not many people know about stuff like what you saw earlier with Kuon.
Oh yeah.
You just don't get to see that stuff very often. So yeah, shout outs to everybody who supports the horror speedrunning community at large. Large and in charge. And thanks to everybody from my community who came and supported GDQ tonight and just supports GDQ in general. I love GDQ.
All right. Well, if anyone wanted to find you, Mr. Maxi, whether it be on Twitch, YouTube, anything, where can people find you?
You will find me at twitch.tv/MaxiLobes. I speedrun a lot of games. So I highly suggest that you follow me there if you want to witness some crazy stuff. I just I just run too many games. Not too many, but just a lot. And I also have my YouTube. youtube.com/MaxiLobes. Same thing. My handle's the same everywhere. I'm the one and the only MaxiLobes. So definitely follow me, sub to my YouTube, and hit me up on Twitter if you'd like to. Follow me there as well.
Alrighty. That being said, we still have a couple of fun treats for you all tonight. We still have a few spooky games in the lineup for the rest of the hotfix. We're going to go to a quick wellness break while I set these up. While I set up the next one. The next game is sure to, I guess, be something. As well, I once again want to say that Frost Fatale's game and volunteer submissions will be opening up from November 2nd to the 14th. If you'd like to get involved in that, go to gamesdonequick.com for more information. As well, we're going to be going to a quick break, so stand up, touch your toes, stretch your legs, do what you need. We'll be right back.
Thanks for having me. Bye, everybody.
All right, everyone, we are back with more of the GDQ Halloween Spooktacular. We had a great run of Condemned by Mr. MaxiLobes, and it was just a fun time all throughout. Although I always love Maxi runs, because very often I'll watch him do something, and I'm just kind of in awe of the different tricks in the games he finds. I think my favorite moment was the one where that guy's head clipped through the wall for the longest time. I was like, oh, which is that's my best, part of that. Anyway, going on to the Halloween Spooktacular, we still have a couple of runs on deck for tonight. We have Siren, Blood Curse, and Concluse. As well, we're going to be getting a real Cursed right now, because we have, in addition, a Cursed Runner coming up. It's going to be a lot of fun, and I like doing these because I get to sometimes show off some of my personal favorites. Anyway, up next is going to be Siren Blood Curse, featuring, well, myself. So let's get on into that. I don't know when it gets sent over. I'm just kind of assuming it did, but I'll say thank you, Igdices. What's my costume? I am the king. Elves. That's how it goes. Anyway, I'm just going to take these off too, because they're going to make it really hard to see in this game. If you've never heard of this game or seen this game, this is Siren Blood Curse. Siren Blood Curse is a PS3 horror game that came out around 2008, and it's a real treat if you've never seen it. Just kind of show things off first. We're going to be playing on the normal difficulty. You have 2, you have easy and normal. We're going to be on normal because that is the intended difficulty, and that's what the speedrunners use. As well, this game is rather episodic when it came out, so there are 12 episodes. We're going to be going through all of them, starting on 1 and going all the way to 12. We can get time in a moment here, and I'll kind of explain what this game is and how it works. Anyway, 3, 2, 1, let's go. So, Siren Blood Curse, the best way I can describe this game is, has anyone ever seen the live-action Netflix Death Note? Because it's kind of like that, where you take a really popular, you know, Japanese horror IP, and then you Americanize it by putting it on Netflix. This is the Netflix version of the original Siren games. The Siren games were a PS2 horror game that was made by the Team Silent, the original Team Silent, and it kind of uses a lot of that influence. Going into this game, this was a remake that I think wanted to really test out the PS3 engine. I'm not entirely sure, but I can just say this is probably one of the most PlayStation 3 games that ever came out. That being said, you may notice I am on a DualShock 3. Why is that important? This is one of the few games that actually uses motion controls. So you'll get to see me play with my controller during this. As well, going into this, I kind of think it controls like RE4, Resident Evil 4. And it's a really fun speedrun throughout. There's gonna be a lot of fun tricks, and every episode kind of has its unique strats. Going into this one, you saw we were just waiting, and that's why I was able to talk about all that. But right now, we're going to be getting into our first level here. The whole goal at the moment is that we want to escape this policeman. That is the goal of this mission. We're actually going to be using checkpoint abuses quite often. First things first, in order to get the policeman spawn in, I'm going to run into the bathroom, close the door, crouch, and immediately leave. I'm not sure why it works, but by doing that set of actions, I am able to manipulate the police officer coming up into entirely leaving me alone. You'll kind of be able to see on the right side of the screen that the police officer is just kind of chilling there. That's what I want. At a certain time, he's going to turn around. I'm going to want to follow him at this point while crouching. Now, the reason we do this is because he's going to be shooting off the door, and I'm just going to scoot right by him. Perfect stealth. You're going to see a lot of that. Now, the end of this mission is that police officer is going to have to be beaten down with a shovel. So we're going to go back to him and hopefully get some stuns. The fact that he's stunned is very good. Now, what is the plot of Siren? You have the, I guess, foreign exchange student who I nicknamed Johnny America, because he's just like, I don't know, the whole, hey, I'm American and I'm in Japan. You know how that goes. So you have Johnny America here, and the town that they're in has been plagued by something called Shibito, which are essentially Japanese zombies. It's a really fun game, I can say that much. And there's a lot of things like film crews, and we'll be playing a lot of different characters. This chapter is going to be a guy named Sam Monroe, and it's going to be very easy. We're going to go on the left here to avoid the miner. The miner is going to start chasing me, and while that's happening, I'm actually picking up a pipe. This mission ends once I break down that door. I avoid the bucket, and I go to the right of this lady, and I just try to ambush the door. RNG can have a few points here. That was actually really good RNG. Open the door. Thank you. RNG was mostly good. We picked up a sickle there, but that's okay. You can see some of these missions are going to be very, very fast, and that's kind of the general pacing of this game. Some missions are going to be very trivial, while others are going to have some very interesting tech. This is one of the harder early game missions. We have an escort with a lady named Amana. In order to make it faster, I'm going to lure this zombie by shoving into it twice, or just running past it. This will allow Amana to then sprint with me. By having an enemy with me, her AI is going to want to move faster. Right now, I actually got some pretty mean AI here, but you can also see the fun of me shaking my controller. Anyway, I want Amana to follow me. Hopefully she will. I got some pretty bad RNG. The upside of this run is it's very generous on its reset point. Now, a fun part about this run as well is we can do some very minor skips. If I moved forward, I would have fallen into the building, and that would have lost me a lot of time. By just kind of dropping down instantly, I avoid that, and I'm able to keep up with Amana. Now, this is going to be very important because I need Amana to hit a checkpoint with me at the very least. So I'm going to wait right here by the truck, and I'm going to back up once she follows. Looks like she's walking, which could be bad. I want to see a checkpoint. We got the checkpoint. Amana will follow me. In addition, we're going to start luring this guy by yelling. Yelling is a very powerful tool. Enemies in this game are actually going to be based on audio triggers. So you can kind of see the screen flashing there. My controller also vibrates. That's how I know I have the enemy. As well, we're going to punch this guy in the back of the head a few times, so we can kind of just bully him a bit. Alright, we got the checkpoint. That's good. The whole point of this mission is we want Amana to follow us. That's the lady in red. So I'm just going to wait right here, and there's Amana. Very good mission. And you'll kind of see that it's going to be going in this kind of pace. That's also why I like this run so much. Some of the later missions are going to be really mean. That's why my estimate's a little bit high. They're going to be quite hard. This is actually one of the early game missions that can be a bit risky. The reason why is because we need to go through a tunnel of like 5 zombies. And the game won't actually let you go through the tunnel until you get a gun. So we're going to start going the other end of the tunnel so we can get a pistol. At that point, I'm going to try doing a specific set of movements to avoid the zombies. First, we got to beat up this guy. Oh, I whiffed. There we go. So, a new fun fact about the game. We are Elvis, by the way. Damage in this game isn't consistent. Damage in this game is actually based on RNG. So proximity, just crit moments, those are invisible stats that can happen in this game. So I have to be kind of careful because sometimes I might get too many or too little hits. Anyway, I'm going to fire at the guy walking towards me. Oh, that was the wrong button. We're going to have to play this by ear. Let's see how this goes. Don't kill me. And let's see. This is going to be risky. I need her to follow me. Maybe? Maybe? Oh, okay. I had a feeling. It's okay. I mentioned there's a bit of the tough stuff, and that's all right. Although I have to double check because I might need to restart the whole mission. I need to hold on. Let's just do this. I'm just gonna restart the whole level. Luckily, the levels are quite short, so there's nothing too bad there.
What are those things?
And that's kind of going to show the pacing of the run. And it's kind of funny, too, because there's a large variance. Whenever I run this game, I tend to get around the same amount of estimate, I guess. Like, I always end up around the same spot. But, like, oh, I did really good during this chapter. Oh, what was that? Oh, I messed up on one of the easiest chapters in the game. But the hardest chapter went perfect. And it's going to be a lot of stuff like that with this run in my experience. I think my PB actually died during this run. Or this episode, I should say. Alrighty, so let's do this again, but proper this time, because we'll actually shoot. Also, if that's any indication, he'll slap people with the gun instead of actually shooting. So to shoot, we're going to do this. There we go. And now we do the little scoot, and we can run through after shooting her, and that's more like what I wanted to do. First try, nice and easy. That's what we wanted to do. And the game's going to have a lot of those moments. I hope that you've all been enjoying Siren Blood Curse so far. This speedrun was a very... It varies. And speaking of variants, has anyone here ever played Metal Gear Solid? You might know that game is a game of mastery of stealth and sneaking. We're going to play as a little girl, and she's going to be essentially Solid Snake. She's absolutely adorable, and she has the best stealth tactics in the world. Now, we're going to go in this elevator, and we're going to just stealth this whole thing. Here's the perfect stealth. I'm going to push the button, and I'm just going to walk around. So, fun fact in this game, all enemies turn clockwise. So I'm going to yell and distract this enemy again, and in doing so, I'm able just to do that. I can abuse the enemy AI since I know they always turn clockwise, meaning they're never going to actually be able to get me. I'm now going to inch my way towards this key because I don't want to knock down the buckets. And we're then going to be able to go up to the upper levels to do the next part of this mission. Keep in mind, that's going to help me a lot throughout the game. All enemies turn clockwise. So if I go in a clockwise circle around them, I just entirely avoid them. Also, good point on the colors in this game. This game came out in 2008 on the PS3 when everything was brown and gray. So watch right now, I'm going to run past her, I'm going to wait, and then, look at that, perfect stealth. This little girl is quite literally a ghost. No one can find her. Where's the prompt? Where's the prompt? There it is. And mission done. I really like the Bella sections. You die in one hit, by the way, so you don't want to get caught. That's why they're stealth sections. And it's just kind of a neat quirk to that. All right, so this mission is weird because you have to escort Miyako here. Miyako character, she's blind, so it's gonna be a little bit difficult, but we have a setup that's really nice. I'm going to bump the one here, and then I'm going to yell. In doing so, I've lured all three of them to follow me in a certain way. I also take this axe. Now, RNG is going to dictate how this goes, but what I want is I want Miyako to be the first one climbing up here. And if she's the first one to climb up, that's really good. So I turn around, and I look at the hands, it looks like it's Miyako. I'm going to climb up again, and look behind me again. If Miyako's the first one to follow me, I can just zoom through the whole level. If it's not Miyako, I have to fight. It's Miyako, that is amazing RNG. So that setup, I believe, was found by a Japanese runner by the name of Nohad. They are amazing at this game. I want to give them huge props right now. I watched the run, I studied quite a lot of it, and it is absolutely wild how good they are. That setup's very precise, and it avoids me having to just fight everybody. Now I can fight this one, and the reason why we do need to fight this Shibito right here... oh, she's down. Okay, let's hope that worked. I need to fight the Shibito here because I want to push down this log. If I'm at all found by any of the Shibito, I won't be able to do this. The game kind of assumes, oh, Miyako's in danger, you need to protect her. But by doing that, that was a perfect level. And there we go, mission accomplished. So far, I think this run's been going very good, even with a slight hiccup. Once we get to like episode, I think 7 or so, it really picks up in difficulty, which we'll see. And there's gonna be some a lot of these cheese strats are gonna be doing, which I just love showing them off. All right, so now we're gonna be playing this one. Here's a fun strat. We're going to shoot the Shibito on the right, and then we're going to be shooting Sam in the groin. We're going to be shooting him exactly. Why that works, I'm not entirely sure. For some reason, by hitting him square in the twig and berries, it slows him down. By slowing him down, that's going to allow me to meet up with him faster. The whole point of this mission is you gotta meet up with Sam, and then you have to leave the level. So by shooting him there, I walk to this rock. Mission accomplished, I walk back. I actually don't need Sam. I only need the mission that says, hey, you met up with Sam. By doing that, I could bump the guy on the left here, and then we're done with the level. How many missions? I don't know entirely. There's 12 episodes, but there's like mini missions per episode. Also, RNG is random number generation. It is a programming way of saying luck. And it is me, Ecdysis. All right, so this mission is really easy. You're gonna go around the building. This is another Miyako escort. We're going to be abusing the idea of checkpoints. As you remember, checkpoints are quite powerful. So we're going to open this up, and then once I enter, we're going to be using the bump strategy again. So we're going to bump her and immediately yell. So by yelling, I've distracted a guy in this room, and he is going to hopefully be turned around. Since he's turned around, he won't be able to shoot me. I now take the key in that room, and I won't die by bullets. Bullets hurt quite a lot, although Johnny Merrick will have some powers later. Now that I got the key, I can open the door, and I don't need to worry about Miyako because all I have to do is checkpoint. The game assumes that I got up here, Miyako must be with me, meaning I don't have to worry about the enemies. So instead of actually doing that, I can do this. Also, we're going to go to the left, because that whole, that like thing on the right, if you walk into that, you fall back into the building, and it will lose you time. And this is why I really like this run. I know I said that a couple times, but this has been a speedrun I picked up recently, and I think it has a lot of potential to grow as a game. There we go. Also, a neat thing about the game is the episodes, whenever you finish, you kind of just mash X, and then it'll immediately just kick you to the next one. So you don't have to worry about, oh, I gotta pick the next episode. No, it's very fluid, and I like that quite a lot in my games. All right, so we're going to be going into the hospital. I would say this is one of the early game missions that can be really reset heavy. We're on episode 5 right now. We're starting this off, and we're playing a new character, Melissa. We're going to be having a new item called the Flare. What the Flare does is it creates a cloud of smoke. The smoke cloud will allow me to actually hide from enemies. They won't be able to see me. So why is that good? Well, that allows me to interact with some items without taking damage or having to worry about the enemies. There's a lot of spider Shibito in this level, and they can pounce on me, which is not very good. So since you can see my screen's a bit foggy, I'm just going to bump through here, and we can grab the key and bump right back out. Normally in the past, you would have to just hope to God that they don't grab you. By doing that bump, we'll be fine. As well, I'm crouching at the top of each staircase because that's going to allow my turn radius to be slightly smaller, meaning I can progress the stairs much faster. Alright, so why do I think this mission's so hard? We're going to be using that flare strategy once again. However, this time, I have to make a phone call. The phone call can be messed up if, 1, I don't do it fast enough because I won't be able to see the phone. 2, I get hit by an enemy. If I get hit by the enemy, that's also bad because I'll get knocked out of the phone and then I won't be able to see it. So I'm gonna pull a mean prank on like a larva bug thing by pushing the elevator button. That's gonna prevent the aggro from coming. And now we're gonna walk into this room. I'm gonna drop the flare the moment I hit roughly, I say here. And then by dropping the flare, I should hopefully be able to maybe. Oh, close. That was close. Luckily, we can checkpoint this. There's no real worry there. There's no actual worry. We're fine. Let's try this again. And like I mentioned, luckily resetting this game is really easy. You can see I just checkpoint there. It's all sorts of fine. So let's try this again. A little bit further back. Second try, perfect. The number's gonna be 201, and normally if you don't get hit immediately, you're fine. You can see as well the phone kind of bugged me out. The Shibito there was kind of bullying me, but I called the phone, second try, first try. It's very good there, I think. At least I feel good about it. So it's pretty easy. And yeah, I talk a lot, so it comes quite naturally to the being able to say certain things and work well with the run. All right, so this is one of the more tedious missions in the game, and it's one of the longest. So we're playing as the only Amana mission. We have to follow this lady. It's kind of an on-rails, but not an on-rails. She has a brooch, or brooch, I don't know what it's called, and we need to steal it from her. She's going to drop it on an altar. We're supposed to use second sight to figure this out. So luckily I know where she's going, but the problem is if she all gets interrupted, I have to reset from the very beginning. Anyway, I'm going to yell outside the noodle shop to interrupt the noodle guy. What that's going to do is going to allow me to get the noodle cleaver. This is going to be a very powerful weapon, which is going to let me win some of the fights coming on up. I am then going to just run around. I don't need to worry about the noodle man. The noodle man will mean no harm. I do this thing of running and crouching. This works pretty well. I'm not sure why, but it does. And now I'm going to do a fun strat where I'm going to crouch to the top of these stairs. The moment I feel my controller vibrate, I'm going to run down. So by doing that, I'm pulling the Shibito who is next to the one I need to follow. This allows me to get stuns on this Shibito. Normally this one is one of the least stunned in the game. I don't know why. If you try following that one, it just won't stun. It'll constantly try to fight you back, which isn't good. Now I'm going to use something called second sight, or sight jacking. We haven't really used this mechanic in the game just yet, but you can see now there's two screens on my speed. The one on the left is me, and the one on the right is the enemy I'm following. I'm going to play this safe, because while I could do a really sneaky strat, if I mess it up, that's a big reset. So we're not gonna play this risky. We'll play this nice and safe. I need her to drop the brooch, but there's an enemy at the top of the stairs. What you would want to do for the fast strat is you would walk up behind her, and then you would stealth kill the enemy, and then stealth kill her. However, the game can be a bit rough if you're not careful, so I'm just going to wait back here until she drops the brooch, and then I'm going to go ham. Sight jacking, we don't really use during the run because I don't really need to know, like, this is mainly to solve the puzzles in the game, but luckily we don't need to worry about that. Anyway, she's now dropped the brooch, and Amana is about to beat down these Shibito. So, 1. Imagine just getting beat to death with the cleaver. That's how this is going to go. They don't have weapons. I have weapons. So it's going to be a simple beatdown with the cleaver. All right, she's not down yet. That's fine. Now you're down. Okay, now it's time for big RNG. The answer to this puzzle is always randomized. I can get this within usually the first 2 tries. I got it second try. Now, the strategy I do is for the first one, I move my right analog stick right, and then that allows me to start brute forcing it. So I usually go right, left stick. I'm always going right, by the way. I'm always turning to the right direction. It just goes with both the right analog stick and the left analog stick. It's gonna be kind of weird. The next one is going to actually be left stick, right stick. Brute forcing it's actually faster than getting the answer, because getting the answer is all the way at the end of the level. You don't have enough time to do all the stealth kills and everything by finding the answer. So you'll always be faster brute forcing it, even if it's like 10-something tries, just because it takes way too long to go back there and do everything in time. We have a little bit of RNG here because one of the graves has a seal I need to find. I did not get first try. Let's see if I get second try. Oh, wait, hold on. There we go. It could be any of the 6. Let's see, we're on 3. Or 5, I should say. Nope. All right, 4th try. 4th try. Okay, so same deal here. The weird thing is it will never actually be the first answer. So you always have to change it just to be, you know, according to that. Let's see. There we go. Perfect. Oh yeah, all the brown is fun. And they did. I feel like that was more of a product of its era than anything, though. I feel bad. Ah, of course. Why are we checking the graves when we can find seals at the beach? Well, we got it. Alright, so that's the Amana chapter. We play this nice and easy. We also don't have to worry about the Noodle Man because we're just going to run by him immediately to the end of the level. And there we go. And this is where you'd find the answer, right here. So it's not normally worth it. Alright, I think we're coming up on one of the funniest missions in the game, by the way. It's going to be the next Johnny America one. It's probably one of the funniest ones. I don't think it's immediately, but it's coming up. And you'll see why I love it so much. Alright, yes, it is. Okay, it's this one. So, we have to... Alright, this level requires you to, like, go all the way around the map, hit the Shibito with a minecart, get a gun. We're not going to do that. Johnny America is going to simply eat the bullets. So I'm going to get shot twice. I don't die. I'm then going to remove the trap on the ground. Doesn't mean undo trap button. I remove it. I'm going to walk up to him, set a bear trap at his feet, and I'm just going to beat the ever-loving crap out of this guy. We're going to teach him what it's like to mess with Johnny America here. So we're just going to keep wailing on him, and he's down like a bunch of rocks. Like a chair. And it's hilarious because you'll die any more damage. If you walk into the trap, you die. If you eat 3 hits, you die. Even in 2 hits, you can die if you get too close. So it's just really funny for me. And now it's time for the easiest mission in the game by contrast. This is supposed to be like a story mission, like exposition-wise. You find out that people, while you play as them, you don't quite have the... Not everyone's human. So this is supposed to be a big plot twist in the game, that you find out that the character you're playing as is actually turned into a Shibito, a zombie. So like, oh no, there's a zombie coming up. But I don't actually have to worry about the zombie because she won't actually follow me ever, even if I shrug past her. And normally with Bella, you're worried, like, oh no, instant death. But this way, it's like, oh, you just run to the church. It's very easy. Plus, an upside about this game is a lot of the maps will actually repeat. So if you know how to play through a map already, you already know the layout, and it's really nice on that. We'll actually be revisiting this map again a few times. We did play as him earlier. We go through a lot of different characters and it explores their kind of journeys and all that. So it's a fun cutscene, but we're not going to be able to watch it. Alright, so now we're hitting some of the harder missions in the game. We're going to have 2 back-to-back Johnny Americas, and they are going to be some rough stuff. Luckily for the first one, we have a gun. This is going to be quite nice. I have 2 bullets in this gun, but they don't really matter. The mission here is going to be, like, get to the end of the Shibito nest. So we're going to break down the store. Whole new map this time around. And then we're going to be killing a couple of Shibito pretty quickly. So we're going to pop this one immediately with the shotgun. And then this one actually has the potential to do some bad stuff. So we're going to walk up to him like that. I shoot both of them because I don't want to deal with them. Plus, I don't actually need the gun after that point. Now, this level's going to be a little bit dark, so I do apologize. But light actually plays a huge role in this game. So there's going to be a flying Shibito with a gun. He can potentially kill me in 2 shots if I'm not careful. I want to be able to take 2 shots. I turn off the light, and I'm going to hug the right side of both the bridge and the road. In doing so, I should be able to live both unless I get crit. I didn't get crit, so we're good. And now I'm going to run all the way here. This is the end of the level, and normally you'd want to take this guy out, but by just doing that and taking those 2 dedicated hits, I don't have to worry. We can just make it to the end of the level, and then we're good to go. And it's very fast, as you can see there. If you would all go on the left, if you run in the middle of the road, you will die immediately, and you might even get crit. So you have to be very specific on that movement, and that's why that's like a harder level. This level is also really tough. I think it's harder than the last level. We're going back to Johnny America. I'm going to throw a punch right about here. I throw that punch because there's a spider Shibito, and he could pounce on me. I don't want it pouncing on me because then you'll have to see me move my controller, which is bad. I'm also going to be grabbing a knife right here because it's going to be a faster weapon than anything else. So this level's gonna be really hard because we're gonna get introduced to a new type of Shibito. Bella, at this point in the game, turned into like a giant bug who's like the size of a building. So it's going to start chasing me once I get to the end level. And I need to pass the bug, which is not an easy feat when there's other bugs trying to kill me. This is one of the levels I think takes the most attempts and might be a run killer, I would argue. Like, a lot of levels do have the reset checkpoints, but not nearly as rough as this one. Because the checkpoint I get, I think, is, like, right here. And he does excel at eating bullets. There's the checkpoint. So, every time I fail, I have to go all the way back here, which is going to include running back. You can actually see the bug right there. It's going to come after me right now. I'm not going to worry about it until the next phase. I do have a setup. It's just not very easy. This is where a lot of runners will lose a run, because it is also RNG based on a spider Shibito. I need 2 enemies to work together with me, and I have the hope that Johnny America also works together. So what's going to happen is after this cutscene, I'm going to run forward and I'm going to yell. And then I'm going to try dropping down this cliff. I got a bad drop. As long as I don't get slapped, we're fine. Oh, there it is. There it is. So it's an instant kill. I got really unlucky. I almost had it right. But like I mentioned, this is going to be one of the more reset heavy points of the run. Funny enough, I actually did do some really difficult levels earlier, so I don't feel so bad eating a death there. What I wanted to happen is if the spider Shibito hit me either slightly earlier or later, there's a good chance Johnny America can fall, and then while falling, if he gets hit, he'll actually stumble on the ground, meaning I don't get the face plants. The face plant's not very good, like that kind of hard fall. You see there's a bit of time on the animation. By removing the animation time, it works really well. The downside, however, is you need to time the Shibito's hit really carefully, and there's not really a consistent way of doing that. You kind of just have to run, yell, and hope to God the Shibito will hit me right. All right, let's see. Run, yell, and then drop. Oh. There we go. All right, let's see. All right, maybe? If I don't get grabbed, we're fine. Oh my God. That Shibito, I think, in the corner is the one that got me with it. Oh, what a mean move. F? It is a big F right there. Big F. We got this? We do got this. As well, like I mentioned, this one takes a few times. This is why my estimate's rather high. I think my PV in this game is like a 52. On estimate's a 105. And yeah, this is kind of like speedruns from the Crypt, Dark Spartan. The way this is going to work is speedruns from the Crypt does a lot of different horror games. You like to reach deep into the vaults, or the crypt, we should say, and show off a lot of fun games that you might not know about, because they're quite fun. There's a lot of fun in the horror community, and I like showing that off. All right, let's see. 3rd time's the charm, right? By the way, I'm expecting to die here like 3 times, and then on the hardest boss in the game, we're gonna be fine, I think. All right, that would have been good if I got the fall, I think. That's what I wanted. Look at that. 3rd try's the charm. Just like that, I got punched in the back the moment I fell. 1st try. The moment you hit this ladder, you're good to go. And it really is, it's a bit RNG dependent on that spider Shibito. You have to be really careful. But once you hit this ladder, you're done with this level. And we are going into the back half of the game. For anyone who's wondering, once we beat this level, we're starting on Chapter 8. So we're actually not doing all that bad. And this is why we grab the knife, because we can just break it open. There we go. Yeah, so this game's kind of weird. The whole thing that happened was... Let me try to explain the story without spoiling too much. An alien came from outer space into a random Japanese village, and then the village was going through a famine, so they decided to eat the alien. It cried out in pain, and that led to people becoming zombies. Anyway, we're going to be playing as Soul. This is probably one of my favorite missions tech-wise as well, because it's very difficult, but it's very easy with the tech. So we're going to bump this guy on the left. By bumping him, he'll be distracted. I'm going to run forward until I get aggroed by the sniper. I'm going to run back here, and then I'm going to keep running forward. And once I approach the sniper, I'm actually going to duck down and avoid the bullet, try to get a smack, and now I'm going to run to this minecart. I'm actually going to wait for a moment and eat a bullet, because I don't want the... There we go. I don't want that Shibito following me. While they're reloading, I'm going to use the minecart to ram it down into the dust. That's going to kill that Shibito, and I'll be able to steal the gun. It is 100% consistent. That is a strategy found by Noha. Not a lot of runners do it, and it's really cool how simple it is. What used to be one of the hardest missions in the game is trivial thanks to the work of Noha. I can't shout out that guy enough. Now we're going to use the fact that we can stealth again. Over here. See? Masterful stealth. That's actually Bella's dad. So that's why they're so stealthy. Alright, so while we're playing as Soul, we are going to be using a gun. We have to meet up with Sam to beat the mission. So there's going to be a sniper right now, and for the sniper, I'm going to want to take it out with ideally a headshot. It can be 1 to 2 shots if I'm not careful. So let's see, I'm going to miss. But luckily, I'll get it on the second try. Now, I hope Sam follows me. We have a very important thing to do. When you see Sam, you must do this every time.
Thanks.
Sam!
Get out of here.
Oh, I missed! Dork. Normally, you want to hit Sam because it's funny. You don't have to hit him. It just makes me laugh. That's all. It makes me laugh. All right, this mission is awkward. The reason why this mission is awkward is because we have a Bella escort. Like I mentioned with the Bella escort, if she gets caught, it's an immediate death, which is bad. So, we're gonna have to kill a Shibito pretty quickly. We're gonna use a sake bottle and hope to God we can get a stealth kill. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna run to right about here, and then I'm gonna crouch. By doing so, I am right behind her, and then bonk, she goes down like a chair. We're going to take her scalpel. That's going to be a better weapon. And now Bella will be able to follow me without harm. If you go too fast, the thing that will happen is Bella will actually get taken down. And that's bad. Anyway, we got the kill there. Bella is now going to be following me. There she is. I'm going to open this door because once the cutscene ends, that's going to happen. That'll give time for Bella to follow me. And now we can just go here. There we go. So if you remember, this is the hospital we're in earlier. And this mission has a very... You ever have a skip in a game that seems so minor, but what it actually does is really major? This is one of those levels. So what's going to happen is I'm going to turn back on the power, and then, oh, I have to meet back up with Bella, because all the gates are going to start locking, and she's going to be in danger. So we're going to meet back up with Bella. Now, after I meet back up with Bella, what's going to happen is normally you would have to open the door, but then Bella will get scared and try to hide. Bella will only get scared if she's with you. What does that mean? Once I meet up with Bella, I'm immediately going to have her wait and dismiss her from my party. So you're going to see I meet up with Bella. I'm going to just have her wait. By having her wait right here, she won't move once she gets scared. So also I'm going to take down Soul. Hey, look, he's back. In zombie form. I'm sorry, Soul. There we go. So normally during this portion, Bella will actually run away and she'll go into like an incinerator and you have to find her, and it's really painful because a single mess up, there's like 3 nurses, Soul's after you, and everything's bad. However, the exit's right on these stairs, and since Bella is waiting patiently, you can find her right here. Hi, Bella. Good girl, let's go. And then she just follows us. And it makes for a very, very simple ending to this mission. There is a risky strat you can also do, which is you entirely just ignore Soul and have him chase you, and that's too risky for my blood, so I don't do it. It saves a minor amount of time, and I think she did, Miss Scarlet. I think she did. Alright, if I remember correctly, this mission is not really hard, it's just kind of tedious. This is the hardest bump in the game. Let's see if I get it first try. Nope. So, getting grabbed is an instant death. You need to get a bump. Luckily, it's a lot... Like, this is why this mission's not hard. It's a lot of resets. You don't lose a lot of time for failure. But you need to land a bump on either one of the Shibito. Normally, the way I'm going to try doing it is I'm going to hook around so I can be parallel with the Shibito. Let's see if I get it. Nope. And I don't know why. I guess it's the speed that you just take the line where you don't ramp up enough to get a bump. Normally, the bumps are very easy. But this bump can take anywhere from, like, you know, 1 to many tries, and I'm not sure why. Luckily, you don't lose a lot of time doing it. And the reason we're going to need the bump is because if I don't do it, Bella will get found and immediately run ended for that. There we go, I got the bump. So now, I'm going to yell and walk forward. I have now aggroed the 2 Shibito onto me. It's going to be funny because, like, Bella's going to just be moving her little legs down these big stairs, and they're not even going to acknowledge her. We actually have a unique trick coming up right now, by the way, because believe it or not, sight jacking can break the game a lot. You're going to see it, I think, specifically in this chapter, and it's hilarious why it does that. Also, a cutscene will happen once Bella gets far enough, which is why we are waiting. There she is. And to play this safe, I am just going to checkpoint, because it just despawns the Shibito. But the glitch I want to do is called barrel canceling. I am going to sight jack and it immediately drops the barrel. By pushing both in quick succession, I got 2 in a row, by the way. You can see the barrel has just fallen. It's much faster than the alternative, which is a long animation to knock over the barrel. Like so. All right. And now this mission ends once you do a quick time event. Nice and easy. Well done. We're going to be getting to the most technical glitch in the game. This game actually has a really cool glitch coming up, and it uses Bella. It's unique to this chapter because Bella spawns in a hiding spot. Most of the time, next chapter, sorry. The next Bella mission is going to be that way. This one is a Saigo mission. We're going to have to escort Bella. It's pretty fun. We have to take down Soul. After taking down Soul, we're going to take down a bug on the right. This mission, I think I practiced the most just because it's really awkward because you can't see a shadowy figure here. You just have to hope to God you can find him. I see him. Good. That was perfect. So now that I've taken him down, you can see Bella's running, and I can go to the end of this. And thank you for the appreciation for the costume. I'm the king, I'm Elvis. For anyone wondering. So now that Bella's gone into the noodle shop, the checkpoint's gonna be really easy with Saigo. You might recognize this level. This is the same one from earlier. We're gonna shoot the cop so he doesn't shoot me later, and we're gonna run to the back of the noodle shop. This will scare Bella, which will get us to the next part of the mission. Bella actually doesn't like this character. We're also gonna play it safe by doing that. There's a fly Shibito, but we're gonna talk about a new mechanic. Siren has something called Shibito brains. If you kill the brain, you kill all the corresponding Shibito. Say like a jump scare, but it's actually... Oh, I got the high voice. You can get a deep voice sometimes. It's funny. That's the brain. And by killing the brain, I've killed all the flyers, and Bella will be able to escape. The mission, funny enough, doesn't end on Bella. It ends on you finding a book. So I got the key there, and then we can just get the book. This is a good chapter, by the way, because you can see we spawn standing up in a level. Most levels will spawn with the character standing somewhere in the map. When we get to Bella's next level, what's going to happen is we are going to be spawning in a hiding spot. I think it's the next couple. Well, let's see. Next level. Okay, this level. So Bella's going to spawn in a hiding spot. What this is going to allow me to do is break the game using sight jacking. Missed it. And you're going to see a lot of restarts. You'll see it when you see it. So since she's in a hiding spot, the game doesn't exactly know how to teleport her there. So what I'm going to do is, how do I put this? Bella actually spawns on the top of the map. So if you manage to sight jack on the first frame of entering the level, it skips the entire level. The brain will actually kill them for good. So if you can kill a Shibito brain, it's really good. You're going to see me mashing the sight jacking button, so it's a very difficult skip. Let's see. I'm going to say you'll know it when you see it. There we go. So Bella's now floating and able to run in the sky. We're going to be able to go out of bounds this way, and I'm going to hook past this tree to go to immediately to the end of the level. So you're not going to see something, unfortunately, which is how it can go wrong. I only got to the end of the level. It looks easy. It's not. Once you're kind of floating in the air, what happens is you can actually go to the fake out episode, or the fake out cutscene. The fake out cutscene is really bad because you can actually die. It's not good. So you have to pass the fake out to fly to the exit, and it's amazing. Bella is magic. How many chapters are there? Episode 12 is the final episode. This mission specific. So I'm going to punch that Shibito right there. And by punching Shibito, I'm going to hope to God Miyako follows me and nobody else follows me. In doing so, I'm going to make the entire mission very trivial. It is RNG, however. So let's see. I don't think I got it. No, Miyako's getting hit. So we're going to restart. This is one of the RNG missions. And yeah, it's a really cool skip. This one's going to be a little bit rough because it's kind of similar to the last one with the specific setup. There's 3 enemies here, and I normally need to fight them. I'm going to run to the left for a while to not aggro the one on the bottom, and then I'm going to punch this one. By punching her, I have her stunned, and then hopefully she'll try to aggro onto me, but not know where I went. If Miyako's able to pass her unhinged, that's going to be really good. There's also a flyer running around. I think I got it. Yes, okay, that's what you want. If you don't go fast enough, you actually can't interact with that, but now that I got it, second try, perfect. That is much faster than the alternative, which the old strat is you have to, like, kill 3 Shibito and wait for Miyako. It's terrible. This way was found, again, by Noha, and it was an amazing setup. Going back to the concept of brains, we're actually going to be using the Shibito brain, and we're going to be using a gun. There's currently a bunch of flyers running around, and Miyako will be in danger. However, they're aggroed onto me. If I find the Shibito brain and immediately kill it, I'm not going to have to worry. This is another fun setup. By killing the brain, I'm going to be able to have Miyako immediately show up for the next one. There's the brain, I'm going to shoot, 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 and we're good. So now that the brain is dead, it will not be coming back for the rest of the level, and there's no more Shibito in the way. I can just make my way through, don't have to worry. Now, the goal of this level is you need to activate 4 spires in a particular order. You might be wondering, oh, why don't you just do the safer one earlier? You can't. You have to do the first one I went to, and then the second one, then the third one, and then the fourth one. But luckily, using this route, Miyako shows up right there, and there's practically no time lost. Now, a minor way of saving time here is I'm actually going to use Miyako, I'm going to wait. I know that sounds a bit counterintuitive, but by waiting, Miyako won't take the large stairs. The large stairs are going to be bad. She's going to try to follow me, and that's pretty rough entirely. So I'm just going to start walking backwards, and I'll have Miyako try to follow me the whole time. While it seems a little bit slower, it's much faster for her to run than it is for her to try and climb. So I'm going to do little weights, and then I'm going to run back here to the man seal. Oh, Miyako's... Oh, she's doing the thing. Never mind. There we go. All right, so last one here. We're just going to fall down, last seal, easy peasy. It'll be good. And yeah, that random guy was a brain. The game won't tell you who the brain is very often, so... There we go. So nice and easy on this chapter. Nice and easy. We are nearing the final few chapters. We're really close to being done with the game. And if you're wondering, hey, wait a minute, if you're on chapter 11 and you're only like, what, 40-something minutes through here, why is your estimate so high? Well, this is why. Episode 11, Saigo. First, we're going to slap her. It's good, good fast stuff. Now, there are 2 strats. The old strat is slow, really slow. And then we have, I'm going to say his name again because I cannot stress it enough, Noha's strat. The Japanese runner Noha found a strategy that allows you to essentially skip the whole mission. Before I get into that, though, let me explain the first part of this because we have a minor skip coming up. So first things first, I am going to bump this guy on the left. We do a lot of bumping, so bump. That's, well, let's see what happens. Maybe you don't bump. It's not the end of the world if you don't bump. All right, so I'm going to grab a fuse, and now I'm going to run to the minecart. If this one follows me, I will have to shoot him, not the end of the world. This game is North America. However, it's only available on the PS3 store. So I'm going to ride in the minecart, right? So I'm riding in the minecart because that's going to prevent a cave-in. It seems minor, really minor. But by riding in that minecart, you prevent having to backtrack all the way through the mine. And it's one of those things that doesn't seem like much, but... Did I get the kill? I did not. No, I did. Boo! I hate that. I got God in my own pun, by the way. Yes, a miner's skip. Like, you know, miners. Like, mining for gold. I hate that pun. But yes, use the minecart to skip the cave into the mine. That's going to allow us to immediately get to part 2 of the mission. Part 2 is the hard part I'm talking about. So, what's going to happen normally is there's a massive Shibito brain. Also, hello. And the Shibito brain are... No, not the Shibito brain. There's going to be a massive boss. The boss will normally kill you instantly if you try doing a certain thing. What's the lore of this game? Alien comes to Japan, they're in a famine, they eat the alien, alien's mad. So, yeah, that's the lore. And people are trying to avoid getting dying by zombies. Normally, you'd have to get like a steak, and then you have to kill that nurse in the beginning of the level. However, I'm actually going to kill the Shibito brain. Now, why is this so difficult? It's going to take 6 rounds of shots on the shotgun. By the way, yes, I have to reload by doing this. Round 4. Alright, so if you kill this brain, it immediately respawns. However, there's just enough time. Oh, you're not dead. What? How are you? Oh boy, oh boy. Oh boy. There's just enough time to where I can go to this ladder after knocking it down and ragdolling it. Not dead yet. Why are you not dead yet? This is weird. Back up, and let's do this again. Still not dead. Wow. Okay. Normally you go down in 6, so I'm kind of surprised. That's fine. I'm probably gonna die. Yep. Wow. I lost count now. All right, let's see. Let's see. There it is. Okay, I don't think I'm gonna get it, but I'm gonna go for it. Did I find a bug? I did find a bug. Big bug. So by climbing the ladder immediately and then mashing X at this, hopefully we'll get it. Oh, right at the end. It's happened once before. It's okay. This is why my estimate's high. This is exactly why I made the estimate decently high here. Normally it's 6 shots. I think what happened is I fired the gun too far away. It's okay. It's not the end of the world. Funny enough, by the way, if you're wondering how much time does doing this save, getting within 2 attempts is faster than going the other way around. So if you fail and are doing what I do right now, it's still faster than the other strat. So, as long as I can get it the second try, we're still saving time. I got very unlucky. It just wouldn't go down, so I kind of got in a bad spot. I went greedy when I shouldn't have gone greedy. It's okay, though. But the whole idea is you want to knock down that Shibito and then immediately bolt it to the ladder. And by doing so, you have just enough time to make it to the end of the level. One. 2. All right, 3. 4. I thought that was down for a second. 5. All right, the next one I'll do it. And 6. Wait, what? Come on. Oh, next one I'll do it. Why are you not going down? Well, now we have that's never happened before. There we go. Okay, ladder. Oof. Aiming in this game is a nightmare. There it is. Second try, like I said. Awkward, but we got it. And that's still faster than the other way around. The other way around is you have to kill the nurse at the very beginning of the level, and you have to get a stake. So you have to ride all the way back, and it takes forever. Anyway, we got it. I don't know why I was refusing to die. Normally, it's 6 shots. I don't normally see it take that long. All right, now we're pretty much home free. There's still 1 or 2 hard missions, but nothing that's going to make us go overestimate. Unless I'm not going to say anything, because I will. But let's see how it goes. There we go. First sec, exactly. All right, hold on. So we're doing the same mission as earlier, but this time we have a Bella escort. So again, the little girl cannot get captured. If she does, that's an immediate loss. All right, good. They had to be quite careful with that. My game is haunted? It is haunted. 17 shots? You're kidding me. It took 17 shots, actually. Either way, that's why the run can be hard. And it's kind of funny, because sometimes I'll do that boss first try, but then, like, one of the other missions just takes another try. And it, like, really depends with this game. Also, I'm glad that people are enjoying the bit, because I shout out a lot of the runners on the hotfixes, so I'm like, all right, I'm just going to copy and paste it and post it intermittently for my own as a part of the meme, like, oh, hey, it's me. All right, so the good part about escort missions, guess what? We checkpoint them. Now, you might remember, what did we do last time we were here? Last time, oh, I had to avoid getting shot, because getting shot is bad, right? Well, guess what? This time, I have precious cargo, which is Bella. Bella's a sweetheart. So, what's going to happen now, also good, I am going to be escorting Bella. So I actually want to eat bullets. If you manage to get that one killed early, you can actually skip killing this one. However, I got unlucky on the grab, so we're just going to take this one down nice and easy. How did I start speedrunning this game? I played this game casually, I really liked it, I looked into it, and I really like it. I actually made a video on my YouTube that kind of explains a lot of the strats in detail, kind of like this. Anyway, I run on the left side this time to light on. I'm going to get shot in the back, roughly around the box. Now I've been shot in the back and running in the corner. I'm going to avoid a bullet. I'm going to yell, I'm going to aggro him, and I'm going to wait for 2 shots. I'm now going to pick myself up. I'm going to be able to get to the top. I'm going to turn around. There we go. I'm going to need... Oh, God. That might be bad. That might be bad. Hold on. There we go. Okay, we got Bella. Don't kill me. Perfect. Okay, that was risky, but we got it. But yeah, honestly, the best way of learning a game is if you like a game, feel free to try it out. Maybe there might be runners already in existence on it. You can kind of check their runs out, and it's really fun just to do games you like. Anyway, last mission. We have about 3 or 4 left. I hope that you've all been enjoying Siren. We're going to have some good stuff for the ending. So first things first, we're going to have a boss fight. So, plot-wise, we're playing as Sam. He's the dad to Bella. And that big bug thing, that's Bella's mom, also known as Sam's wife, or my wife. So, we're going to ignore her. What's the downside? You may notice she's the big Shibito that grabs you and you die instantly. I need to move fast, really fast. Also correct. If you get hit at all here, it's a one-shot. So I need to go to the store immediately and just unlock it. This is really risky. Let's see if we get it. I might... Oh, I might be dead. I think I'm dead. Yep, there it is. Oh, barely unlucky. Barely unlucky. My wife. There's a lot of parts during this chapter that are, oh God, I hope to God we don't get grabbed. And this one's kind of like the one from earlier where you have to make your way through. It's the same exact one we had with Johnny America Howard earlier, except this time we have to avoid the giant's ex-wife. Ah, yes, my ex-wife. It's not as fun to say, though. Alright, so again, we dodge on the left. We're going to climb the barrels. If you're wondering what went wrong that time, I didn't touch the door just fast enough. There's a very particular animation for unlocking the door, and it's a pain. So missing that barely is terrible. Alright, this time I got it. I know this game, alright, so this game isn't modern day, but it takes place in like a random village in Japan. And the story of the game is that many years ago an alien came, and then they're like redoing they're like doing a ritual to like do it again. And it's like really weird. I'm not exactly sure how to explain it. There's a deep dive on the series of this game, and it is wild. Anyway, let's hope the spider Shibito don't bully me. I got bullied. I got bullied. Please stop. Please, leave me alone. Think about what you're doing. Think about the ramifications of your actions. All right, we're good. All right, and now we're hitting the boss fight. So, the boss fight has 2 waves. One uses a brand new mechanic. Have you ever thrown a javelin? Because we need to throw javelins. We need to expect Sam here to throw perfect dead-on javelins. How terrifying is this game for me? Not at all. I am entirely desensitized to horror because I play so much. I'm going to yell. By yelling, I'm going to then bait my wife into attacking me. I'm then going to pick up an Atana, and I'm going to toss it right at her. This is actually really good because that's going to do some damage. Oh, I whiffed it entirely. Well, I'm going to get hit. So normally you want to get a hit. You'll hear a big meaty chunk. And you hear that chunk, you've done damage. You want to be able to get... There we go, just like that. You want to be able to get 3 off these 3. If you don't, that's okay. I'm probably getting 2. Nope. I'm going to yell and move down the path. By the way, we're using TV to destroy the wife. Stephen Colbert hates his marriage and is using TV to break it. Alright. So luckily, there's always free hits. Coming up, she's going to be walking right about here, hopefully. 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 There she is. So once she gets up, we're going to be throwing the antenna right at her. She'll always pause right there. It's a free hit. You can actually land 2 if you know how to throw it. You might get hit, though, so you do got to be careful. I missed it. That's fine. Because we get another free hit in a moment here. So, it's okay. You can get greedy and you can try to throw here, but results may vary. So, she's going to stand right over here. When she stands here, she'll pause, and then my wife. That's not the end of the boss fight, however. Any more games after this one? We have one more game after this one. All right, round 2. You need to kill 5 bugmen and women. And I guess, yeah, you're killing the bugs. So, they spawn down here, and I ideally want to get headshots. All right, I didn't get the kill. One's still alive. Come here, bug people. It's very awkward to destroy the bugs. All right, good. Still behind me. Nope, there we go. Okay, they're spawning here. We're good. All right, 2 more. 1 more. You know you're done when you automatically get kicked back to the, oh, wow, you're still up? You are. I'll get kicked back. Wait, Soul, you're alive? How are you alive? Wait, I thought I killed you. Who's alive? There's a bug man around here. Hey, Bella, you wanna help? There might be, hold on. Luckily at checkpoints, where you at, Bugman? Oh, there you are. All right, perfect fight. Perfect fight. All right, now I do want to give a big warning. We're on the final boss. For the warning here, we are going to be having a seizure warning. First things first, though, not yet. I'll tell you when. I'm gonna let him shoot me twice. He'll miss both of them. I'm gonna shoot him in the head twice. Once I shoot him in the head, I'm then gonna start backing up. This is gonna make him run into me. I want to get about 4 headshots on him, and then that is going to allow me to win the fight. You can see why I want to be careful, because I can get shot in an accident. All right, that's phase 1. Phase 2, we're going to actually start walking into him, and we're going to shoot him. By backing up and walking in, I'm actually gonna bait his katana. By the way, he brought a katana to a gunfight. All right, so that's phase 2. Phase 3, I'm actually going to be using a checkpoint. Now, seizure warning, it's going to get really psychedelic. It's called the LSD fight. You'll see, if you're sensitive to light, please look away for the next few minutes. I'm heavily warning you on that. Also, I am on normal difficulty. So, how does this fight work? This is Kaiko, or Data Sushi. We're going to run forward and a little bit to the left. By doing so, I'm beginning phase 1. You have to sight jack and then use fire. By using fire, you learn you can attack fire. Now, Data Sushi is really trippy. My frame rate will probably die. I have to use the right side to find out where the bug is. And then I need to ignite it on fire. And slice it with my sword. Like so. And I need to keep looking around for it. I can show up to many spots. It's RNG on the way it goes. The damage can only be done with the sword. You'll know I've done damage when you see it, like, explode. I guess like that. There we go. That's damage. After 3 hits, time is coming up once we have the finish it, and you'll see. By the way, I have a special treat for the ending if you've never seen the ending to Siren, because it is absolutely what is going on. I hope you really enjoy it. You can see why I might like this game. All right, there's the bug. We're gonna fire, and... swing. That should do damage. There's 2 damage. We're almost done. We also have good dance moves. All right, 1 more hit and time will be coming up in a moment. All right, where are you at? There you are. So it's actually gonna spin. I'm gonna use fire right here. I'm gonna wait. Oh, it turned. Wait, hold on. All right, it's behind me. That's fine. And that should be a hit. That's a hit. All right, once I hear finish it, we are almost done. And time. That is Siren Blood Curse. I'm going to show you the ending because we are really under... By the way, I'm looking at my timer. I'm around a 58, aren't I? I'm around a 58. Time for headphones? Get the headphones out, by the way. It's gonna be a good songs. Let's say that. It's gonna be fun music. Let's see, what time did I got? All right, looks like I got 58:40, by the way, from what I can see. All right, so we're gonna watch the ending. By the way, if you don't like the sound of people eating, tune out for a moment. When you see Johnny America again, tune back in. But not here. The next one. Once Sam leaves, it's gonna get kind of creepy. I just kind of give that. Some people don't like eating, but I even called out to get a 58. I don't know why. Like I really mess up on some parts, but I always get around 58. And I don't know why. I actually thought 105. I was actually like, oh god, I'm gonna get a 105. Nope, I got another 58. I have a lot of 58s, and I don't know why. All right, so it's gonna get a little bit creepy. Was that fast? It was definitely good. That's definitely a good marathon estimate, I would say. All right, here it is during this time. This is gonna be creepy. There it is. Oh no, you're all good on photosensitivity. You're all good now. Also, that's what I was looking for. Photosensitivity. Also, there's the siren. All right, if you are wondering about sound, you can come back in. We're going to hit the fun part. So my favorite part about Siren is what's about to come up after this little cutscene. Because, if you're wondering, how does a game like Siren end? Well, let me show you.
Repeated, so that Bella can exist forever. Howard. That was his name.
Hope you're ready. If you have any dancing emotes, I recommend you start posting them once the music starts. No, this is the Shibito.
This is my promise to Miyako.
Also, this is me. Saw the wild arm movements. And that's been Siren Blood Curse. I hope that you all enjoyed that game. Pretty good. 58:40 is a great marathon time. That's kind of what I was expecting to get. I hope that you enjoyed this. I always like being able to share a special treat of a run with you, and this was mine for this Halloween. So I do hope that you enjoyed this. If you enjoyed me, I host Speedruns from the Crypt. I host the GDQ HOTFIX show with your bi-weekly horror hotfix. So feel free to check that out every other Wednesday. We'll be back next Wednesday. We still have a run going on, by the way. I'm just kind of giving my little thing here. As well, I stream myself on Twitch. If you'd like to check me out, the link's been in chat. Twitch.tv/Ecdysis. As well, you can find me at Twitter, Ecdysis_Twitch. And I also post a lot of things on YouTube. Pretty much all social media, if you look for Ecdysis with that spelling, you find me. Anyway, I hope that you enjoyed it, and we're going to be getting ready for our last and final game of the night. We have a great one on deck, we have a great finale, and I hope that you have all had a great time watching this. We'll be right back very quick. All right, we are back from the break. I hope that you all enjoyed that cursed game. It has become a personal favorite of mine, and I've been wanting to show it off to all of you for quite a while. Every now and again I get to do that, so I always feel honored with the privilege to do so. As well, I forgot to mention it. I mentioned it for all the other runners, and I forgot my own end. I actually got Dead Rising into a GDQ, so you may be seeing me there, and I'm very happy for that as well. Anyway, I hope that you've all had a wonderful Halloween with us. I hope you've all had a wonderful night with us so far. We have one more game on our list for tonight, and I think it makes for a wonderful conclusion. Anyway, here is Concluse with Jewhorse. Take it away.
I hate that pun. I just hate that pun.
I'm waiting for Starwind to come out of the wings and boo me, because that always happens.
Alright, hey everyone. I'm feeling a little hoarse today. I'll bring back my own pun. Alright, hey, my name is Jewhorse. I gotta take out the horse mask because I can't really see that much. Welcome to Concluse. This game is, a free-to-play indie horror game that came out in like 2018, and it's one of my favorite indie horror games. I will talk about it why, but basically, if you do want to know what Concluse is basically take Silent Hill 1, Silent Hill 2, and Silent Hill 3 together, and then you have Concluse. You take Silent Hill 1's it's like kind of how you say it, like it's graphics. It's PS1-esque graphics, then and then Silent Hill 2 with its storyline, with its plot, and then Silent Hill 3 with its weird keybinds and stuff like that. So yeah, this is Concluse. I'll start off with Concluse in 3, 2, 1, go. All right. So the plot of Concluse is that you are playing as a guy who wants to find his wife. Therefore, that's why the plot of this game is actually like Silent Hill 2. You just want to find your wife in the town called Hell. Like really, you have to go to the town called Hell just to find your wife. Right now, we are not really in Hell at the moment. We are going to Hell. We start in a subway, and we are now gonna do some objectives to actually get out of the subway. But there's gonna be a few antagonist characters gonna come around pretty soon. But yeah, Concluse is one of those games where I started picking up as a game like really long time ago. Back in like 2018 when I first started off speedrunning this game. I picked up Concluse, and I had to thank this one person. I had to thank Rare Like a Unicorn, or Rare Like. Unfortunately, he's not able to come to the hotfix to commentate, but shout outs to him. Also, we get to see like a bootleg ripoff of Pyramid Head, but he's kind of darkened. So yeah, keep in mind on that guy. So, anyways, we are just gonna get into the what do you call this? The staff room. Yeah, because we got a staff room key, we are gonna go into the staff room right here. We're gonna get a key. Just right here, a janitor's key, so we can actually unlock the locks from there. So, Egg, do you have any questions for this game, by the way?
Yes, actually. One, I got asked in chat already, and it's a good question. Is it in Hell, Michigan?
I don't know. It just says welcome to Hell, and that's it. I don't know what the devs were thinking about with creating the town called Hell, but probably it's in Hell, Michigan.
Hell in, Michigan.
Yeah, it's probably Hell, Michigan. But
right,
yeah, now we are outside, and we get to watch a cutscene right here. We got to watch a cutscene where a guy actually falls all the way down, or yeah. Anyways, do you have any more questions? Yeah.
Yeah, the other one for the Pyramid Head fellow. Is he still like? Does he still have a pyramid head, or is he like just kind of a guy who follows you?
I think he's just a guy who follows you though. But like
I thought he had
later
like
on, you
like
would see him.
I thought he had like a shaped head, like a cube or a pyramid.
I don't know. It just looks weird. Like, anyways, I picked up a card because I need to pick up that patient card so I can enter inside the hospital later. All right, we got to a clock. This clock is 2:30, and then we get a key. So we're gonna get another key later on, but I had to have a trigger item in order to use the clock again. But we are gonna get a clock for a key, which is used for that door just now. But yeah, right now the bootleg pyramid head is back. Oh, we're going into some weird stuff right here, and then bang, we are in the I think the loading screen is gonna be at the hospital. Yeah, loading screen right here. Boom. Oh, creepy. Anyways, we are gonna go into the hospital because that is the next objective. And you're gonna see a few kind of stuff in the hospital because there is a lot of good stuff in the hospital, or a lot of good skips in the hospital. It's the only place in the whole entire game that you could actually skip a bunch of stuff. And it went from like, I think it went from like 10 minutes of routing to like actually just maybe like 3 to 5 minutes of routing, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, right now we're gonna go outside of the hospital, and I'm gonna do a few tricks right here. So I'm gonna take this elevator and go up, or take this lift and go up. And then here comes the so-called out of bounds stuff. So, or inbounds, I guess. Basically, I'm gonna go over here and jump up and hit a ladder, and then afterwards go and take this VHS. Basically, we had to collect 3 VHS tapes in order to get another key, which is a hospital room B key, or hospital key B. Yes, right now I'm gonna be jumping on the ledge. I'm not gonna take this ladder because there's gonna be a door that's gonna be locked. I'm gonna instead I'm gonna take this ladder and walk towards this path right here, and there is another VHS. And then hopefully I'm not gonna fall all the way down. Oh wait, can I take this VHS? Hello? Thank you. I'm hopefully not gonna jump all the way down there because there's a body and then there's a key. Basically, if you go all the way down to that pile of bodies and the key, there's gonna be like a cutscene that's gonna start, which is gonna be really bad. All right, I'm gonna do a little trick right here. I spam this, do this, which hello? Thank you. Can I do this? Thank you. All right, so I picked up another VHS and then put all the VHS tapes into the CRT. So you're supposed to look at the tapes one by one, but if you pause the game and then try to mash E a few times, you can actually overlap the tapes together, and now you are creating a long video so that you could watch VHS tape 1, 2, and 3 together. So that's what it is. Anything you want to talk about before this cutscene end?
Yeah, so how efficient is that if you wanted to rent VHS from Blockbuster, Mr. Juho?
I don't live in America, I live in Singapore.
Wait, are you old enough to know about VHS?
I think so.
Did you ever use like the VHS tapes?
No. I'm not that old, but I know.
That old?
I have not touched a VHS tape in a long time, but I've never used them as well. But anyways, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm gonna pick up a key and then go into that ladder. Basically, I need to get out of the outside area and jump down. Whee! All right, cool. All right, we're gonna go back all the way to the hospital right here by hitting that button. And we're gonna go all the way down. All right. So, there is a thing that I need to get, which is a trigger item for sure. So this trigger item is gonna be a book, which is like a Cordova book. Basically, I need that trigger item to actually get another key when I'm getting out of the hospital. I need to go into this room and go to this wall, take that book, and then get out of here. Basically, you need to have a key that's called hospital key C, but instead, because I hit the trigger at the wall, or hit the book at the wall, you can actually get the book through the wall. Anyways, this timing is 9, or I think it's like 10. Yeah, 10:45, and then we are gonna get out of here. But yeah. And now we are gonna go outside to the park. All right. So next up, we are gonna see a little doggy. This is gonna be a little bit of our companion, but you will see it through this gate right here. All right, cool. All right. Look, our companion. But our companion is gonna cough up a key. Yeah, just cough up a key for sure. All right. Anyways. Gonna pick up this key. Did I pick up this key? Thank you very much. We're gonna pick up this key and gonna go towards the sewers because we have to do a bunch of objectives in the sewers, and there is gonna be a save that is gonna blow your mind because this save the safest password is gonna be really, really long. I don't know how long it is, but it's really, really long. Also, pardon for the grainy kind of graphics right now, because I had to turn my gamma all the way up. the gamma or the grainy kind of like graphics is just gonna ruin a little bit of the gameplay, but yeah. Anyways, we're in the sewers, and I'm gonna hit 4 buttons in order to open up a door. So that's the first button. I'm gonna hit this lever. All right. And then all I'm gonna do is gonna go to this door right here. Hit another button and then take another key. And then yeah, this is gonna be a long way towards the other place, which is towards the safe that I was talking about, which has a long password. I'm gonna say this early right now. The way on how you actually find this password is that you have to look at a note, and the note says like north, south, east, west, or north, whatever it is, and then you have to look into the window and then look at the number and then combine all the numbers together to make this password. So I'm gonna press this button right here, and then here's the password. 5151 111 5151 555 1515. That is the password to get a generator key. That's it. So yeah. Anything you want to talk about for that password? And why is it that long? Who knows?
Why is it that long?
I don't know. They wanted to be really secure, or yeah, they want to be really secure about that generator key. So yeah, there was that.
Are there any other passwords like that coming up?
There's one more, but it's quite short. It's just quite short. Anyways, we're gonna go to this. Yeah, we're gonna go to this generator. Use the generator key on it, and then get out. And then we're gonna hit one more button, and yeah. All right. Anything you want to talk about before I hit that button as well?
Actually.
Because it's gonna be a long way. Yeah.
Every now and again, you do like a minor bunny hopping thing. Is that faster, or is it just kind of like a comfort thing?
It's kind of like habit, but it's supposed to be a little bit faster. But I think it's because I think it's just habit for me, because I remember a long time ago, like 3 years ago, being bunny hopping being faster. But I have no idea what it is. It's still faster that way. But yeah.
It might be faster, because I heard while you're preparing this run for this hotfix, you actually got a new world record in this game.
Yes. Yeah, like I stopped playing this game about more than a year ago, and then Dice has asked me to run this game again, and then yeah, I just came back and got the record. I had to shout out the other 2 people, Quality and Silly. Those 2 people actually were like, how you say, they actually shouted me out because they said that I was inspiration for them to actually run the game for Concluse. So shout outs to them. Anyways, we're gonna go to this door right here. Open up this door, yeah. And we're gonna go all the way towards the other side of the sewers and get a few more items. So yeah. If you want to chime in and talk about some stuff, I guess. I don't know. You don't really know anything about this game, but yeah.
I do have questions just to ask, just in case. My question, I had this from Maxie earlier when we talked about, what's your favorite Halloween candy?
Oh my god, do I even have one?
Well, just the general concept of candy. Don't you like candy?
Can I say gummy cola? I guess
what?
Gummy
cola.
Yeah. I like gummy cola.
What is that?
It's like, I don't know, just cola gummies that taste like Coca-Cola. I love them.
I guess that makes sense. I think I've had like versions of that, but never gummies.
Really?
I don't really see a lot of gummy cola. No, I've seen like usually in like tabs or something.
We're gonna watch this cutscene right here. Yeah.
Yeah.
So this cutscene is quite creepy, quite scary right here. All right, cool. But yes, I love gummy cola. And then the other one is probably Butterfingers, I guess. I know they have like those Butterfinger cups, yeah.
Now,
I
what's your
recently
least
just
favorite
have
candy?
them actually because like I didn't know that we have this in Singapore until like I check it out on my local 7-Eleven and we actually have Butterfingers and I was like, wow, they actually taste great. I've been wanting to try Butterfingers for a long time until like recently when I saw hey,
Actually,
there's
that's a good
Butterfingers.
point
Yeah.
as well. Yeah, because I'm realizing as well. Yeah, because you're not US based. You're from Singapore.
Yeah, I'm from
Is there
Singapore.
any like like regional candy that you can only find in like Singapore that's like top notch?
Oh god. We have something called. Wait, I don't remember what it's called. Let me actually think of it.
Better not be black
God.
licorice, by the way. I swear to God.
I don't even know what they are called. I just know they are called wang wangs, and that's it. So wang wangs are like these salty kind of crackers, but it's really good. I love it. Yeah. So we
Do
got
they
the
go with
key.
anything?
Yeah, we got a key from the sewers, and we are gonna get out of here. We're gonna watch one more cutscene right here. There's a cutscene. Ooh, spooky. But yeah, we have this like kind of treat called wang wangs, and then I think there is these kind of panda gummy kind of treats. Oh no, rabbit treats. I don't remember what's it called, but yeah.
I hope you mean like something designed like maybe in the shape of a
like
rabbit and not food for rabbits.
It's designed for that, yeah.
Okay, thank you. I'd be
Alright.
more worried about the latter.
All right, so now we are actually in Otherworld, or bootleg Otherworld, because the guy actually transported you, or bootleg Pyramid Head actually transported you into bootleg Otherworld. Just keep in mind, it's kind of like Silent Hill. But yeah, we are gonna do a few objectives right here. We're gonna take this handle, or take this valve right here, and then they call it a handle for some reason, but it's a valve. And I'm gonna use this valve on some kind of yeah, someone in chat said a big white rabbit. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, it's kind of like a white chewy candy. It's really good. I
Ooh,
love it.
That sounds good. That sounds really good.
It's a milk candy. Yeah, I don't know anymore because like I haven't had like Singapore candy in a long time. I think the other last one I could recommend is probably, wait, where am I going? The last one I could recommend is probably these like, I guess, sugary nut candy. Is like a bar. It's like kind of like granola bar, but like it's not really granola bar, but it's really good. I love it. It's really locally made as well, so yeah.
Sounds good.
Anyways, we're gonna get out of here. We're gonna go into this part, which is like some kind of subway part. So I had to do a bunch of objectives over here. So I'm gonna take this key, and then I'm supposed to turn like valves to raise water and sink water for some reason. But yeah, I'm gonna go into this subway train right here. Pick up this key, get over here, and then go into this door right here. Pick up this other key. There's a lot of like picking keys and leaving keys behind, so yeah. Anyways, we're gonna go here. All right, and then there's going to be a keypad. There's gonna be a keypad right here, and this code is oh god, can I actually get out of here? Yeah, cool. Let's see, 2 4 2 3 1 4 8. All right, there you go. That's the code. And now I am gonna go into this generator right here and turn on the generator, and then turn these valves right here. All right, it's to drain and rise the water. Somehow it just drains the water from the subway area, because we are gonna go towards the subway area later on. But I had to go into this area because, oh wait, hold on.
Well,
sorry, that was my grandma.
No worries.
Usually,
You're familiar.
yeah. You may have seen my grandma in the past, like hotfix on speedruns from the crypt. But yeah, I get to talk to my grandma. We're gonna take this key. Basically, the water rise up at that area, and right now we're gonna take that key and go towards the subway. And there's gonna be a key. There's gonna be like a few objectives that I need to take. Not actually take, actually. I had to go towards another lift. That's what I did. That's what I'm gonna say. Yeah, there we go. Anyways, anything else you want to talk about?
Yeah, well, currently we have talk about your grandma in chat, who I know to be a sweet lady, but she gets very heated playing mahjong, according to what I've heard from you.
Yeah, she.
I guess that's kind of mahjong in general, isn't it?
Yeah, she took no. She played mahjong for like 2 to 3 months in my house. So there's that. That's some heated mahjong. Also, like a few weeks ago, I think a week ago, she actually went to the hospital because her.
I'm sorry to hear.
Yeah, her blood pressure was really high. It was like 200 or something. So I had to take care of my grandma these days.
That's
But,
sweet.
Yeah,
Sweet of you.
Yeah. Right now we are gonna get out of here. Actually, wait, what? Did I not? Oh my god! Did I not do it? Oh, I had to backtrack. But do I have to backtrack? Do I not have to backtrack? Excuse me? Do I? Hello? Basically, I guess I didn't turn the C valve. Sorry. I don't know. I thought I hit the C valve, so I'm just gonna walk all the way back and just turn the C valve again, maybe, or I don't know. We'll see.
Clearly, you just wanted to show us
yeah.
more of the map.
Ah, yes, more of the map. But yeah, this place is like actually pretty cool with the subway. It's supposed to like signify like you actually coming from the subway, and try to find your wife from how you say from the town of hell. Hopefully, please.
Your wife.
There you go. I turned. Yeah, we are actually supposed to find our wife in the town called Hell. Basically, this game, Concluse, free to play. By the way, if you can go on Steam, it's free to play. This game, its ending is the promotional video for like Concluse 2, which it was supposed to it's supposed to be released this year or actually this month. But because they delayed the game, yeah, but they delayed the game, so you have to wait it for next year to actually play the game. So yeah. Anyways, I turned the C valve finally, and we're gonna go all the way towards the other side right now.
I actually have a question about the game.
Yeah. Oh.
So obviously, you know, a lot of horror games tend to kind of blend together. Like, you can speedrun Resident Evil, you can speedrun Silent Hill. Does Concluse have any similarity to any games you've played style-wise, like, and how you're playing it?
I would say Silent Hill 3 and that's it.
No, I mean like this is first person walking. Like, is there any games you've played that are kind of like they play like Concluse, not like puzzles or anything, but like actual gameplay?
Oh god, that I don't remember. I don't know any. This is like kind of maybe like Amnesia. I guess I don't know.
I could see that.
Yeah, it's probably like Amnesia. Anyways,
more bouncing.
Yeah. It's kind of like Amnesia, all fictional games kind of games. So yeah. Anyways, I had to look at these two pictures and then go to this bucket right here. Basically, we need to take like blocks and then use this bucket because there's acid, and we're gonna get, funny enough, a hoist key. So we have to use this. Yeah, we're gonna use this hoist key. Put this hoist key right here, and then go into this area right here, and then we're gonna read pages from a diary, and then it will be good. So use these pages right here. There we go. Yep.
Would you say that's a stable puzzle?
Your puns!
I have to get out now. We're nearing the end of the show.
I guess yes. Alright, we're gonna watch a little bit of a cutscene right here. Basically, the bootleg Pyramid Head is back and he wants to kill you. But hopefully I can actually dodge him because there is a way to actually dodge him. In gameplay, you're not supposed to fight him. A lot of people do not know, but you obviously do not have to fight him. If you fight him, you actually die in the game. And I think you have to restart all the way back from the beginning if you actually don't save. So I'm gonna hope to not die and bypass him. So there is kind of like a Sims diamond on that side, so I'm gonna avoid him like that, and then touch the Sims diamond, hopefully, and then there we go. We get to hit one load file, which is the Halo file, and we are back in the game. And this is intentional actually. And can I get this key? Thank you very much. I'm gonna take this highway key and actually go towards the highway now, which is like previously gone to, but we were transported into the other world because with like Pyramid Head was like, hey, I'm gonna grab you, transport you to the other world, and you're gonna do a lot more puzzles along the way. So yeah. So this is gonna be a very long journey towards the highway. So anything else you want to talk about?
What did you think about my pun?
Horrible.
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 Would you say nay to more?
I guess.
I
But
can't
also-
take credit for that one. I saw it in the chat.
Yeah. I'm gonna say also, by the way, congrats to Igdices for actually getting into GDQ. I guess congrats to like,
Hey.
yeah, congrats to like almost all the people who actually got into GDQ. I think like Vin, Punchy,
Miss Scarlet.
the one who ran, yeah, Scarlet, the one who ran Kuon, and then I think did Maxi get in? No, right?
No.
Yeah, Maxi. You want to know about something? Like almost all the people in the hotfix, except for me, actually got into GDQ or actually got into a GDQ. I'm still like one of those people who haven't got into a mainline GDQ
Yeah,
yet.
we'll see.
And I'm
Time
still
can come.
waiting. Yeah, I'm still waiting for like a long time to get into GDQ. Like it's been 4 years. I've been submitting games
We'll
for 4
see, we'll
years,
see.
but like, oh my god, please, next year.
We'll see.
Hopefully next year. Yeah.
Best
But yeah.
luck to all the
Anyways.
runners, but yeah.
Yeah, right now we are in the highway. So in the highway, we have to do a bunch of objectives. Basically, I had to go into this area right here and get a key. So I had to get this utility room key just to go and do some stuff. So yeah. Anyways, still a long way to the utility room. But yeah, anything you want to say or like messages, I guess.
Yeah, another question actually.
Yep.
Does the terrain affect your movement speed?
There are some actually. So there are some terrain that actually affect because of the FPS. So this game's FPS is actually in 20 FPS, but you can actually change it to 60. So yeah.
20? Who codes
This
in
game-
20?
Yeah, this game is actually on 20 FPS. Like, funny enough, they actually set this game to 20 FPS. Anyways, utility room key. Pick up Diesel. And lock this door. We're gonna get another key right here. And then we'll be alright to go. Alright, cool. I've been on ESA a lot of times, but GDQ, the mainline GDQ, I have never been into one. And I've been working very hard on getting into one for 4 years. Next year
we'll
will
see
be
how
my
it goes.
5th, so yeah. Cross my fingers. But we're gonna go towards a plow or a plow truck. So this plow truck is actually very hidden, and you can't really see it until like you go back into the game and just find or walk around and just find that there was a plow like very like hidden inside the woods or inside the forest. So I had to go into that plow truck and activate it, and then we're just gonna drive. That's driving in this game. So yeah.
Like driving?
Yeah.
Also, do you sing when you do this? Do you sing the Mr. Plow song?
I don't know what's that.
You don't watch The Simpsons, do you?
I do watch The Simpsons, but I don't remember what it is.
Mr. Plow. He's Mr. Plow. He drives the Plow King or Mr. Plow.
Why not you sing it right now?
No, I don't remember it that well.
Yeah, I don't
think
even
it's like
remember
Mr. Plow
it.
and Mr. Plow. I don't remember the tone he uses, but it's a fun song.
Oh yeah, by the way, we're driving this thing, right? I can actually 360 like this and still drive. So I will be like, wee, wee, 360. And go right here. There we go. Then we're gonna 360 one more. Wee! There we go. So I had to use this plow just to like push these trees aside. And then once I push these trees aside, because the plow truck has no gas, I had to get out, and we're gonna go to the town called Hell. Probably Michigan, but Hell. All right.
Welcome to Hell.
All right. So yeah, your wife is actually called Carolyn. So yeah, you're just trying to find your wife Carolyn in the town called Hell. Anyways, no fall damage. Whee! There we go. I love that part because I get to jump off that ramp, and yeah, I don't get any fall damage. Anyways, we're coming to the like the final part of the game, which is the what do you call this part? The cabin part? I guess it's called the cabin part. Anyways, so at the cabin part, basically you're supposed to pick up 3 walnuts, so you could obviously bust a nut. But they actually give you they actually give you 4 walnuts in this game. There is 1 walnut which is really hidden and is actually like the fastest to actually get. So we're gonna get 1 walnut right here. It's actually just circular. The 1 walnut, 2 walnuts right here. This is the hidden one. It's very like very hidden right behind the cabin that you're supposed to go to later on. And then the 3rd one is gonna be coming up right around here. And then yeah, like I said, we're gonna bust those nuts.
Oh, of course.
Like that. We're gonna bust nuts right here, and we're gonna get 3 moonstones to go into this suitcase and open up the wait, did I get the key? Yeah, I got the key. Open up that suitcase for another key, and then that key is gonna go into the cabin, and then hopefully, cross my fingers, I can actually do 1 skip that is really hard to actually do. Like, this is a skip that is really hard to do. Hopefully I can actually do it. Get these ores. Get these. No, I can't do that skip. All right, cool. So there is supposed to be a cutscene skip. It's called a cabin skip. So basically, if you put yourself on the side of the wall and try to click quickly towards the door or at the door, you can actually bypass this cutscene, and it will save like about like 30-40 seconds if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, you can actually skip that cutscene if you can. But yeah, it just didn't work out. Anyways, time is gonna come up right here once I hit the boat right here, and time. That is Concluse.
All right,
yeah.
let's watch the ending here.
Yeah, and also this part, you can't really skip it because, like I said, it's a promotional video for Concluse 2, which they took like 3 years just to make it, or 4 years just to make it. Hopefully it will come out like really soon, like next year. The demo's out, so if you want to play the demo's actually out right now. I want to thank a few people, like I said, thanks to Rare Like a Unicorn. Unfortunately, he was not able to make it because I think he's in a holiday trip at the moment. So thanks to Rare Like a Unicorn for actually bringing me into this game. Shout outs to the other 2 runners, Quality and Silly, for actually shouting me out a long time ago and saying that I was their inspiration for actually getting them to run this game. And then shout outs to the devs as well. So John and Tyler, those 2 guys are the only 2 guys that actually made this game. And yeah, it's actually a really good game. I'm hoping to see the how you say it, the second game come up really soon. So yeah.
All right, well, you beat me to that one. Normally I like to ask, hey, any shout outs? You already got them all in there, so that's perfect.
I mean, I've been on your hotfix show for
that
like
is true.
4 times, so
well, then you know what's coming next then, right?
Where can you find me?
Yeah, where can we find you?
Yeah, if you want to find me, go find me on Juhorse. That's JUH0RSE. So yeah.
Alrighty. That being said, I want to thank you again, Drew. I think this is a fitting conclusion to the...
Yeah, it is.
But that is one of the reasons why I want to conclude last, so I can make that fun. I felt good about that. I think I do. Anyway, I do want to thank you again for being here. Before we head on off for the whole night, you have anything else you'd like to add?
Not really that much. I'm just gonna wear my horse mask again, and then we will do the conclusion, I guess.
Sounds good.
All right.
Let's see that horse mask. I'm down. Let's see it. I know you were feeling a little horse earlier today, but now you're feeling a big horse. There it is.
Yep, the horse mask is back.
That being said, I do want to say thank you very much to everyone for joining us for this GDQ Halloween Spooktacular. We like to do this every year. It's been quite fun. I think it's been 3 years running now, so I do want to thank you not only for joining this, but for the wonderful year. I think this is actually my 1 year anniversary of being a part of the GDQ HOTFIX, so I do want to say thank you for everyone for watching not only this, but all the GDQ content I've been able to be a part of throughout the year. and I hope that you enjoy this, and hope you have a wonderful rest of the day and or Halloween night. Stay spooky, hope plenty of tricks or treats will come your way and not tricks, and I hope that you'll join us for a raid to another spooky speedrunner. Have a wonderful night, and have a good one.